Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. The person before him was the Holy Ancestor, one of the three sons of the Eternal One from that year. He was also the ancestor of the Holy Emperor, the source of his bloodline. This battle was essentially without any worries. As the Holy Ancestor opened his eyes and lifted his foot, a similar bloodline, yet with a different fighting spirit, surged forth. The battle didn't last long. The Holy Emperor spat out fresh blood. With a tragic laugh, he had no choice but to leave this bloodline seal. If he didn't leave, he would surely die here. But as he left, the bloodline seal instantly dimmed. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the eternal immortal realm, this seal on the Lord's body naturally shattered into pieces, completely disintegrating. It was a complete failure. Such a scene made the Holy Emperor even more desperate after he left. He suddenly understood that this might be the true giant lord. The reason he struggled was all a trap. He did all this to borrow the power of the Holy Emperor and Bai Xiaochun to accelerate the breaking of his seal. Eternal immortal realm, a great catastrophe is about to befall. The Holy Emperor laughed bitterly. After flying out of the Lord's body, he looked at the giant, his body now trembling even more violently. The Holy Emperor's heart also sank to the bottom of the abyss. He could only place all his hope in Bai Xiaochun. If Bai Xiaochun's bloodline seal also broke, then the eternal immortal realm would truly be annihilated. At the same time, everyone in the eternal immortal realm trembled. They witnessed the Holy Emperor's defeat, the collapse of the second path, and the increasingly fierce struggle of the colossal lord. Kui Emperor, the last hope. Kui Emperor, you must succeed. Countless people trembled. All their pleas were directed towards Bai Xiaochun. Even the Holy Emperor felt the same. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun concentrated all the hope of the entire eternal immortal realm. Inside the bloodline-sealed meridians, his body stopped moving, and he exhaled. He sensed that something had changed within these meridians. The surrounding shadows, which had initially been few, suddenly became more numerous. Although he didn't know what was happening outside, he felt a sense of unease. This feeling filled Bai Xiaochun with intense anxiety. With a low growl, his speed increased. While the phantom images all around him were shifting and changing, he suddenly darted away. Even with his cultivation power, Bai Xiaochun couldn't slow down his attack any longer. His entire body transformed into a whirlwind. Wherever he went, he shattered and crushed everything in his path. All the shadowy figures were unable to stop him, relentlessly pursuing the bloodline seal. In the eyes of those outside, he was getting closer and closer to the dungeon. From almost 3/4 of the way, it had reached 5/4, 6/4, 7/4. Sweeping across this path, Bai Xiaochun's shouts echoed continuously. The Immortal Scroll's recovery was pushed to its limit, allowing him to forcefully break through the countless, shadowy figures. But just as he had repaired the bloodline seal to more than 7/4, almost 8/10, Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped. He saw a woman bowing her head behind the countless, shadowy figures in front of him. This woman was dressed in palace attire, looking very elegant. The shadowy figures surrounding her seemed afraid to approach, creating a vast, empty space around her. When Bai Xiaochun looked at her, she also raised her head, revealing a peerless beauty. Immortal Empress. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, instinctively reaching into his storage bag. This woman was indeed the Immortal Empress. But she was clearly different from the Immortal Empress Bai Xiaochun had taken into his storage bag. It seemed this Immortal Empress before him was a manifestation of Nifan's divine consciousness. Her form from when she was alive. At her peak, her entire body radiated an extreme primordial energy, causing Bai Xiaochun considerable distress. Almost instantly, as their eyes met, a cold glint appeared in the immortal Empress's eyes. She suddenly raised her right hand. Immediately, the shadowy figures in front of her, each one roaring, charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the immortal Empress also took a step, transforming into a rainbow, carrying an astonishing aura, and rushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Damn it, are these women perhaps my nemesis? With a low roar, Bai Xiaochun also surged forward. The storm outside his body collided with the surrounding shadows, instantly self-destructing, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept in all directions. These shadows were unable to withstand the power of this ferocious storm. But for the immortal Empress, it was completely insignificant. Her speed didn't slow down at all, and she directly collided with Bai Xiaochun. A deafening roar filled the air, echoing in all directions. Simultaneously, blood gushed from Bai Xiaochun's mouth. His body quickly retreated. Although the immortal scroll's recovery had quickly healed his injuries, his head ached even more, especially after seeing the Empress's figure amidst the clash between the two sides. Although her form had disintegrated considerably, it instantly reformed. Bai Xiaochun sighed. I still have a killer move. If that still doesn't work, I can only use the Water Marsh Kingdom. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely, still intending to conserve his cultivation. Seeing the Empress charging towards him again, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just as the Empress approached, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly opened. A completely different aura erupted from him. It was the vicissitudes of time, the profound composure, the supreme power. This was Dao Chen's aura. Little sister, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, the Empress's expression, which had remained unchanged, suddenly turned icy cold. Her body trembled, and she froze in midair. Her body shook even more, and she stared at Bai Xiaochun in astonishment. Her expression gradually revealed a struggle. Seeing that this tactic worked, Bai Xiaochun forced his heart to slow down, making himself appear even more genuine. At the same time, he forcefully radiated the aura of a lord, wholeheartedly imitating Lord Dao Chen. San, long time no see. Bai Xiaochun spoke gently, trying to appear relaxed, slowly raising his feet and approaching the trembling immortal Empress. Dao Chen, just as Bai Xiaochun was about to reach the immortal Empress, she tremblingly uttered these two words. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's heart surged. In fact, he had drawn inspiration for this method from the earlier incident with the fleeing crocodile. He vaguely felt that if the crocodile could instinctively flee, then the immortal Empress here also possessed some kind of instinct. But when the immortal Empress opened her mouth, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but be startled. He realized he seemed to have made another mistake. If it was just instinct, it seemed he shouldn't have spoken. Being able to speak, being able to call out Dao Chen's name, this clearly indicated that the other party had memories. How could this be? What exactly are those phantom images in the body of the Lord of the Reverse Mortal Realm? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Although shocked, he knew now wasn't the time to ponder. He quickly composed himself, looked at the immortal Empress, and softly said, "Wait here for me. You don't need to go anymore, okay? San, little sister." Bai Xiaochun was afraid that calling one name wouldn't work, so he called out both names at once. The immortal Empress's eyes were hazy, but her expression of struggle became even more intense. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Xiaochun quickly flashed forward, unleashing his highest speed. He was also mentally prepared. If the enemy pursued him, he would immediately deploy the Water Marsh Kingdom. What surprised Bai Xiaochun was that this immortal Empress actually stood there, unmoving no matter how much he struggled. Indeed, the handsome man's trick works better than the Water Marsh Kingdom. In his excitement, Bai Xiaochun's speed increased, gradually healing his bloodline seal from 8/10 to almost 9/10. At the same time, everyone in the eternal immortal realm held their breath. Although they couldn't see Bai Xiaochun encountering an enemy inside his meridians, they could see that after Bai Xiaochun paused for a short time, his light moved again. Especially at this moment, Bai Xiaochun was getting closer and closer to his Danshan. In everyone's eyes, what he was going through was far more difficult than even a Saint Emperor. Anyway, he was only 2/3 intact, but the treatment so far has reduced him to almost 9/10. It must succeed. The Holy Emperor's body trembled, wishing he could personally go in to help. But he understood clearly that in the current eternal immortal realm, Only Bai Xiaochun could enter the path of the ancestors' bloodline seal. Mother of Eternity, bless. The pleas, cries, and whispers, filled with both anticipation and despair, continuously echoed from the eternal immortal realm. At this moment, the whole world was paying attention. It was at this very moment that Bai Xiaochun directly repaired the bloodline seal, reaching 9/10 of its completion. He was only 1/10 away from the limit. Inside his meridians, he encountered someone. Someone Bai Xiaochun had never imagined encountering before. Or rather, if it weren't for being here, he would never have encountered this person. Just like the Holy Emperor encountering the ancestor. At this moment, after Bai Xiaochun reached the 9/10 mark, the previously flat ground in front of him suddenly gave way to a mountain. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a mountain. Suddenly, it was a giant. This giant sat cross-legged in meditation, slowly closing his eyes. As Bai Xiaochun approached, his eyes slowly opened, revealing a light like the sun. His entire body was covered in intricate patterns. It was immortal skin, immortal diamond, immortal tendons, immortal bones, and immortal blood. The same bloodline waves surged, boundless and overwhelming, as if overflowing his body with an extreme burst of power. Ancestor Kui, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in astonishment. This giant was Ancestor Kui, the source of Bai Xiaochun's bloodline. Now, after opening his eyes, his body slowly rose from his cross-legged state. The bloodline sealing the meridian channels, which in Bai Xiaochun's perception had been infinitely abundant. But today, as the ancestor slowly stood up, although not raising the heavens, he gave Bai Xiaochun the illusion of seemingly supporting the heavens and earth. This towering figure, along with the overwhelming force emanating from his entire body, coupled with his expressionless face and cold eyes, all combined to create a powerful impact that seemed capable of causing the heavens and earth to explode, shaking the world, and shattering all the sealed meridians and bloodlines. Even the mere act of standing up seemed to unleash a storm, spreading outwards in all directions. A few shadowy figures still lingered in the 8 directions. In this moment of the storm spread, these shadowy figures couldn't hold out for even half a breath, as if torn apart, instantly vanishing. Not even a scream could be heard. Power, intimidation, ferocity, and overwhelming brutality. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun immediately felt these 4 words emanating from the ancestor of the demonic realm. His breathing quickened, and his body instinctively recoiled a few steps. What terrified Bai Xiaochun even more was the different kind of bloodline fluctuation emanating from the ancestor of the demonic realm. This fluctuation even affected the blood light on Bai Xiaochun's body. It was as if the ancestor of the demonic realm was currently vying with Bai Xiaochun for the source of the sealed bloodline. Although he knew that this ancestor of the demonic realm was an illusion and could not be the source of the sealed bloodline, otherwise, this seal would not have been able to hold out until now and would have long since dissipated. But Bai Xiaochun still felt an unprecedentedly intense danger. The previous danger came from an unknown enemy, but today's danger came from his own bloodline, the ancestor of the underworld. The reason the Holy Emperor failed was perhaps because he encountered the ancestor of the underworld back then. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun understood clearly, guessing the reason for the Holy Emperor's failure. Although it was only a guess, Bai Xiaochun was 7 or 8 parts certain. Fighting against his own ancestor, Bai Xiaochun glanced at the ancestor of the underworld, feeling uneasy. Just as the shock hadn't subsided, a headache arose, and in an instant, a glint of light appeared in the ancestor of the underworld's eyes. A surging fighting spirit erupted from his eyes, like to suns. His body immediately stepped forward. With a thunderous roar, his towering figure, like a mountain, rushed from afar, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. As they got closer, the speed of the ancestor's body increased dramatically, seemingly no longer just rushing forward, but striking. Mountain-shattering strike. Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly narrowed. He understood the immortal scroll very well. At this moment, he recognized the technique the ancestor was employing with a single glance, and saw the ancestor's speed increase once again, emitting the fluctuations of the immortal forbiddance technique. And that wasn't all. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun saw that the index finger and thumb on the ancestor's right hand were emitting a terrifying light. Throat-shattering lock. Bai Xiaochun didn't want to personally encounter the ancestor's throat-shattering lock. He felt that his body was small. If he were hit, he would be instantly crushed into pulp. Facing imminent danger, Bai Xiaoqun suddenly retreated. But although he retreated quickly, the ancestor was equally relentless, pursuing him fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the two were once again one after the other, beginning their pursuit within this meridian. At this moment, outside the eternal immortal realm, countless people gasped in shock. They saw that within Bai Xiaoqun's meridians, the bright spot representing Bai Xiaoqun, for the first time. After stopping, instead of continuing forward, it began to retreat. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble, and despair surged within them. This feeling of impending doom, of the world perishing, made everyone sense the aura of impending destruction. He must have encountered the ancestor of the underworld. Only the Holy Emperor trembled at this moment. After guessing the answer, his heart was filled with bitterness, yet he was powerless to help, only able to watch helplessly. At this moment, countless people from the ancestor of the underworld dynasty, Song Junlun, Zhou Zimai, Hou Xiaomei, Li Qingou, the Grand Celestial Master, etc., all had pale faces. This feeling of helplessness filled them with despair. Amidst countless focused gazes and fluctuating emotions, a powerful explosion echoed within the Meridian Passage. After retreating a certain distance, Bai Xiaoqun found that no matter what, he couldn't avoid it. His aura briefly condensed, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. In that instant, his entire body erupted. So what if it's the ancestor of the underworld? Damn it, you're being too arrogant. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes widened, and he roared, no longer retreating, but instead charging forward. Cloud Thunder Ancestor Transformation. In a flash, Bai Xiaoqun's body expanded. In the blink of an eye, after taking 3 more steps, his body finally increased to a size of about 100 feet. Then, under the human mountain technique, it further increased. After reaching over 200 feet, it transformed into a small giant, and in an instant, it unleashed the mountain-shattering charge. Whoosh! A sound rang out. His speed suddenly exploded, and he was getting closer and closer to the charging ancestor. Bai Xiaoqun still felt his speed wasn't enough, so he activated the Immortal Forbiddance technique. His speed immediately reached a certain limit, unleashing a raging storm that swept in all directions. Bai Xiaoqun's physical strength was fully unleashed, combined with the shock of his cultivation, and under this fusion, he condensed an even more powerful force. Come on! Bai Xiaoqun roared, his body transforming into a massive mountain, hurtling straight towards the attacking ancestor. His right hand also unleashed a throat-shattering lock. In the blink of an eye, he and the ancestor collided. From a distance, it looked like two ancient tyrannical dragons clashing. The deafening roars echoed in an instant, shaking the ground. The impact surged and then spread endlessly, causing numerous phantom figures that had just condensed in all directions to shatter and vanish under the violent storm. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Bai Xiaoqun's furious roars and the ancestor Kui's groans intertwined. In midair, the two had attacked each other over 1,000 times in a short period. At the points of their collisions, the rock on Bai Xiaoqun's body, formed by the human mountain technique, continuously shattered, crumbled, and scattered everywhere. His Cloud Thunder Ancestor transformation was also constantly weakened. His body, which had been in a state of abundance, continuously diminished. But the combat power he now possessed was also astonishing. The Ancestor Kui's massive body seemed unable to withstand over 1,000 such attacks. Cracks appeared everywhere. At the same time, his body also showed signs of breaking apart. Finally, under a deafening explosion, Bai Xiaoqun frantically spat out fresh blood, his body recoiling backward. The Immortal Scroll's restorative power continuously erupted, allowing his injuries to heal to their fullest extent as he retreated. After barely stopping, Bai Xiaoqun let out a low growl. So you were just a fake. This battle had continuously boosted Bai Xiaoqun's confidence. He sensed that this ancestor of demons was not as he had imagined. He wasn't invincible. What he was displaying now was the power of the primordial era. He swallowed the fresh blood in his mouth, his entire body emitting a terrifying blood-red light, and finally unleashed the divine slaughter technique. With a loud bang, his body transformed into a blood mist, hurtling straight towards the ancestor of demons. But the ancestor of the underworld also possessed the immortal restoration scroll. After retreating, he was rapidly recovering. Naturally, his thoughts were the same as Bai Xiaoqun's, deploying the divine slaughter technique, transforming into a blood mist. and then once again engaging in a fierce battle with Bai Xiaochun in midair. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, both Bai Xiaochun and the ancestor of the underworld were struggling, their hair disheveled. Both possessed powerful bodies and incredible regenerative abilities. In this battle, it seemed neither could gain the upper hand. Then another resounding explosion echoed, and as they retreated again, a glint of light suddenly appeared in the ancestor of the underworld's eyes. He raised his right hand, and 5 streams of energy metal, wood, water, fire, and earth suddenly materialized in his right hand. These 5 streams of energy seemed to correspond to the 5 internal organs of the human body, and also to the 5 great confinements. The moment they were deployed, the 5 internal organs on the ancestor's chest emitted a 5-colored light. Following the burst of light, his entire body immediately generated even more terrifying waves of energy than before. The 5 internal organs method. Back then, I felt that the old man guarding the tomb's secret technique of the 5 internal organs was somewhat similar to the immortal scroll. I never imagined that this is the 6th immortal scroll after the ancestor created skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Without this battle, he probably wouldn't have known what the 6th immortal scroll truly was after the 5 immortal scrolls. In that instant, Bai Xiaochun understood completely. The immortal cultivation technique had 5 volumes, but it didn't stop there. Just like his own immortal longevity technique, after he had devised the next technique. The 6th volume of the immortal cultivation technique was borrowed from the Tomb Guardian during his battle with the Tongchen Taoist, the power of the 5 internal organs from within the ancestor's body. The power of the 5 internal organs, the 5 elemental forces. At this moment, a flickering light appeared from the 5 internal organs within the ancestor's chest, quickly forming 5 halos that enveloped his entire body. His aura began to intensify, his physical strength erupting continuously. The ancestor suddenly raised his head, his expression changed, and glanced at Bai Xiaochun before instantly lunging forward. Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened. He wanted to dodge, but the speed of the ancestor of the underworld was much faster than before, closing in the blink of an eye. After a punch landed, with a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood, his body suddenly recoiling. Before he could regain his balance, the ancestor of the underworld attacked again. This time, both hands were extended, as if to grab Bai Xiaochun's shoulders, wanting to tear him apart with one hand. The intense life force that danger caused Bai Xiaochun to scream like a madman. His eyes were filled with blood. Even his forehead was covered in veins. This terrifying life or death situation stimulated Bai Xiaochun's fear, and at the same time, fueled his counterattack. Although I didn't create the 6th immortal scroll, I created the immortal scroll, the ancient scroll after the longevity scroll. Your immortal scroll, though reaching its ultimate level, ultimately, is still not like my path. With a roar, Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands together. Instantly, the path scripture unfolded, and countless runes appeared on the ancestor's body. These runes suddenly contracted, forming a seal. But this time, Bai Xiaochun didn't wait for the seal to finish. His eyes revealed cruelty and madness as he roared, "Explode, explode, explode." The sounds were deafening. Each rune exploded. If it were just 1 or 2, or even 8, 10, or hundreds of thousands of them self-destructing, it might not have shaken the ancestor. But today, tens of thousands of runes appeared on his body. At this moment, they all exploded, instantly creating a powerful force. Even the ancestor couldn't withstand it. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the ancestor's entire body shook violently, and under the impact of the exploding runes, he was directly pushed back. 2 of the 5 layers of light surrounding his body were shattered and dissipated. But the ancestor was ferocious. Following the movement of his immortal scroll, he seemed tireless, relentless, and unstoppable, aiming at Bai Xiaochun. In an instant, he was close, delivering a punch. Bai Xiaochun panted heavily, but his eyes revealed ferocity. Raising his right hand, he performed the infernal future scripture. He unleashed it without delay. In a loud explosion, due to the resonance of their bloodlines, the fate of the future scripture was instantly completed. As the ancestor's punch landed, Bai Xiaochun frantically spat out fresh blood. At the same time, the ancestor's body trembled violently, as if spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Come on!" Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot as he suddenly charged forward, directly engaging in battle with the ancestor of the underworld. Loud, deafening sounds echoed continuously. Bai Xiaochun sustained injuries, and the ancestor of the underworld also suffered damage. However, while the ancestor of the underworld endured Bai Xiaochun's divine abilities, it didn't affect Bai Xiaochun. Thus, the ancestor of the underworld suffered double the damage. Even with the immortal scroll's recovery, his healing power gradually failed to keep up with the repeated injuries. This was especially true when Bai Xiaochun was completely enraged. Very quickly, the ancestor of the underworld spat out a large amount of fresh blood. 2 more layers of light on his body shattered. Finally, with a sudden, piercing scream from Bai Xiaochun, a punch landed, shattering the last remaining layer of light formed by the 6th layer of the immortal scroll. Having done all this, blood gushed from the corner of Bai Xiaochun's mouth. His body staggered backward, gasping for breath, looking at the increasingly battered ancestor Kui, who was almost on the verge of shattering into pieces. In terms of cultivation techniques, I'm stronger than you, Bai Xiaochun shouted. Ancestor Kui couldn't utter a word, but his body struggled to stand up again. After coldly glancing at Bai Xiaochun, he suddenly raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. Instantly, a huge illusion appeared behind him. Following the illusion, an extremely domineering aura immediately surged from him. It was the immortal Emperor's fist. I have it too. With a low growl, Bai Xiaochun also stood up, his right hand clenched. Behind him, an illusion instantly transformed. However, unlike the ancestor of the golems, his wasn't the immortal Emperor fist, but the immortal Sovereign fist. In an instant, the two attacked again, suddenly rushing towards each other. This was the battle between the ancestor of the golems and the golem emperor of this generation. This was a battle between the immortal Emperor fist and the immortal Sovereign fist. This was a battle that would be impossible to witness outside. From afar, it wasn't Bai Xiaochun and the ancestor of the golems rapidly approaching, but two enormous illusions also rapidly closing in. With a loud explosion, the two sides directly collided. The rumbling sounds echoed throughout the sky. The illusion behind the ancestor of the golems became increasingly blurry until finally it shattered with a resounding crash. After the shattering, the ancestor's body instantly became exhausted, spitting out a large amount of fresh blood. His body continuously retreated backward. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun himself was also greatly depleted, seemingly losing all his strength. He propped his hands on his knees, half crouching, constantly gasping for breath. Ancestor, I know you must still have consciousness. I don't want to fight you. Get out of the way. I want to go repair the seal. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and shouted loudly. He didn't know if there were stronger enemies behind the ancestor. Therefore, at this moment, he was using mostly his physical strength. As for the techniques that required the deployment of great cultivation, he still restrained himself. However, after retreating more than 100 feet, he was already weakened to the limit. It seemed that the ancestor's body was almost disintegrating. He seemed not to hear Bai Xiaochun's words, and still calmly and slowly stood up. Even though the act of standing up was accompanied by trembling, he still stood up and walked step by step towards Bai Xiaochun. As he advanced, the restorative power of the immortal scroll seemed to be frantically circulating. However, his injuries were too severe. Although the healing speed was fast, it was still like a drop in the ocean. But if he were allowed to continue without counterattacking, it would highly likely give the ancestor of the underworld a chance to recover. Bai Xiaochun stared intently at the approaching ancestor of the underworld, gritting his teeth fiercely, and with a flick of his right hand, the life and death presenting scripture suddenly unfolded. With a loud bang, a massive stone door appeared behind Bai Xiaochun. It was the gate of death, and behind the ancestor of the underworld, a gate of life materialized. As he advanced, after these two doors appeared, the ancestor of the underworld's body trembled. His body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to age and weaken. The restorative power of the immortal scroll was ultimately irreversible, but the ancestor still moved forward, step by step. Despite his age and weakness, under Bai Xiaochun's unimaginable gaze, he gradually approached Bai Xiaochun. And in the process of approaching, it seemed that this age and weakness had caused some changes in him. His thoughts, which had been suppressed, gradually dissipated, slowly rising. His eyes also gradually lost their coldness, until he stood before Bai Xiaochun, the last trace of coldness in his eyes vanished. Instead, there was a profound and sorrowful expression. Nifals took my last will, sealing it within his body, becoming the source and nourishment for world destruction. I originally thought my life would be forever lost, until I met you. Don't blame me, only you, here, can completely defeat me. In this fleeting moment of impending death, I can escape the control of the rebellious mortal and regain a glimmer of clarity. And now, I have no regrets. You, remember the 6th volume of the immortal scripture I just unleashed. To Bai Xiaochun's surprise, the ancestor of the underworld calmly spoke. His voice, though calm, revealed a sense of intimacy. Before Bai Xiaochun could speak, the ancestor of the underworld smiled and raised his right hand. In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, his body vaguely dissipated. But 5 fragments of starlight of different colors, like an inheritance, flew into Bai Xiaochun's chest, merging into his internal organs. Bai Xiaochun stood there. After a long time, he rubbed his chest, vaguely feeling that his internal organs seemed to have undergone some unusual changes. But upon careful examination, it seemed like an illusion. But after a moment of silence, he still clasped his hands together, bowing deeply towards the place where the ancestor had vanished. He felt a complex mix of emotions, an indescribable feeling. After standing up, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and swiftly flew forward. At this moment, he was only a short distance from the final limit, the Danshan only a short distance left to heal the entire sealed bloodline. He was now 90% complete. As he moved, at the moment when everyone outside the eternal immortal realm was falling into despair, they saw a glimmer of hope. Everyone cheered. Hope in their hearts was rekindled once again. Only the Holy Emperor, standing in midair, watching the light representing Bai Xiaochun move once more, seemed to age considerably in an instant, murmuring softly. He defeated his ancestor. Everything outside was invisible to Bai Xiaochun, and he had no time to care. He had just gone through a battle with the ancestor of demons, and his body was exhausted. Fortunately, the immortal scroll was still sustaining his existence. Furthermore, during the battle with the ancestor of demons, he had preserved a considerable amount of his cultivation power, precisely to prevent a near-fatal failure during the final sealing process. The ancestor of demons left something inside my internal organs. It must be the 6th volume of the immortal scroll. Bai Xiaochun sped forward like an arrow, already sensing the warmth emanating from the ancestor of demons within his internal organs. However, apart from this warmth, there was no other reaction. Unfortunately, now was not the time for deep thought. Bai Xiaochun could only calm his mind, no longer thinking about the light inside his internal organs, and maintain his rapid pace forward. The final leg of the journey differed slightly from Bai Xiaochun's expectations. Naturally, no phantom figures appeared. It seemed that at this point, phantom figures were incapable of forming. However, Bai Xiaochun still felt a sense of unease. He always felt that at the final point ahead, which was the location of Nifan's Danshan, there would be an unimaginably powerful enemy. This feeling stemmed from his ancient intuition. Under this tense state of mind, Bai Xiaochun deliberately slowed down. Once his physical strength had recovered more than half, to avoid any unforeseen complications, Bai Xiaochun, without hesitation, sped forward. Before long, in the eyes of everyone in the eternal immortal realm, the bright light representing Bai Xiaochun had reached the Danshan. Before Bai Xiaochun's eyes, a vast, dark starry sky appeared. Like the Black Sea, like the dark night sky, it was filled with infinity and immeasurable vastness. Bai Xiaochun knew that as long as he touched this piece of starry sky, he could completely heal the bloodline seal, thus reconnecting the forehead and Danshan of the Lord of the rebellious mortals. However, just as Bai Xiaochun was about to jump in, a mournful sigh, as if from the passage of time, echoed in his ears. As soon as this sigh was uttered, a powerful force suddenly spread out in front of Bai Xiaochun, forming a thin layer that directly blocked him. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed instantly, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately activated the immortal seal. But this immortal seal, which had always worked smoothly and penetrated any other restriction, failed for the first time here. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's body was violently thrown back. A sense of unease stirred in Bai Xiaochun's heart as he slowly turned his head, looking towards the figure emerging from the void not far away. The figure sat cross-legged, his back to Bai Xiaochun, clad in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown. His cultivation level surged unfathomable, causing Bai Xiaochun to feel a sharp pain in his eyes and his mind to surge with overwhelming emotion. He had actually wondered who he might encounter here, even considering the possibility of meeting this person. But this person was someone he absolutely did not want to see. As Bai Xiaochun's expression turned grim, the figure slowly turned around, revealing an air of refined elegance, a righteous aura, and a handsome face. This face, devoid of anger and possessing an aura of composure, vaguely revealed a sense of stability. It seemed that even if the world were to crumble before him, it wouldn't cause him to show much emotion. He was Lord Dao Chen. Bai Xiaochun uttered each word slowly, his heart filled with anguish. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. He didn't know if he could succeed this time. In truth, facing Lord Dao Chen, Bai Xiaochun had absolutely no confidence, but he still held a glimmer of hope. After all the enemies he had encountered before, while seemingly powerful, were clearly much weaker than when they were alive. But he still wanted to try and communicate to see if Lord Dao Chen still had consciousness. However, before Bai Xiaochun could speak, a glint of light flashed in Dao Chen's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at Bai Xiaochun. With this gesture, a white beam of light suddenly appeared, hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun and exploding. The primordial light! Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in astonishment, his body rapidly retreating. With a loud bang, the spot where he had been standing was instantly shattered by this primordial light. Isn't this the primordial light the same as the chessboard method on the ship inside the treasure fan? Is it Lord Dao Chen's technique imprinted on it? If so, could this primordial light actually be the Lord's light? Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened. Although he had obtained a portion of Lord Dao Chen's memories, these memories contained no divine abilities or techniques. Therefore, only now did Bai Xiaochun realize that everything on the treasure fan might not be what he currently suspected. Just as Bai Xiaochun retreated, in an instant, with a wave of Dao Chen's hand, countless primordial lights materialized, rushing towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun immediately dodged. In fact, each of these ancient beams of light made him feel a sense of danger. It was at this moment that Bai Xiaochun finally understood the headache the evil emperor had felt before, facing the ancient light. The ancient light was truly overwhelming. In the hands of Lord Dao Chen, it seemed boundless and limitless, without any limit. Amidst the loud explosions, it was like a torrential downpour of ancient light. Wherever it passed, everything was shattered and crushed. Bai Xiaochun could only retreat. Gradually, in his struggle, Bai Xiaochun let out a low growl. What about the ancient light? Bai Xiaochun slammed his hand on a storage bag, and instantly, multicolored flames flew out from within. 20 colors, 21 colors, 22 colors, up to 27 colors. These multicolored flames were all remnants of the 30 colored flames that Bai Xiaochun had previously refined. He took out quite a few of them and threw them forcefully in front of him. Instantly, a sea of flames erupted all around, burning in all directions. Although those ancient lights were sharp, after colliding with the multicolored flames, a significant portion was neutralized. Thus, using the multicolored flames, Bai Xiaochun finally gasped for breath, a strange light appearing in his eyes. He's much weaker than I remember. This battle isn't unwinnable. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun prepared to charge forward. But at this moment, Lord Dao Chen's eyes flashed. He raised his left hand and suddenly swung it. His left hand naturally transformed into something almost transparent. Upon closer inspection, it looked as if it were made of water. As he swung it, numerous droplets of water naturally dispersed from within his left hand. These water droplets converged in one place, instantly forming a massive river. This river swept across all 8 directions, with waves surging within. From afar, it resembled a water dragon. Each droplet contained the power of 1,000 armies. Now everything was transforming, causing continuous explosions all around, and an unimaginable, intense pressure descended relentlessly. Not only that, but icy coldness spread everywhere. This cold was terrifying. Even the multicolored sea of fire couldn't suppress it. In an instant, more than half of the multicolored sea of fire was extinguished. This caused the ancient lights to erupt again. Bai Xiaochun could only quickly retreat. Upon seeing this river, he instantly let out a wry smile. He recognized it at a glance. This river was the same large river on the surface of the treasure fan. At this moment, After confirming his suspicions about the fan, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled slightly, a look of determination appeared in his eyes, and he raised his right hand and swung it. The fourth divine ability, the method of guiding killing, was suddenly unleashed. Immediately, the area of the river water instantly caved in, forming a winding curve. Within this curve, the guiding force transformed, affecting the speed of the flow of time. Previously, the river water was abundant and endless, but now it suddenly slowed down, as if gradually being imprisoned. Bai Xiaochun knew that although his method of guiding killing was also a fundamental technique, it was still somewhat inferior compared to that of Lord Dao Chen. Even if the person before him didn't possess the full combat power of Dao Chen, it still put immense pressure on Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, he didn't hesitate at all, his body instantly lunging forward, straight towards Dao Chen. From beginning to end, he's been sitting there. If I maintain distance from him under the light of the primordial era, it will be very difficult for me to get close. Now, I can only get closer and fight. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely and charged forward. He was about to reach Dao Chen again, but at that moment, Dao Chen frowned slightly. His right hand rose once more. Suddenly, a mountain materialized in his hand. Mount Dayuan. Even though Bai Xiaochun was prepared, upon seeing this mountain, his heart pounded. This mountain was the mountain where the life and death Dayuan was located on the fan. Dao Chen, you've imprinted all your divine abilities onto this fan. Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't summon the fan here, Bai Xiaochun would have wanted to summon it to fight Dao Chen. Seeing Mount Dayuan rushing towards him, constantly transforming, and in an instant becoming a real mountain, threatening to completely suppress Bai Xiaochun didn't care anymore. Even if his physical strength hadn't fully recovered at this point, he wouldn't hesitate to unleash his full power. As his right hand clenched, the immortal sovereign fist was instantly unleashed with full force. The illusion behind him merged with his body, transforming into this earth-shattering punch. In the blink of an eye, as the Dayuan mountain was suppressed, Bai Xiaochun also suddenly leapt up from the ground and struck with a punch. The two collided, and in an instant, a deafening explosion echoed in all directions. The formidable Dayuan mountain, struck by Bai Xiaochun's sovereign fist, immediately trembled, and cracks appeared from the point of contact, spreading in all directions. But Bai Xiaochun couldn't withstand it either. He let out a cry and spat out 3 or 4 mouthfuls of fresh blood. Especially his right arm felt like it was about to break. His body was directly thrown backward like a kite with a broken string. Even if this Dao Chen sovereign was truly weaker, he was still incredibly powerful. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun's attack had an effect. At the same time, all of Dao Chen's techniques were weakened. At this moment, the Dayuan mountain, under the spreading cracks, directly shattered into pieces. But just as it shattered, in an instant, a tower suddenly flew out from the top of Dayuan mountain. Inside the tower were 2 colored black and white mists, which were directly released outwards. A wave of fluctuations representing the essence of life and death spread out accordingly. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. Seeing the 2 streams of black and white mist rushing straight towards him, he knew very well that this was the essence of life and death of Lord Dao Chen. Water swamp. Bai Xiaochun immediately roared, suddenly unleashing the divine power he had been holding back all along, consuming the most of his cultivation. As his words echoed, the surroundings were instantly filled with mist. This mist was so abundant that it spread out, turning the ground in all directions into a swamp. Even this primordial mist of life and death within the swamp seemed to sense something and quickly began to surge. Even Lord Dao Chen, for the first time, showed a strange expression in his eyes as he looked towards Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the last 2 words of this technique came from Bai Xiaochun's mouth. Nation. A beastly roar erupted directly within this swamp, echoing across the sky, filled with ferocity and an indescribable suppression. As it spread, even the barrier behind Dao Chen, which had been conjuring before Bai Xiaochun's eyes, twisted for the first time. Immediately afterward, the ground trembled. The sky exploded with a loud bang, and from within this swampy area, sharp, winding mountains suddenly rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, as each mountain appeared, a vast continent also emerged from within. Finally, it transformed into the claw of an enormous beast. Now, it seemed that this beast's claw was completely exposed. With a thunderous roar, it directly slammed down on the ground. As it struck, a storm raged. The beast's claw, however, seemed capable of supporting heaven and earth. After the claw landed, it was covered in scales. Even on it, there was a burning black liquid dripping down. And it wasn't over yet. After the first claw extended, a large number of winding mountains suddenly rose from the ground. That was the second enormous claw. With a deafening explosion, the earth trembled violently, and the second claw also fell to the ground. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun stood behind these two beast claws. In front of him, looking from afar, the water marsh kingdom, which resembled a swamp, was now a huge gaping hole leading to a deep abyss. Currently, from within the abyss, Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast was struggling to crawl out. It seemed that it had waited too long for this day. This time, it was no longer a huge, ferocious mouth that appeared, but two beast claws digging into the ground. Amidst the earth-shattering tremors, it seemed as if its head was about to emerge again. But at this moment, the strangeness in Dao Chen's eyes intensified. He chanted a spell, and instantly, this primordial mist of life and death transformed into two flying swords, one black and one white, howling as they hurtled towards the two beast claws. In a flash, they approached like shuttles through the void, directly piercing the two claws. The black sword represented death. In the blink of an eye, upon piercing, the entire beast's claws instantly withered, as if dead. The white sword, representing vitality upon piercing, seemed to surge with an overwhelming amount of life force, overwhelming the beast's claws and causing them to shatter. The simultaneous eruption of both swords created intense pain, instantly causing the beast, which was desperately trying to push its head out, to let out the most mournful and furious roar it had ever heard. The image, one that Bai Xiaochun would never forget, instantly reappeared before his eyes. From within the water marsh kingdom, the ground behind Bai Xiaochun suddenly caved in, and a gigantic head, seemingly about to collapse within this world of meridians, suddenly burst forth from the swamp. This head resembled both a dragon and a turtle, but its long, jet black upper and lower jaws, along with its sharp teeth-like mountains, made it look even more like a crocodile. Suddenly, it lunged forward with a roar, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, and directly devoured the two black and white flying swords. The deafening roar echoed through the heavens. These primordial flying swords, of course, had no way to evade and were directly swallowed by this enormous mouth. The immense force of its attack was so overwhelming that it couldn't be stopped, directly crashing into the barrier protecting the dungeon. This collision caused the ground to tremble, the void to shatter, as if everything was about to crumble. The barrier, too, was instantly pierced with a massive hole amidst the creaking sounds. Bai Xiaochun's spirit beast wasn't exactly pleasant either. At this moment, it let out a pained cry, its head quickly retreating, directly returning to the pool of water. Before Bai Xiaochun's spell could dissipate, the pool of water itself dispersed. All of this happened so quickly that Bai Xiaochun was still wide-eyed, somewhat stunned. In truth, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that all of this was as if his spirit beast, in its impatience to come out, had recklessly almost killed itself by crashing headfirst into the water. How could it be a crocodile? Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to consider whether his spirit beast was really a crocodile. At this moment, his body flashed, and he rushed straight towards the hole in the partition, about to pass through and take a step into the starry sky dungeon. But suddenly, Dao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, instantly became indistinct. When he appeared, he was directly in front of Bai Xiaochun. He raised his right hand, and a calm voice came from his mouth. "This path is blocked." "Your sister," Bai Xiaochun roared even louder. He wasn't disrespecting Dao Chen. In fact, at this moment, he knew that the person before him was different from the Dao Chen he knew. On the other hand, he was extremely agitated. The anger of having help thwarted when it was within his grasp caused Bai Xiaochun to immediately unleash half of his ancient technique. After becoming an ancient being, he had understood this sliver of immortal destiny. "Immortal realm," Bai Xiaochun shouted. The cultivation power in his body was instantly depleted. Using this abundant cultivation power, he activated the technique to activate this last sliver of immortal destiny and integrate it into his body. Immediately around Bai Xiaochun, a illusory immortal realm ruin formed. This vast, boundless ruin stretched in all directions. Upon its appearance, it exuded an aura of desolation and the distinct presence of the immortal realm, enveloping Dao Chen within it. Simultaneously, it directly condensed, forming a suppressive force. From a distance, the area around Dao Chen's body seemed to form a depression. This immortal ruin, like sand, instantly buried him, binding him. Dao Chen's expression changed drastically as he watched the surrounding immortal ruins rush towards him, engulfing him. A look of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Taking advantage of the moment Dao Chen was surrounded, Bai Xiaojun unleashed his last ounce of strength, instantly leaping out and directly entering his starry Danshan. In the blink of an eye, he entered the starry sky Danshan, and the bloodline light on his body suddenly shone brightly, dazzling. At the same time, all the cultivators in the eternal immortal realm saw that at the forehead and Danshan of the giant lord in the high heavens, the seal line emitted a powerful light, and the sealing force spread out with a roar, as if transforming into a large net, directly and firmly binding the giant lord who was still struggling. In the eyes of everyone in the eternal immortal realm, the bloodline seal line on the giant lord's body represented the Holy Emperor. Although it had shattered, Bai Xiaojun had once again repaired the bloodline seal of the ancestor. Even though this lord now only had one such seal on his body, having once had two broken, this one was the most important. The center of the forehead represents consciousness, and the Danshan represents cultivation. Therefore, it can be seen that among the three eldest sons of the Eternal One, the ancestor was the strongest, which is why his bloodline had to be sealed to guard this most crucial point. Therefore, at this moment, even though the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm had previously experienced twitching eyelids and a tremor in his body, and was on the verge of awakening, after Bai Xiaojun completed the bloodline seal, his body gradually became unable to struggle, slowly ceasing from the previous tremor. After the bloodline seal was healed, Bai Xiaojun's body was immediately teleported by the power within the bloodline seal, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already high in the sky outside the Lord's body. His appearance was immediately greeted by the cheers of countless cultivators from the eternal immortal realm. Kui Huang! Kui Huang! Kui Huang! Countless cheers erupted from within the evil Emperor dynasty, the Holy Emperor dynasty, and the Kui Huang dynasty, echoing throughout the entire eternal immortal realm. In fact, from the moment Bai Xiaojun entered the Lord's body until his return, although not much time had passed for the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm, it felt like a life-or-death experience. After all, he was a legendary great enemy from beyond the heavens. Once he awakened, everyone knew the consequences, especially the Holy Emperor, who took a deep breath, his emotions complex as he looked at Bai Xiaojun. If there hadn't been this great enemy from beyond the heavens, he would have definitely found a way to weaken Bai Xiaojun, thereby vying for the position of the leader of the eternal immortal realm. But today he could only give a wry smile, completely abandoning that idea. In an instant, his body lunged straight towards Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun stood in the sky, hearing the cheers of the crowd below and feeling their excitement. But at this moment, he didn't feel the same smugness and boastfulness as before. Instead, he felt immense pressure. The previous difficulty in healing had made Bai Xiaojun understand even more deeply the true strength of this Lord of the rebellious mortals. Even the three eldest sons of the Eternal One couldn't kill him, only sacrificing their lives to seal him. Even Lord Dao Chen had to swallow his pride. All of this filled Bai Xiaojun with unease as he looked up at the Lord of the rebellious mortals in the sky. In his eyes, the Lord of the rebellious mortals in the sky was vastly different from his previous appearance. At this moment, his entire body, from head to toe, was covered in cracks. These cracks were caused by his constant shaking and struggling earlier, but it wasn't his body that had cracked. It was the dust and dirt that had accumulated on him over the years that had formed solid rock. While Bai Xiaojun was feeling uneasy, the Holy Emperor moved closer, his gaze instantly discerning Bai Xiaojun's thoughts. He gave a wry smile and whispered, "It's just a seal. Although it can temporarily restrain this lord, it won't last long. At most, half a cycle of 60 years. This information was deduced by the Holy Emperor, who possessed the complete inheritance. Currently, in the entire eternal immortal realm, he was probably the only one who knew this. After hearing this, Bai Xiaojun's heart pounded, and his breathing became rapid. He knew perfectly well that the Holy Emperor couldn't possibly be lying. The countdown to the Lord's awakening had begun. He feared that the next time the Lord's body trembled, his bloodline seal would shatter. Fan would truly open his eyes and awaken in the starry sky. Half a century. Unless we can ascend to the level of a Lord, then there might still be a chance of survival. If we can't become lords, then the consequences are predictable. The Holy Emperor's voice was low and bitter. Moreover, we have nowhere to hide. Even though you were able to ascend to the primordial level, it wasn't because you gained the approval of the Eternal Mother, but rather because you obtained a fortuitous opportunity outside. This fan is already in your hands, and you've seen the starry sky outside. The Holy Emperor sighed softly. Bai Xiaochun remained silent. After a long while, he was about to speak. But at this moment, just as everyone in the eternal immortal realm breathed a sigh of relief, an unusual change occurred. A series of earth-shattering explosions suddenly erupted from the sky. Amidst the deafening roars, Lord Anifan was once again sealed, remaining motionless. The area on either side of his shoulders, perhaps due to excessive shattering, or perhaps because the bloodline seal had dissipated, naturally suffered extensive damage. Following the shattering, a large number of meteorites hurtled towards the ground of the eternal immortal realm, exploding with immense force. These meteorites ranged in size from the size of a person to the size of a mountain. Each one emitted a terrifying black light, as if capable of piercing through the void. Just as Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor's expressions changed and they tried to stop them, these meteorites, moving faster than a blink of an eye, directly appeared on the ground. Thunder rumbled incessantly. The earth shook violently. Simultaneously, where the meteorite struck, a black light suddenly emanated, enveloping the surroundings, and then naturally forming a barrier-like structure. In the blink of an eye, throughout the entire eternal immortal realm, within the boundaries of the three great imperial dynasties, there were approximately over 100 such meteorite barriers. If that were all, it would be fine. But time and again, these black light barriers spontaneously spread. Wherever they spread, the area covered by the barrier immediately withered, as if all life had been sucked away. This scene was exactly the same as the events within the Holy Emperor dynasty before. Moreover, the speed of its spread was incredibly fast, with over 100 barriers expanding simultaneously. It was feared that if not stopped, it would soon engulf the entire eternal immortal realm. Evidently, all this life force being sucked away was being channeled into the body of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm, becoming the power for him to break free from the seal. Stop them immediately. The Holy Emperor was utterly astonished. After taking a deep breath, he immediately issued a command. Bai Xiaochun wasted no time issuing his own decree. Instantly, the heavenly venerables and demigods of the Kui Emperor dynasty and the Holy Emperor dynasty all mobilized, rushing towards the nearest barrier. Within the evil Emperor dynasty, although the evil Emperor had fallen, the likes of Yuan Yaozi knew their limits. Without Bai Xiaochun's orders, they immediately summoned their demigods and joined the effort. Bai Xiaochun even summoned to ancient servants from his fan to help dismantle the barrier. Gathering the combined strength of the three major eternal immortal realm dynasties, plus to ancient beings, to clear these barriers was the only way to bring everything under control. As for Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor, they were also busy. They found the two largest barriers and instantly flew towards them. When the Holy Emperor saw Bai Xiaochun summoned to ancient servants, he gasped. At the same time, a sense of certainty arose in his heart regarding the continued existence of the eternal immortal realm. The area he chose was the size of a mountain. Bai Xiaochun chose the largest of the meteorites that fell this time. Its size was comparable to a small island. It didn't fall on a continent, but on the eternal sea floating there, constantly expanding. Bai Xiaochun felt anxious and exhausted. Since his return, he had almost never had a moment of peace. First, he rescued the giant ghost king, then fought the false evil emperor, and after the false evil emperor died, he sealed off the lord of the rebellious mortals. After Bai Xiaochun painstakingly repaired the seal, barriers appeared. All of this left him physically and mentally exhausted. But he couldn't help but steel himself, unleashing his highest speed and rushing towards the eternal sea, towards the barrier. Without hesitation, the Immortal Forbiddance technique was activated, directly piercing through the black barrier. When he emerged, he was suddenly inside the barrier. Upon entering, Bai Xiaochun was astonished. In such a short time, there was no seawater inside the barrier, only a black expanse of land further away. There seemed to be a volcano. This volcano was clearly formed from a meteorite, with swirling black mist constantly spreading out, becoming the source of the barrier's spread. As Bai Xiaochun extended his divine consciousness, his pupils immediately contracted. He noticed that within this barrier, countless demonic figures still existed. These figures were hiding within the black mist, and he didn't know whether they were driving the mist spread or if the mist was carrying them along. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochun, each figure let out a mournful cry and charged straight towards him. Unlike the ghostly figures within the Lord's body, Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness swept over these figures, and he immediately realized they were vengeful spirits, or more accurately, a type of soul. Bai Xiaochun had many ways to deal with souls. He breathed a sigh of relief and raised his right hand. Instantly, a large number of soul-gathering pills were thrown out. If I had known there were souls in this place of the rebellious mortal, I wouldn't have bothered going to the starry sky. Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve. Amidst this deafening explosion, the soul-gathering pills swept through, scattering clouds like wind, as if entering an empty space. The demonic figures within the barrier were all from the various races of yesteryear. After the Lord of the Rebellious realm destroyed the starry sky, they were infected by his aura, thus forming vengeful spirits. They had previously followed the Lord of the Rebellious realm, sweeping across the entire starry sky. Any race they passed through would tremble at the mere mention of his name. These vengeful spirits, being essentially inanimate objects, were not afraid of being killed. Unless a powerful divine technique was used to completely annihilate them, many other divine abilities were almost ineffective against them. Only a different race might be targeted by this kind of divine ability, but such a race would normally have been wiped out by the Lord of the Rebellious realm himself. Since then, they transformed into a vast army of shadow demons, becoming the most terrifying minion force in the hands of Anifan over the past 5 months. After Anifan was sealed by the 3 eldest sons of the Eternal Realm who sacrificed their lives, these shadow demon legions also entered Anifan's body, remaining in a coma for 5 endless months. Now, with Anifan's half-awakened state, these shadow demon legions have instantly come back to life. Each one, following the falling blood and flesh of the meteorite and the appearance of the barrier, instantly materialized, continuously spreading throughout the eternal immortal realm. Furthermore, they unleashed a devastating onslaught against everyone who entered. But they encountered Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's life of refining and capturing souls was immense, perhaps comparable to the number of beings in the entire eternal immortal realm. He himself was a soul-refining master and had experienced the vastness of the starry sky. It could be said that for Bai Xiaochun, although he was afraid of ghosts back then, what he fears least now is ghosts. Seeing these demonic figures ferociously roaring and charging towards him, Bai Xiaochun was instantly delighted. He waved his right hand. As the soul-gathering pills scattered and exploded, each pill instantly formed a vortex of suction force, which then erupted in a flash. In an instant, the nearby demonic figures were sucked in. No matter how much these demonic figures struggled, it was all in vain. Under this extremely powerful suction force specifically aimed at them, these demonic figures seemed weak and unable to withstand a single blow. Amidst mournful screams, in a moment, demonic figures from all directions swarmed in endlessly, directly transforming into more than 10 enormous soul clusters. Within each soul cluster were countless demonic figures. They shrieked at each other, pressed against each other, but could not escape. This ease slightly lifted the spirits of the weary Bai Xiaochun. His body flicked, and wherever he passed, he collected these soul clusters one by one. If only the place of the inverse mortal lord could be this simple, Bai Xiaochun thought, somewhat excitedly. After collecting the soul clusters from all sides, seeing a large number of roaring demonic figures charging towards him, his eyes lit up with fighting spirit. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Come on, today I'll show you how powerful your Grandpa Bai is. Bai Xiaochun was full of vigor, throwing out many more soul-gathering pills. His figure roared forward. From afar, with each loud explosion, all the demonic figures approaching Bai Xiaochun were sucked in, becoming soul clusters. In the end, the once fierce army of demonic shadows was reduced to ashes, with hardly any remaining. At the same time, these remaining demonic shadows instinctively showed fear. They didn't even wait for Bai Xiaochun to approach before dispersing immediately. Throughout their lives traversing the starry sky, they had encountered terrifying individuals. But perhaps compared to those, Bai Xiaochun was the truly terrifying demon king. In just a short time, he had collected nearly 3/3 of the souls he had gathered during his journey through the starry sky. What terrified the surrounding souls even more was that Bai Xiaochun was simultaneously collecting souls and refining fire. He used materials found on the spot to directly and forcefully refine countless demonic shadows into multicolored flames. The light of those flames was dazzling, illuminating all directions. At the same time, in the eyes of these ghostly figures, his image had become a terrifying existence, close to the level of a transcendent being in this world. With such a natural enemy, they were probably completely oblivious, yet they sensed an unimaginable and intense danger. At this moment, how could they dare to rush forward to stop him? They even regretted their own slow speed, fleeing one after another. If it were another time, Bai Xiaoqun might have had the time to try and catch them. But today, he merely glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze, rushing straight towards the volcano at the center of the barrier. His speed was incredibly fast, and he encountered no obstacles along the way. With such incredible speed, Bai Xiaoqun was already close to the volcano. After scanning it with his divine consciousness, a look of astonishment flashed in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes. Inside the volcano, he discovered an ancient stone door. Within this stone gate, a sense of the passage of time emanated, and a faint howling sound could be heard. Even calling it a stone gate was only an exaggeration at first glance. In reality, it was merely a massive stone structure with a thin, opaque membrane in the center resembling a body of water. This membrane was currently bulging and then receding, seemingly impervious to a powerful entity attempting to break free and descend into this barrier. Upon seeing this stone gate and the constantly bulging membrane, Bai Xiaoqun's pupils narrowed. However, upon realizing that the entity within the membrane was merely an ancient being, Bai Xiaoqun felt relieved. He swiftly moved towards the volcano. The black mist spewing from the volcano had no effect on him whatsoever. There was no way for the infection to reach his body. It was directly dispelled by the wave of energy emanating from Bai Xiaoqun. His figure was like lightning, instantly re-entering the volcano. When he reappeared, he was suddenly in front of the stone gate. Just as Bai Xiaoqun appeared, the entity inside the stone gate seemed to sense something, letting out an earth-shattering roar. From within the thin membrane, a hand directly emerged, causing the membrane to swell. It appeared to be struggling with all its might, trying to break free. The entity within this thin membrane was also a demonic shadow, but clearly different from other demonic shadows. The energy emanating from this demonic shadow was naturally not much different from that of an ancient cultivator. Based on Bai Xiaoqun's understanding of souls, he immediately guessed that this was undoubtedly an ancient demonic shadow. Clearly, his soul body was complete, vastly different from the primordial soul that Bai Xiaoqun encountered in the Star Palace years ago. Evidently, this demonic figure must be one of the commanders in Nifan's demonic shadow army. Initially, it needed some time to break through the thin barrier and descend here. At that point, it would command these demonic shadow armies, further strengthening the barrier. Even if Bai Xiaoqun wanted to eliminate this place, it would require a significant price. It wouldn't be as simple as it is now. After all, this primordial demonic shadow exists and can control other demonic shadows like soldiers. This means that although Bai Xiaoqun's soul-gathering pill still has some effect, its power is significantly reduced. But who said this ancient demonic shadow was unlucky? It never imagined that Bai Xiaoqun would arrive so quickly. Not only was he fast, but he also possessed this soul-capturing technique. Before it could descend, Bai Xiaoqun blocked its path. All of this enraged the ancient demonic shadow. Its growling was tinged with regret and icy coldness. As its hand pressed against the thin membrane, it grew longer. Unlike other demonic shadows, it displayed consciousness and its own divine sense. At this moment, its divine sense, like a storm carrying anger, suddenly erupted from within the stone gate, echoing throughout the volcano. This time, you're lucky. If I hadn't been unable to descend in time, how could I have let you kill me here? However, you shouldn't be so smug. Before long, the master of the demonic army will descend again. My true form will reappear, spreading across this land, erasing you and your clan, assimilating you into a part of our demonic forces. The ancient demon shadow let out a low growl, its voice filled with anger, as if venting its frustration. After saying these words, it slowly withdrew its large hand that was pushing the thin membrane. But just as it was about to retract its hand, Bai Xiaoqun stood there, his eyes wide, and cleared his throat. Then he immediately stepped forward, and finally, with a passionate gesture, grabbed the large hand that was trying to withdraw, like a glove made of thin membrane. Humph, don't be so quick to retreat. If you want to leave, I'll help you. Bai Xiaochun couldn't possibly let this ancient demon shadow leave. To him, this demon shadow was of even greater value. At this moment, after grasping the demon shadow's large hand, to the demon shadow's astonishment, Bai Xiaochun's physical strength and cultivation erupted. His strongest force ever concentrated in his arm gripping the demon shadow's large hand, and with a low growl, he fiercely pulled. Bai Xiaochun's power was truly immense, especially now with his full power unleashed using his right hand, which was still imbued with the Lord's aura. With a single pull, he instantly tore through the thin membrane. The ancient demonic shadow, pulled back by Bai Xiaochun's arm, directly emerged from within the stone door. All of this happened too quickly, beyond the ancient demonic shadow's imagination. Before it could even react, it appeared before Bai Xiaochun. This ancient demonic shadow appeared to be a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. He stared blankly at Bai Xiaochun, then instinctively turned his head to look at the thin membrane that Bai Xiaochun had torn. Although he was a soul body and couldn't normally break out in cold sweat, in that instant, he felt a chill run down his spine and cold sweat poured down his body. It was particularly clear how durable and solid this thin membrane was. Before, he had struggled for half a day, yet still couldn't tear it open. But this person in front of him, who looked so white and soft, suddenly tore it apart in an instant, and that wasn't even the worst part. Most importantly, without the stone door or the thin membrane blocking his way, he could clearly feel the aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun in front of him, causing him to tremble. That senior, this must be a misunderstanding. The body of this ancient demonic figure trembled as he hastily spoke. Oh, your small soul body is very special. Bai Xiaochun was immediately surprised and carefully observed. A misunderstanding, senior. Please don't be angry. Then I'll go back. The ancient ghost shadow, having said this, hastily tried to flee towards the stone door. But no matter how fast he moved, he could only take a few steps before being forced to stop, because his other hand was still in Bai Xiaochun's grasp. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's mocking smile, the ancient ghost shadow's face contorted, his voice filled with sobs and wails. It was truly a misunderstanding. I was just saying it casually. What's the rush? I feel you and I have a connection. The way you speak is very much like me. Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat, his right hand pulling forcefully, instantly bringing the soul body back. But at this moment, the ancient ghost shadow's expression suddenly turned vicious, and he directly lunged forward, his aura erupting, comparable to that of an ancient expert. Attacking at such close range, even a Saint Emperor would likely struggle. But for Bai Xiaochun, what he feared least was close combat. Oh dear, you dare to fight back! Bai Xiaochun glared, immediately conjuring a ball of multicolored fire and fiercely striking it. A mournful scream instantly erupted from the mouth of the ancient demonic shadow. The sound was extremely pathetic. In truth, Bai Xiaochun's technique inflicted immense damage on the soul body. After all, the multicolored fire itself was forged from the soul, possessing an unimaginable restraining power over the soul body. The soul body screamed in agony, but did not tell Bai Xiaochun to stop. Bai Xiaochun was enraged, finding this ancient demonic shadow very cunning. He decided to launch a brutal attack. Soon, the ancient demonic shadow's cries, filled with pleas for mercy, continued to emanate. Senior, I was wrong. Don't hit me. I was really wrong. I want to go home. I want to go home. In the end, the desperate cries of the ancient demon shadow weakened. Its entire soul was extremely gloomy. Taking advantage of Bai Xiaochun's release, it struggled to rush towards the stone gate in the distance. But it had only climbed halfway when Bai Xiaochun grabbed its leg and pulled it back. Don't run around recklessly. I'll hate you. Bai Xiaochun glared, his right hand, engulfed in multicolored flames, suddenly placed on the ground. Instantly, a sea of fire engulfed the surroundings, spreading throughout the entire barrier in a flash. Countless demon shadows hidden inside were annihilated amidst desperate cries. Please let me go home. I can't take it anymore. Seeing this scene, the ancient demon shadow trembled even more in fear, sobbing sorrowfully. Bai Xiaochun raised his right foot and stomped fiercely on the ground again. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the barriers surrounding it, visible to the naked eye, began to crumble. The first to break were the surrounding barriers, then the volcano, and finally the stone gate. Seeing the stone gate shaking, the ancient demonic figure struggled to break free. But before it could even enter the stone gate, Bai Xiaochun grabbed its leg and dragged it back. Still running around, Bai Xiaochun glared, his tiger-like eyes narrowed. The ancient demonic figure trembled, then stubbornly fainted. This surprised Bai Xiaochun slightly. He carefully examined the demonic figure, still feeling it was a very good specimen, so he waved his sleeve and took it away. As the sea of fire spread across the ground and the barriers crumbled very quickly in all 8 directions, the stone gate shattered, the volcano exploded, and the barriers were completely reduced to fragments. As this largest barrier disappeared, Bai Xiaochun's figure flew out. When he looked back, within the range of his divine consciousness, all more than 100 barriers in the eternal immortal realm now resembled enormous pimples, rising very high. If the eternal immortal realm were to become a person, the pimples that appeared would resemble a malignant tumor, a terrifying sight. Although the malignant tumor could be removed, each affected area would be hollowed out, unable to grow. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned grim. In an instant, his body shot straight towards the Kui dynasty. Even if it was to help, Bai Xiaochun's first thought was, of course, the Kui dynasty. At this moment, with his explosive speed, he instantly approached a barrier, then directly stepped inside. The soul-gathering pill exploded, and a sea of fire spread. Before long, this barrier shattered. Without stopping, Bai Xiaochun continued to the next place. Again, under his sweeping attack, he helped destroy more than half of the barriers in the Kui dynasty. Only a small portion was removed by the Grand Celestial Master and Gongsun Wanner. Then, unable to stop, everyone immediately entered the evil Emperor dynasty and began attacking. The barrier around the Holy Emperor was soon broken. In this way, using almost half a day, under the combined efforts of Bai Xiaochun, the Holy Emperor, and his 2 ancient servants, all the malignant barriers that permeated the eternal immortal realm were removed. Looking around, the eternal immortal realm seemed riddled with holes. These eroded, rugged areas appeared to have lost some of their vitality. At the same time, the Lord of the rebellious realm in the sky, his body seemingly unchanged from before. But upon closer observation, one could faintly see a small area on his forehead emitting a weak light. After a long while, the Holy Emperor withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. Then, looking towards Bai Xiaochun, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Kui Emperor, I will return to the Holy Emperor dynasty first to reassure everyone. And then I will go to Kui Emperor City to inquire and discuss countermeasures. The Holy Emperor's tone was sincere and very polite. Bai Xiaochun sighed in response. After bidding farewell to the Holy Emperor, he stood in midair, looking up at the Lord of the Inverse Realm high in the sky. Everything that had happened since his return had placed immense pressure on Bai Xiaochun. It was like a sharp sword hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment, and he was powerless to stop it, unable to resist. Earlier, the Holy Emperor said this seal could only last for half a cycle. Now it seems it won't even last for half a cycle. Bai Xiaochun knew that Lord Nifan could awaken at any moment. At this moment, the feeling of life or death danger in his heart was intense. This unease made him uncontrollably troubled. But Bai Xiaochun understood that he couldn't show his distress. Instead, he had to comfort all the people of the Kui dynasty, especially his family and friends. If the day truly comes when I must face it, I can only use the treasure fan, trying my best to take as many people as possible by Xiaochun side. But he also understood that even leading people inside the treasure fan wouldn't be safe. After all, the reason the treasure fan still existed was because Nifan was sealed. And once Nifan awakened, he could easily find the treasure fan in the starry sky and destroy it. In the silence, the pressure in Bai Xiaochun's heart intensified. He silently withdrew his gaze and flew towards the Kui Imperial Dynasty. When he returned to the Kui Imperial City Palace, he saw that besides the Grand Celestial Master and his group, there were also the heavenly venerables of the evil Imperial City. Each of them was there, bowing to Bai Xiaochun. Their current situation, though less known than Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor, was still far superior to that of other cultivators. The more they understood the life or death danger, the more they placed their hope in Bai Xiaochun. Their current bowing was, in essence, an act of submission and seeking refuge. As for the Giant Ghost King, they had also safely escorted him back. The Giant Ghost King had even awakened long ago. After learning of what had happened, becoming the fuse that ignited the Giant Lord in the sky, the Giant Ghost King repeatedly shook his head and sighed. Inside the palace, Bai Xiaochun remained silent. Everyone else felt anxious. No one spoke, plunging the entire palace into silence. Chu Zimai, Song Jianwan, and Hou Xiaomei, all heavily pregnant, looked at Bai Xiaochun with worrying. Nothing to worrying about. Everyone, don't worrying. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun raised his head, a relaxed smile appearing on his face as he spoke gently. Although Bai Xiaochun feigned composure, everyone in the palace, except for his close associates, was a heavenly venerate. They either understood Bai Xiaochun well or possessed considerable knowledge of his secrets. In the silence, they all nodded in distress. After a long time, filled with bewilderment, fear, and helplessness about the future, everyone left one by one. Even the always resourceful Grand Heavenly Master, facing this power struggle, seemed to age considerably in an instant. Bai Xiaochun watched their backs, opening his mouth to say something, but his lips only moved slightly, unable to utter a single word. He didn't know how to comfort them, because he himself was also silent. In the end, only Zhou Zimai, Song Jianwan, and Hou Xiaomei and her teacher remained in the palace. The three women had, of course, already noticed Gongsun Wanner's intentions. Initially, Song Jianwan and Zhou Zimai were resistant. Only Hou Xiaomei, after feeling dejected, realized that her master's joining might benefit her, and thus became much more proactive. But today, facing life or death danger, and the unpredictable twists and turns of the future, Song Jianwan and Zhou Zimai exchanged glances, both sighing softly, implicitly accepting Gongsun Wanner. Perhaps knowing that time was running out, perhaps understanding the great calamity that was about to befall him, and the difficulty in averting it, Bai Xiaochun, who initially thought he was under immense pressure, suddenly felt a sense of fear upon seeing Song Jianwan and the others. Instead, a feeling of reluctance and shame welled up in his heart. This shame stemmed from his realization that he had devoted too much time to cultivation since arriving in the eternal immortal realm, especially the establishment of the Kui dynasty, which placed immense pressure on him. He feared that one day his true nature would be seen through, leading to the downfall of the Kui dynasty. Therefore, he had to dedicate almost all his time to cultivation. Whether it was reviving Bai Hao or ascending to the primordial level in the starry sky, he had initially considered all these endeavors meaningful and worthwhile. But at that moment, he suddenly felt he had forgotten the most important thing: his family. No matter how many reasons he had, no matter how many causes he had, he ultimately neglected his family and spent little time with them. If it weren't for this calamity, Bai Xiaochun might never have realized his negligence. It's just a pity for the state of affairs. Even before the end, if the calamity hadn't appeared, even if Bai Xiaochun had realized it, he still wouldn't have been able to find a balance between cultivation and companionship. Perhaps this is the responsibility a man must bear. Bai Xiaochun, with his temperament, carried such a heavy burden. But when the greatest disaster finally struck, with time running out, Bai Xiaochun suddenly understood his negligence. But by then, time was running out. This regret turned into reluctance, causing Bai Xiaochun to sigh softly and step forward, embracing each of the four women, including Song Jianwan. "Where are Dabo and Zizi?" Bai Xiaochun asked softly. As a father, his heart was filled with complex emotions as he spoke these words. He realized that in his pursuit of cultivation, he had neglected not only his partner, but also his children. "Zizi and Dabo are both in seclusion," Song Jianwan said softly. By the time her voice reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, his divine consciousness had already spread out, detecting the figures of Dabo and Zizi into secret chambers deep within the imperial palace. It had been many years since Bai Xiaochun last saw Dabo and Zizi. In reality, during his journey through the starry sky, although he occasionally returned, the time they spent together was truly limited. Dabo and Zizi are no longer young. However, as cultivators, with the abundant spiritual energy of the eternal immortal realm, countless rare treasures, and their own innate talents, these two siblings appear to be only in their early 20s. But compared to Dabo, Zizi's talent is clearly superior. She is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. Zizi has completely inherited the advantages of Bai Xiaochun and Song Jianwan. She possesses breathtaking beauty and a lively spirit. She appears mischievous and cunning. As for Dabo, he is naturally a peak half-god. His appearance is very similar to Bai Xiaochun's, only he is slightly less intelligent and more composed. His sharp features reveal his unwavering determination and resolve. To put it another way, he's like a fearless Bai Xiaochun. Sensing the presence of his son and daughter, a warm smile gradually appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. He looked at the four women before him. Finally, Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell on Hou Xiaomei's protruding belly. Hou Xiaomei was about to give birth. He had previously sensed the fluctuations of the bloodline within Hou Xiaomei's womb. At this moment, noticing Bai Xiaochun's gaze, Hou Xiaomei's small face flushed, but she still straightened her belly. Bai Xiaochun smiled, stepped forward, and embraced Hou Xiaomei, his eyes becoming even more gentle. "I've thought of a name," Bai Xiaochun said softly. But as soon as he spoke, Hou Xiaomei became anxious. Even Song Jianwan and Zhou Zimai widened their eyes, feeling a sense of unease. Gongsun Wanner's eyes widened even more. "The matter of the name is none of your concern." Gongsun Wanner's decisive statement finally relieved Hou Xiaomei. Bai Xiaochun coughed a few times. He absolutely had to accomplish something like this. However, seeing the four girls unite their forces, Bai Xiaochun wisely remained silent. And so, as time passed, Bai Xiaochun seemed to revert to his original self from the Lingxi sect, forgetting cultivation, forgetting everything. Every day he spent time with the girls. Occasionally, he would check on the cultivation progress of Daobo and Zizi. He even took some time to meet with his brothers, including Zhang Dapan, not to mention Li Qingou and all of Bai Xiaochun's elders. This made Bai Xiaochun feel as if he had truly returned to the past. 3 months later, Hou Xiaomei was about to give birth. Although Song Jianwan, Zhou Zimai, and Gongsun Wanner were extremely cautious, Bai Xiaochun was still the emperor. He had secretly prepared a jade slip to confirm his child's identity, even imprinting a name he had devised himself. The moment Hou Xiaomei's child was born, Bai Xiaochun immediately announced it to the world. Because of Bai Xiaochun's current fame, this news instantly spread throughout the entire emperor dynasty and even across the eternal immortal realm. By the time Song Jianwan and the other two realized this and tried to stop him, it was already too late. "Bai Xiaochun, I'll fight you to the death." "Bai Xiaochun, what did you name him, Xiao Bao?" Your son and you only differ by one character." Gongsun Wanner was furious. Song Jianwan and Zhou Zimai, still sighing over their children's names, were both furious. "Isn't the name Zizi good? Zi Bao is also good." "Look, the eldest is called Daobo. The third is called Zi Bao. That's really good. They both mean protect." Bai Xiaochun, with righteous indignation, declared. He had always felt that as a father, he had the right to name his child, especially since he himself possessed considerable skill in naming. This dispute over the name, coupled with the birth of Bai Xiaobao, seemed to inject some joy and vitality into the already tense Kui dynasty. Even the Grand Heavenly Masters showed rare smiles on their faces. The giant Dose King, Li Qingou, and the other heavenly venerables, witnessing all this, felt much more at ease. The three women, including Gongsun Wanner, saw that the die was cast. Bai Xiaochun's declaration to the world meant the name was now firmly established. After learning of this, Hou Xiaomei sighed, helplessly stroking her child's face. After some thought, she felt the name was actually quite acceptable. The three of them, including Song Jianwan, had no other choice. They glared at Bai Xiaochun several times, but ultimately had to accept it. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased, and he spent half the day comforting Zi Bao. Zi Bao's aptitude wasn't bad. Although he didn't inherit the immortal scroll like Da Bao, nor the longevity scroll like Zizi, he vaguely exuded the aura of a Dao body. This was something outsiders couldn't discern. Only Bai Xiaochun could see it with a glance. He could only see it because the Dao Chen Lord back then possessed a Dao body. A Dao body is a type of aptitude in cultivation that allows one to walk on smooth ground, almost without obstacles or bottlenecks. This discovery greatly surprised Bai Xiaochun, but he didn't mention it to anyone. But Little Bao's personality, though just born, had such lively, big eyes that, with just a fleeting glance, made Bai Xiaochun suddenly feel that perhaps this Little Bao was the one who inherited his own stable personality. Little Bao's birth eased the pressure on everyone in the Kui imperial dynasty considerably. It seemed that the birth of a child represented hope. Although this hope was only a glimmer of hope in their hearts, it still made everyone in the entire eternal immortal realm, everyone in the three great imperial dynasties, willing to believe and pray. However, the figure of the Lord of the rebellious mortals high in the sky was truly too much pressure for everyone in the eternal immortal realm. As time passed, the feelings of panic gradually erupted. In many areas of the eternal immortal realm, a considerable number of cultivators were infected by the crisis, beginning to exhibit some frenzied behavior. Whether it was arson, murder, or robbery, nothing could suppress the evil thoughts in their hearts. There were even those who eventually bowed down to the Lord of the heavenly realm, seemingly submitting to him. A myriad of different behaviors emerged, causing a raging undercurrent to erupt within the eternal immortal realm. If this continued for much longer, it was feared that before the Lord of the heavenly realm awakened, the eternal immortal realm would be riddled with holes. Fortunately, both Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor, upon discovering this, immediately arranged for their heavenly venerables to handle the situation. Although it was very troublesome, thanks to the prestige of Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor, they were able to suppress it in a short time. But Bai Xiaochun himself understood that with such fear and instability in people's hearts, even if he could suppress them once or twice, he would ultimately still encounter a situation that was impossible to quell. Regarding this, Bai Xiaochun could only sigh. He truly didn't want to be distracted by this matter again. Right now, all he wanted was to spend time with his family. Furthermore, he needed to build a new body for Bai Hao. This was his promise to Bai Hao from back then. While spending time with them, Bai Xiaochun also mobilized the full power of the Kui dynasty, collecting many rare and precious treasures full of vitality. Any one of these items, if placed outside, would cause countless people to fight over them. But in Bai Xiaochun's possession, all these treasures were merely supplementary materials. The real main ingredient was the blood essence he created after slaying the clone of the evil Emperor Fan, using the opponent's flesh and blood to refine this blood essence. Bai Xiaochun thoroughly examined this blood essence, but he was still uneasy, even refining it to the point of checking for the presence of Fan's consciousness. After everything was normal, Bai Xiaochun hesitated repeatedly, still not using this blood essence to directly refine Bai Hao's body. Instead, he extracted all the life force from the blood essence and poured it into these rare treasures. Using these materials, he felt more at ease and began refining the herbal body. This refining process would be very difficult for others to complete. Even if they could manage it, it would take a very long time. But for Bai Xiaochun, possessing a portion of the time essence, he had complete confidence in accomplishing this task. He only needed 7 days, and using all these materials, to personally refine a soul body that, although not a Tao body, was extremely nourishing for the soul. His appearance was exactly like Bai Hao's. After this body was refined, and after Bai Hao, in his excitement, merged with this body, as he opened his eyes, tears of emotion welled up in Bai Hao's eyes. He immediately knelt down and bowed to Bai Xiaochun, his emotions impossible to conceal. "Thank you, Master." Bai Xiaochun smiled. Even though Fan had put immense pressure on him, making it difficult for him to breathe, in this moment, looking at Bai Hao, Bai Xiaochun still felt a sense of satisfaction. Bai Xiaochun greatly enjoyed his current life. Whether it was spending time with his family, seeing Bai Hao after he had a new body and starting to cultivate again, or reminiscing about the past with Zhang Dapeng and the others, Bai Xiaochun was sometimes moved. He felt that if there were no Fan, his life, even without immortality, seemed fulfilling. It was at this very moment that a small breakthrough occurred. Bai Xiaochun, who hadn't seen Zhao Xiao for a long time, was the first in the entire Kuwang city to notice his daughter's breakthrough in cultivation. He was listening to the Grand Celestial Master's report on the situation in the Kuwang dynasty when, upon sensing the fluctuations emanating from his daughter's secluded cultivation chamber, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up. His concern only fueled his anxiety, and without even having time to instruct the Grand Celestial Master, his body flicked, instantly disappearing. To the Grand Celestial Master's astonishment, Bai Xiaochun had appeared in Zhao Xiao's secret chamber. He hadn't dared to come before, fearing he might disturb Zhao Xiao's cultivation. But today, with the sudden surge of breakthrough energy emanating from Zhao Xiao, Bai Xiaochun, relying on his primordial cultivation, silently and stealthily appeared. Immediately raising his right hand and instantly linking his feet with Zhao Xiao's. Although he felt that Zizi could rely on her own strength to break through the tribulation here, Bai Xiaochun was still uneasy, fearing that his daughter might be harmed in any way. It was at this moment that the Grand Heavenly Master and others gradually discovered her. They all became anxious. After all, Zijiao's identity was extraordinary. Moreover, she was a newly ascended heavenly venerate. Especially now, with a great calamity befalling the eternal immortal realm, having many heavenly venerates might provide additional strength. As for Zijiao's breakthrough, besides Bai Xiaochun, the most worried person was Zhang Zhengwan. She almost immediately flew to the outside of Zijiao's seclusion, breathing heavily, fearing that something might go wrong with Zizi. But very quickly, Bai Xiaochun's divine sense reached her ears. Under Bai Xiaochun's reassurance, Zhang Zhengwan finally felt at ease and went to wait with Hou Xiaomei, Zhou Zimai, and Gong Senwaner. Gradually, as Zijiao's breakthrough aura grew stronger, after half an hour, a thunderous roar echoed. The heavenly venerate tribulation suddenly descended. This tribulation seemed somewhat less intense, as if because Enai Fan was nearing awakening and affecting the Eternal Mother. A trace of malevolent energy emanated from within this heavenly venerate tribulation. The moment he sensed this malevolent energy, Bai Xiaochun frowned. He had been hesitant, wondering if protecting and assisting Zizi against the heavenly venerate tribulation would deprive his daughter of the necessary training. But today, he didn't think that way anymore. Without waiting for the heavenly venerate tribulation to descend from the heavens, he instantly unleashed an even more domineering supreme aura from Zijiao's secluded cultivation place, as if it were the only one of its kind on Earth, in the entire world. This aura directly surged through the clouds, enveloping the entire sky. This was Bai Xiaochun's will. Under his will, it seemed as if everyone in the world heard a single sound: tribulation, dissipate. Just 3 words, yet like an invisible giant hand, it swept across the sky, instantly obliterating the invisible but fiercely powerful heavenly venerate tribulation. After it was erased, the sky gradually returned to its original state. Zijiao's aura also gradually stabilized. But it was extremely strange. Although she had broken through, she lacked the aura of a heavenly venerate. And everyone present, including Bai Xiaochun, did not hear the usual sound of the Eternal Mother that usually echoed after a heavenly venerate appeared. This scene made Bai Xiaochun's expression turn grim. In the secret chamber, Zizi slowly opened her eyes, her gaze also filled with bewilderment. After noticing Bai Xiaochun standing beside her in the secret chamber, Zhao Xiao was overjoyed and quickly stood up. "Father!" Bai Xiaochun's face lit up with a smile. After patting Zhao Xiao's head, his worrying remained. He was certain Zhao Xiao had indeed broken through, but she hadn't received the approval of the Eternal Mother, which was why she lacked the aura of a heavenly venerate. As for the reason, after analyzing and judging, it wasn't because he had interfered, but rather, something had happened to the Eternal Mother. This answer made Bai Xiaochun's heart swell with even more pressure. Zhao Xiao hesitated, also realizing that her own cultivation level wasn't right. Noticing Bai Xiaochun standing there deep in thought, she pondered for a moment, then softly asked, "Father, did I break through?" "Zhao Xiao, don't worry, you've broken through." After Bai Xiaochun nodded in affirmation, he waved his sleeve and opened the large door of the secret chamber. He saw that everyone standing outside was filled with hesitation and doubt. They had also noticed that the voice of the Eternal Mother was absent. At this moment, they looked at Bai Xiaochun, wanting to speak but hesitating. Bai Xiaochun stood there, and after a long time, he raised his head and looked towards the Holy Emperor Dynasty. After a long while, a rainbow-like beam of light, resembling holy light, suddenly appeared in the sky, rushing towards them in an instant. Following the flickering light, the voice of the Holy Emperor suddenly emerged. His expression was grim. If one looked carefully, they could see the unconcealed unease. The Emperor, the Eternal Mother, something must have happened. In the instant the two looked at each other, the Holy Emperor's voice echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind. The moment the Holy Emperor opened his mouth, Bai Xiaochun had already stepped into the air. When he appeared in midair, he was beside the Holy Emperor, and with a wave of his right hand, formed an invisible barrier enveloping the area where the two stood. This prevented their words and divine senses from spreading or being detected. In truth, the Holy Emperor's telepathic message, coupled with Bai Xiaochun's earlier vague judgment, had shaken both of them. The consequences of this were enormous. If it were true, then the Lord of the Heavenly Realm might need at least half a century to break the seal and awaken. The reason he was saved was the force maintaining the seal. Besides his bloodline, more importantly, it was the transformation rules in the eternal immortal realm, originating from the Eternal Mother. Just like before, after the false evil emperor was stripped of his human skin by Bai Xiaochun, his body would be twisted and withered in this world. The rules of the eternal world, to a certain extent, served as a protective layer for the eternal immortal realm. But today, the fact that ZZ didn't agree, this questionable aspect, instantly shook both the body and mind of the Holy Emperor. At this moment, he turned to look at Bai Xiaochun, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with undisguised unease. Something must have happened to the Eternal Mother. Otherwise, Zhang's cultivation has clearly broken through, and she's even facing the heavenly venerate tribulation, yet she's repeatedly failed to gain the Eternal Mother's recognition. Thinking about all of this, along with the evil emperor and the Lord of the Outer Heavens, it's all incredibly connected. I suspect all of this is part of their previous plan. The Holy Emperor blurted out all his speculations and anxieties. Bai Xiaochun remained silent, lowering his head to look at the people in the imperial palace below. Each of them was looking up at the sky, their expressions filled with worrying. All of this made Bai Xiaochun sigh softly. He knew that this matter probably couldn't be kept secret for much longer. Outside, there's a great calamity. The giant lord awakens. Inside, there's the danger of the Eternal Mother sleeping. Emperor Kui, regardless of our past conflicts, now that this is happening before us, we can only completely join forces. Let's join forces. If one of us can become a lord, then we might still have a glimmer of hope amidst this great catastrophe to preserve the seed of the eternal immortal realm. The Holy Emperor spoke bitterly. In truth, these past few days, compared to Bai Xiaochun being here to keep his family company, the Holy Emperor had been extremely worried. Bai Xiaochun understood this. He also knew that the two of them absolutely had to join forces. He also understood that if they could break through to become lords, perhaps everything could truly have a glimmer of hope. However, ascending to the lord level was incredibly difficult. It required gaining the approval of almost all the wills of a world. This level of approval far surpassed what was needed to ascend to the primordial realm. Even if, for example, the primordial realm became the adopted son of the world's will, then the lord would be the firstborn son of the world's will. This aspect is vastly different, and the sacrifices made for the world's will are also astonishing. In fact, both Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor understand very well. Under normal circumstances, the likelihood of a supreme ruler appearing in the eternal immortal realm is not high. Even in recent years, the reason no ancient realm has appeared is precisely because the Eternal Mother is weakened, lacking the will and destiny to support the appearance of a third ancient realm. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun's previous battle with the false evil emperor, whether for the Holy Emperor or the evil emperor, left them both feeling unimaginable shock and disbelief at Bai Xiaochun's ancient realm. In fact, if Bai Xiaochun hadn't, through a fortuitous encounter, obtained a last glimmer of the immortal realm's destiny, even now he would still be unable to ascend to the ancient realm. During this time, I have been trying to summon the Eternal Mother, but all my attempts have failed. Today, VZ has been promoted, and the Eternal Mother's resolve hasn't diminished, which clearly indicates that something has happened to the Eternal Mother. But to become a supreme ruler, one must repeatedly gain the Eternal Mother's approval. Kui Huang, we must find the Eternal Mother, awaken her, and seize the opportunity to become a supreme ruler. The Holy Emperor took a deep breath and voiced his final thoughts. Where is the Eternal Mother? Bai Xiaochun suddenly asked. He had also pondered this question for a long time. But the Kui Huang dynasty lacked sufficient resources, the Tongshan world had collapsed, and the tomb guardians had died. All of this caused many inheritances to disappear, including oral traditions related to the Eternal Mother. But the Holy Emperor dynasty was different. The Holy Emperor understood these traditions very clearly and meticulously, and had personally experienced some of them. Upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, the Holy Emperor's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a deep voice. I don't know where the Eternal Mother is located, but I do know that the place where the Eternal Mother resides is completely cut off from all external divine senses and perceptions. Unless one is a lord, no one can find it. Legend says that deep within the eternal immortal realm, there is an eternal river. This river is illusory and ethereal, invisible and untraceable. Outsiders cannot enter it. In this world, besides the cultivation of a Lord, there is only one thing that can lead us to the eternal river and the eternal mother. That is the eternal turtle. I valued the eternal turtle so much back then, not only because of the rumors that it was an auspicious omen, but most importantly, because I wanted to leave myself a path to becoming a lord. The Holy Emperor's voice was sincere. He hadn't said anything wrong. At this point, he had no need to lie. This was truly his original thought. If it weren't for the impending catastrophe, he absolutely wouldn't have said these things. Bai Xiaochun's mind was also shaken. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. After carefully analyzing everything the Holy Emperor said, Bai Xiaochun immediately realized it wasn't false. Consider the spirit of the eternal flower. If anyone in this world could find the spirit of the eternal flower that formed the will of the eternal immortal realm, it could only be the little black turtle. After some brief thought and investigation, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate and immediately spread out his divine consciousness, covering Kuwang City. Before long, he detected the whereabouts of the little black turtle again. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the void. In the next instant, the small black turtle, with a large fish in its mouth, appeared in Bai Xiaochun's hand, its face showing a look of stunned disbelief. "What do you want to do?" The little black turtle was startled. Just moments before, it had taken out a heavenly dragonfish from the sacred Emperor City's heavenly pond, only to be instantly sucked away by a swirling vortex, unable to escape. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Bai Xiaochun and the sacred Emperor. It had never experienced anything like this before and was momentarily shocked and panicked. "This isn't a heavenly dragonfish. Bai Xiaochun told me to do this." The little black turtle's body trembled, and it immediately swallowed the heavenly dragonfish in its mouth. Its heart pounded like a drum, a feeling of guilt creeping in. Even the sacred Emperor, preoccupied with worrying about the sleeping Lord of the Outer Heaven and the Eternal Mother, twitched his face several times upon noticing the heavenly dragonfish in the little black turtle's mouth. Actually, after the little black turtle disappeared, along with it, almost 90% of the heavenly dragonfish in the heavenly pond vanished. Initially, the Holy Emperor thought the little black turtle had devoured them all in one go. But now, looking at it this way, it's obvious that it was secretly raising them, occasionally eating them. Moreover, raising heavenly dragonfish requires considerable energy, and the Holy Emperor believes that relying solely on the little black turtle, it's impossible to raise them on a large scale. The only one who can help it is Bai Xiaochun in front of him. At this moment, he glanced at Bai Xiaochun, but didn't speak. Bai Xiaochun was also a little embarrassed, glaring at the little black turtle. He didn't know about the little black turtle stealing so many heavenly dragonfish back then. Although he discovered it later, he felt it wasn't so bad. He also understood that those heavenly dragonfish were now almost all in the hands of the heavenly venerable giant ghost king, and they were jointly raising them. "All right, I won't ask you about the heavenly dragonfish either. Little black turtle, I'm asking you, can you find the eternal river and lead us to the eternal mother?" Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, his expression serious, and immediately asked. The little black turtle's eyes widened. Upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, it breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the Holy Emperor's attentive expression, it became even more certain that Bai Xiaochun wasn't trying to trap it. However, with the heart of a real thief who had just been caught, it was very uncertain and quickly nodded. "The Eternal Mother. Is it this flower? Finding it might be a little difficult, but there's nothing the turtle family can't do." "This is no problem," the little black turtle quickly said. As the Holy Emperor said, if there truly were any living beings in this world capable of finding the Eternal Mother, it could only be the Eternal Turtle, the creature of the Eternal Flower. For Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor, and even for everyone in the entire eternal immortal realm, the legendary Eternal River was unreachable. Yet, under the nose of this little black turtle, it only carried Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor into the Eternal Sea for 3 months, and deep within the seabed, they found a crack. The bottom of the Eternal Sea contains countless such cracks. Without the Eternal Turtle, relying on the strength of Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor, even with many more people searching for each crack would likely take thousands of years. Deep inside this crevice, after reaching the end where there was no way out, The little black turtle sighed repeatedly, reluctantly turning its head to look at Bai Xiaochun resentfully. Then, it fiercely gritted its teeth. Its head instantly extended, biting directly into its own neck. After severing its neck, its head flew off, and a large amount of fresh blood spurted onto the wall at the end of the crack. This wall immediately emitted a gentle light and finally slowly transformed into a mirror. Entering here, you can see the eternal river. This time, the turtle family has made a great sacrifice to help you. I tell you, those heavenly dragonfish are all mine. And Bai Xiaochun, I also need a companion. Hurry, find me 800 or 1,000 turtles, Holy Emperor. The lotus seeds in your heavenly pond are almost ripe. I want 8/10. The little black turtle flew away, its head still chattering incessantly. But at this moment, Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor both held their breath, hastily nodding in agreement to the little black turtle, then staring intently at the constantly changing mirror. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the cliff at the end of the crack completely transformed into a mirror, like a passageway connecting to another world. There was even the gentle sound of flowing water, and steam gently rising from within the mirror. Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor exchanged glances, both seeing the other's excitement, because this search for the Eternal Mother was almost their last hope. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun's body instantly darted towards the mirror. The Holy Emperor followed closely behind. As for the little black turtle, its head had now returned to its body. After muttering a few words, it also quickly flew into the mirror. After they entered, the mirror slowly twisted, seemingly rippling, gradually dissipating and restoring its cliff-like shape. Inside the mirror, the moment Bai Xiaochun descended, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. When the world before him became clear, Bai Xiaochun immediately saw a vast, abundant river. The river's water was exceptionally clear, possessing an extremely dense spiritual energy that gently emanated from it, spreading in all directions. Bai Xiaochun appeared here, his entire body floating on the surface of the river. The Eternal River. Upon landing, the Holy Emperor was incredibly excited, bending down to touch the river water, his excitement rising slightly, and then directly drinking a gulp. As for the little black turtle, it simply jumped into the river, swimming back and forth around him. Noticing the Emperor's agitated expression, it let out a soft snort. What's there to get agitated about? That year, the Gui family was in this river. Who knows how much water they gave out? As the little black turtle said this, the Holy Emperor's expression changed instantly. Bai Xiaochun quickly grabbed the little black turtle, glaring at it, feeling a headache coming on. Stop babbling. Little black turtle, quickly lead the way. Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare your down companions for you. 100,000 of them. And those heavenly dragonfish, they're all yours. Even the lotus seeds in the heavenly pond are yours. The Holy Emperor won't refuse this. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, looking at the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor also glared at the little black turtle. If it were another time, he might have considered the value a little. But today, a great calamity was about to descend, and for the Holy Emperor, seeing the Eternal Mother was the most important thing. Other things, he didn't care about them anymore. Here you go, the Holy Emperor immediately spoke again. With Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor personally promising, the little black turtle was also excited. Its body flew out of the Eternal River, letting out a loud roar. Countless runes immediately appeared on its body. These runes quickly condensed, then dispersed. In the time it takes to breathe a few times, a huge illusory body naturally formed around the little black turtle's body. From a distance, it looked as if the little black turtle had suddenly grown larger, reaching a size of about 10 meters, carrying Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor, and immediately flying forward in the Eternal River. As the little black turtle quickly flew forward, Bai Xiaochun also noticed the resistance existing in this Eternal River. He could feel an extremely strong resistance emanating from all sides of the river water, seemingly hindering all movement in the river. Even flying through the sky, they would still encounter resistance. The Holy Emperor, standing beside them, also noticed that this resistance was constantly increasing. In other words, the resistance might have been minimal when they first arrived, but the further they went, the greater the resistance became. Compared to the speed of the little black turtle now, which was hurtling like an arrow through the Eternal River for tens of thousands of feet, Bai Xiaochun was shocked by the resistance emanating from the river water. Bai Xiaojun and the Holy Emperor exchanged glances. They both saw each other's fear and understood that without the little black turtle, even if they found the crack and a way to enter, they would still be hindered here, unable to advance for very long. This eternal river, in particular, wasn't straight. It was winding and meandering. Furthermore, there were many tributaries. Some of these tributaries were even much larger than the river where Bai Xiaojun and the Holy Emperor were flying, making it difficult to distinguish which was the main channel. The little black turtle didn't always head to the bottom of the river. Whenever it encountered a fork in the river, it would stop, carefully sense its direction, and then choose. Thus, the two of them, along with the turtle, were like entering a giant labyrinth, constantly moving forward in this eternal river. Time passed day by day. Besides the labyrinthine river, there were no other threats. Here, Bai Xiaojun and the Holy Emperor's cultivation was even much smoother. The only thing that gave Bai Xiaojun a headache was the little black turtle. Getting lost. This fellow always got lost. Normally, after traveling for a long time, it would suddenly let out a strange howl, scratch its head, sniff around for a long time, and then change direction. Bai Xiaojun could tolerate it the first few times, but gradually, after getting lost dozens of times, he started to get a headache. Little black turtle, we've been here before. Are you all right? Can you find it? Of course I can find it. Don't worry. And so, another long time passed, and even the Holy Emperor was getting annoyed. Sweat beaded on the little black turtle's forehead as it muttered to itself, "That's not right. Why can't I find it?" The little black turtle muttered anxiously. Seeing that it couldn't find the location of the Eternal Mother, it became impatient. After its eyes slowly turned red, it finally stretched its neck and bit itself on the neck. Blood spurted out instantly. Using the power of its own blood, the little black turtle took a deep breath, drawing in the surrounding moisture through its nostrils. Although it then spat it out from its severed neck, its eyes instantly lit up. "Found it!" the little black turtle shouted. After its neck reattached to its body, it carried Bai Xiaojun and the Holy Emperor, rushing straight towards a branch of a river flowing into the sea. It sped off in an instant, without stopping for a moment. As they got closer, a faint fragrance permeated the surroundings. Bai Xiaojun and the Holy Emperor were overjoyed. They both simultaneously released their divine consciousness, which could only cover a radius of less than 1,000 feet, looking ahead. After several days, Bai Xiaojun suddenly stood up. The Holy Emperor beside him also stood up. In that instant, a great wave of emotion surged through both their minds. Within their consciousness, they suddenly perceived something 1,000 yards away. At the end of this river, a colossal ball of light suddenly floated in the air. This enormous halo emitted a dazzling light, radiating an incredibly familiar and intimate aura that made Bai Xiaojun and the Holy Emperor feel as if a prodigal son had returned home to visit his family. This feeling caused an indescribable warmth to surge from within their bloodlines and souls. And outside the halo, enveloped a large, almost transparent bell. Eternal Mother! The Holy Emperor took a deep breath, his body instantly flying out of the small black turtle-shaped boat. Upon appearing, he was already beside this large, almost transparent bell. He gazed at the halo inside the bell, his expression agitated, his whole body seemingly filled with excitement. Seeing the Eternal Mother in person, even as an ancient expert, he was deeply shaken, his thoughts surging like a tidal wave, difficult to comprehend. After all, this Eternal Mother is the will of the entire eternal immortal realm. Even in legend, it is the eternal flower, the mother of all living beings, the very existence that creates life for the entire eternal immortal realm. Not only was the Holy Emperor here agitated, but Bai Xiaojun also breathed heavily. He felt a sense of familiarity, like seeing his own mother. Bai Xiaojun slowly approached the large bell, concentrating his mind to observe. However, in their eyes, the halo inside the bell, although dazzling and radiant, seemed lifeless, as if instinctively emitting light without any vitality. This scene caused Bai Xiaojun's heart to sink slightly. After glancing at the Holy Emperor also suppressed his excitement and extended his divine consciousness to penetrate the large bell. Initially, he thought it would require some effort, but it was incredibly easy to do. His spiritual sense was almost completely unimpeded, instantly penetrating the large bell and merging into the halo of light, transmitting his shouts. But no matter how much the Holy Emperor shouted, the halo showed no reaction, as if it had fallen asleep. No matter how much they called, it seemed impossible to awaken it. Even Bai Xiaochun spread out his divine consciousness, but the result was the same. They tried every method, but the halo remained indifferent, showing no change. This made the Holy Emperor's expression even more grim, gradually becoming a little worried. His divine consciousness fluctuations intensified. Eternal Mother, please awaken. Seeing the Holy Emperor and Bai Xiaochun both trying, the small black turtle's body shrunk considerably, floating on the eternal river. It glared at the Holy Emperor, then coughed heavily. Don't call anymore, Eternal Mother is asleep. In fact, this person had been asleep for many years. Normally, her awakening was merely the release of a portion of her divine consciousness. Even if you shout until your throats are hoarse, exhausting all your mental energy, you cannot awaken her. The only way to awaken her is to ring the bell. Because the sound of the bell represents all living beings, the little black turtle proudly boasted, showing off its knowledge. Then, without any hesitation, the Holy Emperor stepped back a few paces, suddenly raising his right hand and directly striking the large, almost transparent bell enveloping the halo formed by the Eternal Mother. This strike was a full-force attack from the Holy Emperor. Behind him, ancient energy waves surged. In that instant, both his body and his were enveloped in an incredibly sacred aura. All the cultivation power condensed in one place, merging into his incantation, causing a five-colored hand to directly form in front of him. This hand was not illusory, but extremely real, suddenly appearing and, following the Saint Emperor's incantation, colliding with the large bell. In that instant, the thunder suddenly surged, overwhelming the heavens and shaking the 8 directions, causing the surrounding eternal river to tremble. Many of the river's waters were shattered by this wave of energy. Even the eternal immortal realm seemed to experience only a slight tremor. This caused the eternal sea to instantly surge with towering waves. In truth, the Holy Emperor had truly used his full power this time. However, this blow, though astonishing in its scale and extraordinary in power, was far from sufficient for the great bell. It merely produced a chime. Not only did the Eternal Mother within fail to awaken, but the Holy Emperor himself was violently shaken. A tremendous counterforce emanated from within the great bell. This counterforce surged directly into the Holy Emperor's body, like a backlash. It not only countered the Holy Emperor's attack, but also added a strange force, creating a destructive power. With a loud bang, even the powerful Saint Emperor trembled violently, uncontrollably staggering back several steps. He couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, his whole body felt exhausted, and he swayed precariously. "How is this possible?" the Saint Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. "It's impossible. You acted too quickly." My turtle family hasn't finished speaking yet. The only real solution is to ring the bell. However, this bell isn't so easy to ring. Each time it's rung, it will retaliate. But this retaliation can also incorporate the bell's own power, making it incredibly potent. You hit it a little, and it's fine. But if it retaliates, you won't be able to withstand it. The little black turtle was moved. Looking at the large bell, it also showed a mixture of helplessness and envy. The Saint Emperor's expression deepened. He paid no attention to the little black turtle's words. His heart was filled with anxiety, causing him to involuntarily look towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was also trembling with fear at this moment. In fact, the backlash from the Holy Emperor's attack earlier had startled him. Now, after hearing the little black turtle's explanation and noticing the Holy Emperor's gaze, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but hesitate. Well, there's no other way. I can only risk it. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes showing determination. He gritted his teeth fiercely and stepped forward. He understood perfectly well that fighting required using all his strength. Although the backlash might be minimal, it would also be almost ineffective, a waste of energy. Based on my immortal restoration scroll, I should be able to handle it. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for a moment. Therefore, he made a decisive move. In an instant, he approached the large bell, raised his right hand, and clenched his fist. Behind him, a phantom emperor's image appeared. It was the immortal sovereign fist. A powerful punch shook the heavens and earth. A fierce and domineering aura suddenly erupted from Bai Xiaochun. As the emperor's image behind him raised its right hand and merged with Bai Xiaochun, his fist directly struck the wall of the large bell where the Eternal Mother resided. This one strike, a full-force attack from Bai Xiaochun, instantly erupted upon impact with the great bell, producing a sound and shockwave even more intense than the previous attack from the Saint Emperor, instantly overwhelming everything. The deafening roar spread in all directions. A large area of the Eternal River shattered and exploded. Even the sound of the bell stirred up a storm. The small black turtle's body was uncontrollably pushed back 100 meters. Even the Saint Emperor's expression changed, and he retreated several steps before barely regaining his balance. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun, he gasped. Needless to say, the ground of the eternal immortal realm at this moment was like an earthquake, emitting thunderous roars, shaking the heavens and earth, and violently impacting the minds of all living beings. If it were just like this, it would be fine. But Bai Xiaochun threw a punch, letting out a groan. Although his face was pale from the backlash, the powerful counterattack, like moving mountains and filling seas, instantly neutralized more than half of the force that impacted his body. Bai Xiaochun didn't linger long. Before the bell's sound faded, his second punch, accompanied by a low roar, suddenly descended. A second loud explosion, like a thunderclap, erupted. Even the large bell trembled. The even more intense explosion spread. This time, the little black turtle also began to shriek piercingly. The Saint Emperor's expression changed again, and he retreated 10 meters. But Bai Xiaochun not only didn't stop, but his eyes turned red, and he unleashed a third, fourth, fifth punch. His whole body seemed to go berserk. In the end, blood continuously gushed from his mouth, but he threw 8 punches in quick succession. Eternal Mother, wake up! Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly. His body was relentlessly attacked, and the Immortal Scroll's recovery couldn't keep up. He unleashed his 9th punch, almost his limit. Under this roar, the sound almost merged with the previous 8, creating a divine roar that shook the heavens and the world. How can he be so strong? Blood gushed from the Saint Emperor's mouth, his body recoiling over 1,000 feet, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. In truth, although he knew Bai Xiaochun was stronger than himself, he never imagined the opponent would be so incredibly powerful. At the same time, following the resounding bell, the entire eternal immortal realm was shaken 9 times, the mountains crumbling and the earth cracking in an instant. And the loud shouts had long since echoed in the ears of all living beings. Especially after the 9th strike, it seemed to have an effect that caused the Eternal Mother to show signs of awakening. Suddenly, in the immortal realm of the eternal sky, a magnificent, illusory scene appeared. The image within it was suddenly Bai Xiaochun striking the bell, accompanied by the resounding voice of Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, all beings in the immortal realm of the eternal sky paid attention, and cries of astonishment erupted from all directions. Kui Huang, it's Kui Huang. What is that halo of light? Why do I feel an indescribable sense of familiarity? Kui Huang said, it's the Eternal Mother. My God, is this really the legendary Eternal Mother? All beings in the immortal realm of the eternal sky heard the bell and saw the image appearing in the sky. At the same time, at the end of the eternal river, Bai Xiaochun stood before the large bell, his mind also violently shaken. Unlike the shock of the Holy Emperor, Bai Xiaochun's mind was currently surging with immense emotion, deeply connected to himself. He discovered that after striking the bell 9 times, with each subsequent counterattack, his body seemed to be undergoing some kind of indescribable tempering. This tempering felt like he had become a block of iron, and the sound of the bell was like an invisible iron hammer striking down. The force of this iron hammer-like blow came from the bell he was striking with all his might. This feeling was very peculiar. Especially after 9 strikes, Bai Xiaochun's body had weakened considerably. The Immortal Scroll, long restored, had already reached its limit, and it was precisely in this state of recovery and depletion that the feeling of his body being tempered became so clear. Striking this bell, could it possibly enhance my physical strength? Bai Xiaochun gasped. While repairing the seal, he learned that the Immortal Scroll had a higher level, a method of understanding the 5 internal organs. At this moment, he clearly felt a surge of life within his internal organs. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. Although his cultivation had advanced to the primordial level, his physical strength had only reached the heavenly venerate level, and he hadn't yet achieved a breakthrough. This was the reason Bai Xiaochun was deep in thought. At this moment, with a flicker in his eyes, Bai Xiaochun vaguely felt he had grasped some kind of spiritual light. Without hesitation, under the watchful eyes of the beings of the eternal immortal realm, while the holy emperor stood on the eternal river, his eyes wide with astonishment, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and let out a low roar. Despite his previous weakness, he unleashed his 10th punch. This punch was earth-shattering, the deafening explosion reverberating everywhere, landing on the nearly transparent halo surrounding the Eternal Mother on the large bell. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy spread outwards. A resounding shockwave also echoed in all directions. The backlash from the large bell also erupted in an instant, like moving mountains and filling seas, directly attacking Bai Xiaochun's entire body through his arm. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. The immortal scroll, recovering within his body, was unable to heal his injuries in time. He let out a groan, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. After a brief sway, while the holy emperor stood beside him, taking a deep breath, he unleashed the 11th punch. Eternal Mother, awaken! With a low roar from Bai Xiaochun, the punch landed, the explosion reverberating in all directions. At the same time, his eyes turned bloodshot, and within the limits of his body, he unleashed 3 more punches. These last 3 punches were all his strength at this moment. As the 3 punches landed on the large bell, the backlash, like a tidal wave, erupted, causing Bai Xiaochun to spit out fresh blood. His body was shaken for the first time, recoiling several hundred meters, and he spat out another large mouthful of blood. But his eyes lit up. He could feel that although he was extremely weak at this moment, from within his internal organs, there was renewed vitality and energy, like a volcano about to erupt. An eruption that was only a hair's breadth away. Back! Bai Xiaochun understood that this bell ringing was a sudden stroke of fortune for him. This fortune had an astonishing effect on his body. But if he gave up now, everything would be lost. Only through perseverance until the body erupts, perseverance until the vitality and vibrancy within the 5 internal organs surge, overflowing with energy. At that moment, can something new emerge? Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath, tilting his head back and shouting. He lifted his weary body and once again charged forward, heading straight for the large bell, unleashing his 16th punch. At this moment, the Holy Emperor's heart was in turmoil. His whole body felt dizzy. He kept taking deep breaths, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun's punches raining down. How can he be so strong? The Holy Emperor's mind was shaken, unable to comprehend. Outside the eternal immortal realm, all beings were intensely shaken. Looking up at the image in the sky, seeing Bai Xiaochun in a frenzy, his hair disheveled. Similarly, during Bai Xiaochun's furious and desperate attack, even though each punch caused him to spit out blood and sustain injuries, the large bell rang out. The halo formed by the Eternal Mother within it. Finally, after Bai Xiaochun delivered the 17th punch, it clearly flickered. This flash of light momentarily caused the Holy Emperor's eyes to widen. Even the little black turtle beside him looked at Bai Xiaochun in fear. It felt Bai Xiaochun had gone mad. Otherwise, how could he be ringing the bell like he was torturing himself? Earlier, when I said ring the bell, it was just my own judgment. The Eternal Mother has been asleep for so many years. Could she really be awakened by ringing the bell? The little black turtle felt very uneasy. Seeing the halo of light that the Eternal Mother had transformed into flashing, it also felt unbelievable. Bai Xiaochun also saw this scene and was overjoyed. Even though his body was in pain, he gritted his teeth fiercely and rushed forward, then unleashed his 18th punch. With this punch, the sound of the bell was noticeably weaker, but the backlash still caused Bai Xiaochun to spit out fresh blood. Even his life flame dimmed considerably. Such a scene was witnessed by the Holy Emperor and everyone in the eternal immortal realm. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at Bai Xiaochun, at the large bell, and at the Eternal Mother inside the bell. Return. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, filled with veins. He felt his internal organs, under the force of this outburst, were on the verge of breaking through. At this moment, he no longer paid attention to any danger. Compared to the life or death peril inflicted by the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm on all living beings, everything else at this moment was nothing. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun had a premonition that if his body couldn't break through using the bell sound this time, he might never have such an opportunity again. Ancient body. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, gathering all his remaining strength at this moment, and unleashed his 19th punch. The moment this punch landed, Bai Xiaochun's bones felt like they were about to shatter. His flesh and blood were still caved in, seemingly on the verge of shattering and perishing. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth once again. Even the world before his eyes seemed to blur. In this crumbling body, a fierce glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. As the blood spurted out, at this moment, his laughter echoed through the heavens. Success! With Bai Xiaochun's thunderous laughter, a world-shattering, unparalleled aura instantly erupted from his body. Bai Xiaochun, who was initially on his last legs, now possessed a blood aura that caused the Holy Emperor to gasp, the little black turtle to widen its eyes, and the beings of the eternal immortal realm to gasp in astonishment. This blood aura was incredibly potent, staining the eternal river red. Even the sky above the eternal immortal realm turned a pale pink. As his vital energy surged, Bai Xiaochun clearly felt that his physical strength in this instant had broken through a bottleneck, and the vitality within his internal organs surged. At the same time, his internal organs emitted an astonishing light, instantly revitalizing his weary body and causing his immortal scroll's recovery power to rise to its limit. During the healing process, the creation energy infused into his body by the ancestor of the underworld erupted, spreading throughout his entire being, propelling his immortal scroll directly to the 6th level. This is the ultimate limit of the immortal scroll. This is the peak of recovery. In the blink of an eye, all of Bai Xiaochun's injuries healed completely. At this moment, an inexhaustible force seemed to surge through his body. This force propelled him, directly causing a massive vortex to appear all around him. This vortex affected the eternal river in all directions, transforming it into a raging storm. Bai Xiaochun stood at the center of this violent storm, his body floating in midair, his hands slowly rising. Finally, another wave of energy, a different kind of primordial cultivation, appeared on his body. It was the primordial body. To achieve primordial cultivation, one needs the recognition of the world's will. The primordial body, however, doesn't. It's entirely his own power. It doesn't require any will's approval. As long as his body is strong enough, he can break through to the peak of the primordial body. A continuous rumbling sound emanated from Bai Xiaochun. His eyes gleamed with a strange light. His cultivation and physical body simultaneously emitted waves of ancient energy, which, after overlapping, finally formed an aura belonging to the ancestor of the puppet. This aura caused the Saint Emperor beside him to tremble, as if a powerful urge to kneel and worship arose from within his soul. The little black turtle also took deep breaths, not to mention the beings in the eternal immortal realm at this moment, all witnessing the scene in the sky. Ancient cultivation, ancient body. The ancestor of the puppet emperor has the aura of an ancestor. This is the ancestor of the puppet realm. Ancient body, ancient cultivation. At this moment, his body and cultivation merged and overlapped, erupting with an aura and waves like a return to his ancestor, surging forth from Bai Xiaochun like a tidal wave. The heavens and earth changed color, the winds and clouds reversed. The entire sky of the eternal immortal realm twisted and warped, shaking all living beings. At the same time, excitement surged in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He had been under immense pressure during this period. Now his body had broken through, and his combat power had advanced another step. Although he still couldn't resolve the danger posed by the awakened Lord of the Inverse Realm, he was finally a little closer to his goal. Simultaneously with his body's breakthrough and as he ascended to the primordial realm, and as his restorative power once again condensed, all the injuries Bai Xiaochun had sustained from the previous bell ringing were instantly healed. He even appeared more vibrant and energetic than before. Especially his life flame, which now burned invisibly, like an unseen sun, gently shining down in the eternal river and in the high heavens of the eternal immortal realm. Eternal Mother! Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on the Eternal Mother's large bell. In an instant, his body stepped forward, directly traversing the void. He appeared beside the large bell. His right sleeve flicked slightly. He didn't clench his fist, but merely lightly struck with a palm. This seemingly ordinary palm strike, delivered in an instant, naturally caused the void to shatter, the sound of shattering echoing in all directions. The immense noise caused the little black turtle to gasp. Even though the Holy Emperor had been repeatedly shocked by Bai Xiaochun before, he couldn't help but feel his mind shaken once again. This palm strike, he truly knew that Bai Xiaochun's previous punch, while incredibly powerful, still had a considerable amount of residual force that had dissipated, creating the unusual changes in the heavens and earth. This is a phenomenon where supernatural powers are beyond one's control. The higher the cultivation level and the stronger the magical power, the more so it becomes. At the moment of harmony with heaven and earth, it naturally manifests outwardly. But now, this seemingly ordinary palm strike from Bai Xiaochun, neither shaking heaven or earth, yet repeatedly displaying such gentleness, perfectly reflected the overlapping of his cultivation and physical body. This overlapping is the ancestral aura that many in the eternal immortal realm exclaimed in astonishment, the very ancestral realm that the Holy Emperor had just fearfully spoken of. The ancestral realm, to be precise, is not a realm, but a description passed down in ancient texts. It is the overlapping of the body and cultivation. It sounds simple, but in reality, from ancient times to the present, except for the three ancestors, no one has been able to achieve this. As for those with weaker cultivation, they might be able to achieve it, but that level of overlapping would not emit any aura. Only after reaching the primordial realm does this overlapping truly shock the world. It was as if the power of heaven and earth had condensed into a single point, and then, with that point, it erupted, shattering and crushing everything in its path, shaking the world. At this moment, as Bai Xiaochun's palm descended, the Eternal Mother's large bell erupted with an even more intense explosion than before. Even the nearly transparent bell itself twisted violently, seemingly on the verge of shattering, erupting with an earth-shattering blast. The resulting shockwave, like a raging storm, spread outwards from within the bell, rushing towards Bai Xiaochun, forming an invisible wave that threatened to completely engulf him. If it had been before, even if Bai Xiaochun could withstand it, the Immortal Scroll's recovery power would certainly not have been able to keep up with the damage to his body. But now it was different. A glint of light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. His body didn't retreat a single step, not even his right hand, resting on the large bell, moved slightly. After completely absorbing the backlash from within the bell, Bai Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged. A restorative force emanated from his internal organs, spreading throughout his body like a large net, dispersing the entire backlash, bearing the full force while simultaneously healing rapidly. The entire process, though slow in description, was completed in a single breath. After neutralizing this terrifying backlash, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for a moment, looking up at the sky and laughing, his confidence surging. Simultaneously, he unleashed another palm strike. Without stopping, Bai Xiaochun's entire body erupted, as if determined not to give up until his Eternal Mother awakened. Finally, he unleashed 7 or 8 more palm strikes. Including the previous ones, he had struck the large bell a total of 30 times. The rumbling sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The large bell shook more and more violently, and the backlash was equally intense. But Bai Xiaochun still didn't stop. At this point, his immortal scripture had finally become proficient in counteracting this bell-shattering backlash. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun felt that each time the backlash struck, his entire body, inside and out, felt like it was being tested, yet ultimately felt somewhat comfortable. So he struck 31 times, then 32 times. This comfortable feeling intensified, as if countless tiny hands were constantly massaging him, a refreshing sensation from within. Even places he couldn't reach felt like they were being caressed by tiny hands. Even the soul was like that. This kind of pleasure, which Bai Xiaochun felt, made him love it even more, almost forgetting about waking up the Eternal Mother. He was completely immersed in this feeling of pleasure, from inside out. And so it went 33, 34, 35, until he hit 40. After hitting the 40th, the feeling of exhilaration intensified and spread out. Bai Xiaochun really couldn't hold back. When he opened his mouth to take a deep breath, a faint gasp escaped, but luckily he quickly noticed and quickly fell silent. The sound of these more than 10 hits formed a bell, causing the eternal river to surge backward, shaking the minds of all living beings outside the eternal immortal realm, causing the eternal sea to be engulfed in a storm, and causing all living beings to exclaim in amazement. My God, how many times did Bai Xiaochun hit the bell? I have a feeling he seems to be enjoying it immensely. A buzzing sound emanated from various places within the eternal immortal realm. Only the Holy Emperor and the little black turtle were stunned. They were both shocked by Bai Xiaochun's playful yet skillful actions, and also truly bewildered by his intoxicated expression. Truly. Although Bai Xiaochun had been quiet before, even those outside the eternal immortal realm couldn't hear him. The ancient holy emperor and the little black turtle could clearly hear him. He's very comfortable. The holy emperor's expression became even more peculiar. He couldn't quite understand why Bai Xiaochun's body, after its upgrade, would show such an expression when hitting the bell. Looking closely, this expression seemed to reveal an indescribable strangeness, especially the action of striking the bell. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed as if it would strike again. And in fact, that was exactly the case. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly. The striking of the bell created a counter-shock, making his entire body feel as if it were being tested once more. Without hesitation, under the shock of the surrounding beings, he repeatedly struck the bell. Very quickly, 50 times, 60 times, 70 times. The heavens and earth exploded, the world trembled. The eternal sea and the eternal river both surged with immense waves. Meanwhile, the eternal mother inside the large bell, almost transparent, transformed into a halo of light, becoming increasingly dazzling. The awakened aura within was completely unconcealed, growing more and more intense. Finally, as the little black turtle took a deep breath, the holy emperor was agitated, and the surrounding beings stared in astonishment. The halo inside the large bell suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. After the outburst, the halo of light suddenly contracted, eventually transforming into an enormous eye. The eye, which had been closed, now trembled with each passing moment. Under the final chime of Bai Xiaochun, the eye slowly opened. Mother of Eternity, awaken! The instant the eye opened, the entire eternal immortal realm shone with boundless light. Every tree, every blade of grass, every mountain, every living being, regardless of heaven and earth, radiated light. This light illuminated the entire world, like the mother of all living beings. If viewed from the starry sky, it would be clearly seen that at this moment, the eternal immortal realm was infinitely radiant, like a blooming flower. As for everyone in the eternal immortal realm, at this moment, light radiated from their bodies. At the same time, regardless of their cultivation level, an indescribable warmth welled up from within them, filling their entire being. It was a feeling of intimacy, a feeling of reliance, like a child seeing its mother. Mother of Eternity. The holy emperor was agitated, his whole body trembling, his breathing rapid as he looked towards this eye, bowing his head. The little black turtle also opened its eyes wide, seemingly a little guilty, retreating a little, hiding behind the holy emperor, secretly looking towards the eye transformed by the eternal mother. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's mind was also shaken. The feeling of seeing his mother made him bow deeply as well. Greetings, eternal mother! At this moment, all living beings in the eternal immortal realm looked at the image in the sky. As this eye opened, a sense of intimacy and warmth emanated from deep within their souls. From their entire bloodline, everything in their minds became vivid. That was the mother of all living beings, the source of all bloodlines. That was the eternal mother. Neither the holy emperor nor Bai Xiaochun could control the fluctuations in their bloodlines at this moment. In their eyes, the eye within the large bell seemed like a blooming flower, radiating an aura that instinctively evoked a sense of familiarity. Even in that instant, the entire eternal immortal realm was filled with a faint floral scent. This fragrance permeated the entire world. Even the starry sky seemed to be tinged with it, making the surrounding space around the eternal immortal realm appear brighter. Only the towering figure of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm stood there motionless, yet at any moment, he exuded a murderous aura and a sense of death. As if unable to suppress all this vitality and floral scent, only the little black turtle somewhere seemed completely normal, though somewhat apprehensive, hiding behind the holy emperor, not daring to show itself. At a time when everyone's minds were in turmoil, the eternal mother, inside the great bell, had a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, as if she had slept for too long, and after waking up, she was still immersed in her memories and dreams from the past, not yet fully awake. But even so, the light she emitted still illuminated the entire eternal immortal realm with boundless brilliance and boundless attention. After a long while, under the respectful gaze of Bai Xiaochun and the holy emperor, the eternal mother transmitted a slow, gentle voice into their minds. Why did you awaken me? This voice was not majestic, but filled with boundless warmth, like a mischievous child waking its sleeping mother. Then the mother, with a smile, softly asked the question. Facing such a sound, Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened slightly. The feeling of seeing his mother filled him with boundless warmth. The Holy Emperor beside him felt the same. After exchanging glances, the Holy Emperor took a deep breath, stepped forward, and respectfully spoke. The Lord of the Outer Heavens is about to awaken. We have no way to confront him now, so we have awakened him. We hope Eternal Mother will approve and grant us the power to break through to the primordial realm, achieve the status of Lord, and fight against the great enemy from the outer heavens. The Holy Emperor's words were extremely polite. This seemed to be his instinct, and also represented his reverence for this creator. Nifos, about to break the seal. Eternal Mother remained silent for a long time. After whispering softly, a terrifying divine consciousness seemed to emanate from the eternal immortal realm, spreading around the towering figure of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm. Then gradually dissipating, becoming a sigh that echoed in the hearts of Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor. When born, one is born again. When dying, one dies again. There is no reincarnation in this world. Only after interesting hope does reincarnation exist. There is no eternity in this world either. Only after interesting hope does eternity exist. Before, I had no sentience. It was in this life or death crisis that instinct transformed into sentience, giving rise to 3 seeds, forming 3 children. Now, I'm just prolonging everything until now, ultimately unable to resolve this catastrophic destruction. It's a pity. Sealing the inverse mortal for such a short time has caused me to fall into a deep sleep. Now that I've awakened, it's difficult to return to my former peak. Without further approval, you too. I can at most only allow one of you to achieve half-step Lord status. Although the Eternal Mother's voice was warm, upon closer listening, one gradually discovers that it lacks any emotional nuance, yet it evokes a sense of sincerity. In fact, that's true. At this moment, even if Mother Eternal were to awaken, she wouldn't have the same power as before. To help an ancient being ascend, while seemingly a simple act of approval actually requires the Eternal Mother's fundamental power dispersed outwards and transformed into an approval mark. Only then can the ancient being ascend. After hearing the Eternal Mother's reply, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed instantly, the light in his eyes dimming considerably. As for the Holy Emperor, his body trembled, his face pale. Before the Eternal Mother awakened, she was his only hope. But today, after her awakening, her reply had turned all that hope into despair. Half-step Lord, with a bitter laugh, the Holy Emperor understood. If even the Eternal Mother couldn't do it, then the path to becoming a Lord was truly broken. The time until my awakening cannot be too long, and the duration of my resistance cannot be long either. All living beings in the world, all my children, the life of each of them, can be exchanged for 10 breaths of my awakening. What is your choice? You must quickly. The Eternal Mother's voice carried weariness. The halo around her slowly dimmed. Her eyes gradually seemed to be closing. The Holy Emperor, bitter, turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun remained silent, his suffering no less than that of the Holy Emperor. But he did not want to choose to become a half-step Lord. This was meaningless. There was no way to confront the rebellious mortal after his awakening. Eternal Mother, I want to know, does the method of becoming a Lord necessarily require your approval, or the will of another world to be able to advance? Are there any other methods that can also achieve lordhood? Bai Xiaochun raised his head, took a deep breath, bowed to the Eternal Mother, and softly asked. The halo around the Eternal Mother flickered slightly. Her eyes, which were about to close, slowly opened again, gazing intently at the child before her, the one who had awakened her. After a long while, the Eternal Mother's voice slowly emerged. It was you who awakened me. I can feel the bloodline fluctuations within you, to a certain extent, surpassing those of my 3 previous children. I can also feel that you also possess a destiny that doesn't belong to me. However, within the rules of this fragmented starry sky, the birth of a Lord naturally comes from the approval of the world's will. Besides that, there is no other way. Hearing the Eternal Mother's reply, Bai Xiaochun's heart sank. But he still had some things he didn't understand. He knew that any world that approved could give birth to a Lord. But for so many years, in this vast expanse of space, there has been such a person. Not recognized by the world, even capable of destroying the world. Yet day after day, he is the Lord. This person is An Fan. After Bai Xiaoqun merged with Dao Chen's memories and experienced Dao Chen's life, he understood this very clearly. He also understood that An Fan's achievement of becoming a lord seemed to be related to his own Dao. On this point, on the warship in this misty valley, Dao Chen, using Bai Xiaoqun's body, sensed it, and Bai Xiaoqun also understood this to some extent. An Fan's words were like the current starry sky, a wasteland everywhere, devoid of life, like the heavens and earth having their lights extinguished, a pitch-black expanse. An Fan achieved his lordship by relying on this Dao of complete annihilation. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light appeared in Bai Xiaoqun's gloomy eyes. He suddenly looked up at the Eternal Mother, whose eyes had transformed into halos of light, and asked, on the path to becoming a lord, An Fan was not recognized by any world. So why was he able to achieve lordship? Why does achieving lordship necessarily require the world's recognition? Why couldn't he break through on his own? As Bai Xiaoqun's voice rang out, the Eternal Mother's eyes suddenly widened. The light emanating from her body became even brighter than before. It seemed that Bai Xiaoqun's voice carried some kind of strange power. As he asked the question, the surrounding area of the Eternal River trembled. Even the Eternal Immortal Realm itself was affected. It was clear that these words, for the Eternal Mother, were extraordinary, seemingly shaking some fundamental principle. Even the Holy Emperor and the little black turtle noticed. The Eternal Mother's eyes, now wide open, seemed to concentrate all her consciousness on Bai Xiaoqun, as if wanting to see through his entire being from inside out. Being scrutinized like this, Bai Xiaoqun's mind was shaken, but he still stood there, facing the Eternal Mother. For a long, long time. The Eternal Mother gradually withdrew her divine consciousness, her voice becoming more and more weary, like a whisper, yet also like she was telling Bai Xiaoqun a story, her voice echoing. Losing the previous lord could also be the lord. These words reached Bai Xiaoqun's ears, and in an instant, his breathing quickened. His previously dull eyes suddenly brightened. Losing the old lord, perhaps. Conversely, he could also become a lord, Bai Xiaoqun whispered softly. In his heart, these words were like thunder, constantly echoing and exploding in his world, like pushing open a huge door. Before this, although Bai Xiaoqun had similar doubts, he had no basis for them. Until this instant, the Eternal Mother's answer was like adding the finishing touch to a painting, causing Bai Xiaoqun to gasp for breath. He combined the Tao of the reverse mortal, and vaguely, a direction emerged in his heart. As for whether this direction would lead to success, Bai Xiaoqun didn't know for sure. He wanted a hope stronger than a half-step lord. Only in this way could he possess such a reckless spirit at the moment of the rebellious mortal's awakening. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun's personality had actually changed significantly. Compared to the young man who ascended Mount Mao back then, he was completely different. Back then, he was carefree and without worries. But now, he carries immense pressure on his shoulders. This pressure has gradually matured a young man into who he is today. Finally, Bai Xiaoqun left, carrying the little black turtle, clearly relieved, and departed from the Eternal River, leaving the area of the Eternal Mother. As for the Holy Emperor, he chose to stay. Even as a half-step lord, under circumstances where he had no choice, he still accepted the breakthrough. He had no selfish motives. He saw that Bai Xiaoqun seemed to have a new direction. To fight against the great calamity, he also wanted to contribute his own strength. Watching Bai Xiaoqun's figure disappear into the distance, the Holy Emperor took a deep breath and sat cross-legged before the large bell. Gradually, he was enveloped by the light of the Eternal Mother. At this moment, as the two strongest individuals in the Eternal Immortal Realm, they were both using their own methods to protect the Eternal Immortal Realm and their loved ones. After leaving the Eternal River and returning to Kuwang City, Bai Xiaoqun chose to go into seclusion. This time, his seclusion lasted longer than ever before. 7 days later, when Bai Xiaoqun emerged from the secret chamber, he, in the capacity of Kuwang, issued a decree to all beings in the Eternal Immortal Realm. Eternal Immortal Realm, all heavenly venerables, all demigods, all celestial beings, all nascent souls. I wish to once again seal the extraterrestrial enemy, and I need your assistance. This Taoist decree, emanating from the Imperial City, spread like a whirlwind throughout the Eternal Immortal Realm in a short time. It caused a sudden uproar in the Eternal Immortal Realm. If these words had been spoken by a holy emperor, while still causing a stir, the response wouldn't have been as widespread. But coming from Bai Xiaochun's mouth, the impact was completely different. In the eyes of the beings of the eternal immortal realm, Bai Xiaochun was the one who sealed the extraterrestrial enemy, resolved the barrier's outburst, and awakened the eternal mother. He was the only hope of the eternal immortal realm at present. His words, to a certain extent, were almost infinitely close to the eternal mother. In the hearts of many, he had even surpassed the eternal mother, becoming the supreme ruler of the eternal immortal realm. Suddenly, a large number of cultivators from all directions swarmed towards the imperial city. Almost all the heavenly venerables and demigods were present. Whether heavenly beings or nascent soul cultivators, it was all the same. As everyone gathered, details about Bai Xiaochun's intention to seal Anifan once again gradually became known. Bai Xiaochun truly wanted to seal Anifan again. He did this partly because he was worried that the seal on Anifan wouldn't last long enough. On the other hand, Bai Xiaochun understood that the method for his breakthrough to the primordial realm was very uncertain in terms of time. It could be very fast or very slow, and there was even a possibility of failure. Therefore, he needed to prepare thoroughly so that he could completely calm down and try. From there, he needed to make the seal on Anifan even more secure. Even if it shattered, relying on the second layer of sealing formations, it could still hold out for a little longer. Therefore, after returning from 7 days of seclusion, Bai Xiaochun devoted all his thoughts to formations. At this point, he had formed an idea for the formations. To seal the formation outside this Lord Anifan's body, I must borrow the power of the entire eternal immortal realm as a foundation. Using my method of guiding the essence of time to create a world similar to flowing sand outside. A great time formation. This formation distorts space-time, sealing everything around the Lord Anifan's body, forming the final formation. Once this formation is successfully set up, its formation eyes will multiply into hundreds of millions, merging into every life form of an eternal immortal realm. In other words, this formation requires the people of all eternal immortal realms to guard it. Once successful, hopefully after Lord Anifan awakens, we can exert some influence on him, thus buying him some time. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and told everyone his decision. In the eyes of these desperate beings, Bai Xiaochun's plan was the only viable option. No one objected. All the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm immediately chose to support it. In the following days, under Bai Xiaochun's arrangements, the grand formation surrounding the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm was gradually outlined. After some preparation, Bai Xiaochun dispersed his time essence into countless instructions, placing them in the hands of numerous cultivators. These cultivators immediately integrated these instructions into their bodies, making themselves a part of the formation. Then, more instructions were passed on to others, until finally every tree, every blade of grass, every mountain, every river, everything was integrated into Bai Xiaochun's time essence instructions. And the foundation of this grand formation was completely finished. This formation doesn't require any materials, because the entire eternal immortal realm itself is its raw material. Even Song Junwan and her group felt the same way. They didn't hesitate at all. Bai Xiaochun didn't favor one side over the other. Even he himself became a part of this grand formation. Having completed all of this, Bai Xiaochun soared into the air. High in the sky, under the watchful eyes of thousands, surrounding the Lord of the Inverse Realm, he waved his hands, setting up a colossal killing formation. As the formation appeared, and as Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness spread throughout the world, looking down, the entire eternal immortal realm, living beings, plants, mountains, everything seemed to transform into stars, each radiating starlight. These starlights shot into the air and directly merged into the killing formation, causing it to continuously perfect. Living beings are the raw materials. The fundamental time is the prediction. This abundant formation, at this moment, instantly reappeared in its original form. Judging from its shape, it seems it will need several more hours to truly take shape. But at this moment, as Bai Xiaochun's hands formed a hand seal, drawing in a surging killing intent, starlight from all corners of the ground, like countless stars scattered across the sky, converged. Suddenly, within this inverse mortal lord, surrounded by the formation, as if instinctively sensing its influence, his body trembled violently. This tremor caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to change instantly. Looking again, he saw that at the center of the inverse mortal lord's forehead, a vortex had finally appeared. This vortex rotated silently, and vaguely, a figure emerged from within. The figure, clad in a Taoist robe, had an unchanging expression, only his eyes revealing unwavering determination. Then, as the figure emerged, and Bai Xiaochun clearly saw his face, his breath instantly stopped, and his eyes burst forth with a brilliant light. Tongshan Taoist, he is Tongshan. Bai Xiaochun wasn't surprised. In fact, even before, when he hadn't seen Tongshan Taoist in the evil emperor dynasty, he had already suspected it. After all, no matter how you looked at it, everything Tongshan Taoist did in the Tongshan world, and Bai Xiaochun's understanding of him, his Tao, was extremely similar to that of the Lord of the Rebellious Mortals. Moreover, the evil emperor himself was a clone of the rebellious mortals. From that, Bai Xiaochun could deduce Tongshan Taoist's direction. Seeing the Tongshan Taoist at this moment, Bai Xiaochun understood that his formation had obviously had some impact on Anai Fan. Therefore, under the circumstances where the seal had not yet been broken, Anai Fan had no choice but to let the Tongshan Taoist appear to stop all of this. That's good, between you and me. It's time to sever ties. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward, charging straight towards the Tongshan Taoist. The Tongshan Taoist stood outside the center of Anai Fan's forehead, watching Bai Xiaochun, who was now traversing the void, charging straight towards him. His eyes were icy cold, concealing a hint of complexity. In truth, as Bai Xiaochun had predicted, after following the evil emperor, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. All these changes stemmed from a black stone. The power within that stone, which allowed him to awaken despite not being approved by the Eternal Mother, made him aware that a will existed within the black stone. This will erupted, deceiving and manipulating the Eternal Mother's will, allowing him to achieve the status of Heavenly Venerate. Later in his life, his cultivation suddenly increased dramatically, all because of that black stone. Almost every now and then, the evil emperor would give him another one. This continued until one day, he clearly felt that he might no longer be himself. One day, with the help of the evil emperor, he sensed the divine power of the Lord of the rebellious mortals in the heavens. Without much struggle or sorrow, he chose to betray the eternal immortal realm, choosing to become a subordinate of the Lord of the rebellious mortals. Unlike the other evil emperors, he is not a clone of Anai Fan, but a disciple. Because his Tao, in a subtle way, bore some resemblance to that of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm. It could be said that he was the first person from the eternal immortal realm, from ancient times to the present, to choose to submit to the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm, and was also the one approved by the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm. Thus, he left the evil emperor city. When he reappeared, he was already within the body of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm. Here, his cultivation reached its peak. His previous knowledge was incapable of reaching the level of divine abilities and techniques. He underwent a process of merging with the Tao of the rebellious mortal realm. All of this allowed him to naturally break through to the heavenly venerate realm, ascend to the primordial realm, and even become considerably stronger than the evil emperor. But he understood clearly that everything he possessed actually came from the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm. In a way, the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm was like a world in itself. His approved will, like that of the Eternal Mother, could enable people to achieve the status of powerful beings. It was only after reaching this point that a sense of bewilderment arose deep within the heart of the Tongshan Taoist. He was indeed pursuing himself, capable of being ruthless and self-serving, but he vaguely remembered that he wasn't like this before. This transformation made him feel strangely alienated whenever he recalled it. At the same time, he repeatedly thought of his daughter. Perhaps this is the price to pay. In silence, the Tongshan Taoist sighed softly. After suppressing this surging emotion, his eyes grew even colder. He had been in seclusion, awakened by the will of the Lord of the rebellious mortals. He knew his mission was to guard against any unexpected events before the Lord of the rebellious mortals awakened. The evil emperor was dead, and so was his mission. According to their plan, everything should have proceeded smoothly. But Bai Xiaochun's return, with his formidable combat power, directly crushed the evil emperor, forcing their plan to be implemented prematurely. Although everything was ultimately delayed, the time for the awakening of the Lord of the Inverse Realm was drawing closer. At this moment, with the appearance of Bai Xiaochun's formation, which contained the essence of time, the Lord of the Inverse Realm felt a hint of threat. Even if it was just a hint, as the Tongshan Taoist was his protector, he had to eliminate this threat. Bai Xiaochun, the Tongshan Taoist's eyes flashed. The moment Bai Xiaochun approached, he took a step forward, his right hand forming a hand seal. Instantly, the 9 great seals suddenly transformed. At this moment, the shapes of these 9 great seals transformed, suddenly turning into 9 enormous lamps. In an instant, the other lamps surrounding these 9 lamps were extinguished, and one of them was immediately put out. After being extinguished, a dark mist instantly appeared. From within this extinguished oil lamp, a huge black hand formed, roaring straight towards Bai Xiaochun. This hand possessed earth-shattering power, emitting an aura comparable to a peak ancient realm expert. Even Bai Xiaochun's previous battle with the evil emperor seemed to be only slightly weaker. However, compared to Bai Xiaochun's ancient realm body after ringing the bell, it was somewhat weaker. Almost in the blink of an eye, this hand arrived. A cold glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. His hatred for the Tongshan Taoist surpassed that of anyone else. At this moment, as it approached, he formed a hand seal and swung his right hand. Instantly, flashes of ancient realm light appeared, and with a resounding explosion, they rushed straight towards the huge black hand. In the blink of an eye, the two, separated by the void, directly engaged in a battle of divine abilities. Thunder erupted, echoing everywhere. Simultaneously, the second, third, and fourth lamps extinguished one after another. Large black hands materialized, lunging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Amidst the deafening explosions, Bai Xiaochun formed a hand seal, his physical strength and cultivation surging. The immortal sovereign fist suddenly appeared, shattering and crushing everything in its path. These large black hands were powerless to stop him. The Tongshan Taoist frowned slightly and with a wave of his hand, extinguished the remaining lamps, which then transformed into large black hands. After merging with the previously shattered hands that had turned into mist, they condensed into a giant black mist figure in front of Bai Xiaochun. This giant roared softly and charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. All of this sounds very long-winded, but in reality, from the beginning until now, it has only taken a few breaths. The clash of divine powers between the two has caused tremors everywhere. Especially at this moment, all the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm are paying attention. Every person who saw the Tongshan Taoist, who saw Bai Xiaochun fighting him, was shaken. Tongshan Taoist. So he's also a member of the great enemy from outside the heavens. Damn it, if I had known this, I should have killed him back then. Especially the heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty from before. Each of their eyes revealed a cold glint. They harbored intense killing intent towards the Tongshan Taoist. But they understood that at this moment, they were completely powerless against the Tongshan Taoist. They could only focus their hopes on Bai Xiaochun. Watching the sky continuously explode, Bai Xiaochun formed a hand seal, and everything around him twisted and warped. Under the influence of the primordial energy, the black giant was also affected, slowing down slightly. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun directly broke through. The immortal scroll restored its power, spreading throughout his body, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, sword-like light as he charged straight towards the Tongshan Taoist. The starry sky, lost. Seeing Bai Xiaochun break through, the Tongshan Taoist's eyes flashed. He suddenly raised both hands and swung them forcefully. Instantly, the void around him transformed into a map of the starry sky that seemed to have been shrunk countless times. Within this map of the starry sky, countless stars shone brightly, as if each starlight contained a civilization. But today, in the blink of an eye, large swaths of them faded, until they turned into darkness. This darkness spread and expanded incessantly, engulfing the entire sky of the eternal immortal realm. From afar, it looked as if the sky had turned black. Within this darkness, the voice of the Tongshan Taoist seemed to contain true annihilation, causing the pitch-black sky to transform into a colossal face, its mouth gaping towards Bai Xiaochun. Although this face resembled the Tongshan Taoist, upon closer observation, it was strikingly similar to that of the Lord of the Rebellious Mortals. Wherever the face passed, all life seemed to vanish. Even the heavens and earth appeared withered. This scene surpassed the power of the evil emperor. This was a method of annihilation formed from the Tao of the rebellious mortals from the hands of the Tongshan Taoist. Especially as this darkness spread, it caused the surrounding formations, which were not yet fully completed, to show signs of erosion. It seemed that before long, the formations formed by Bai Xiaochun, composed of all the beings of the eternal immortal realm, were about to fall apart. This isn't to say the formation isn't solid. In fact, this formation isn't completely finished yet, and it seems to have loopholes. Once it's complete, the difficulty of causing a stir among the Tongshan Taoists will undoubtedly increase. Quick victory! Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate at all. Approaching, he looked at the colossal face descending from the sky, his right hand suddenly raised, pressing downwards, and he softly shouted, "Swamp!" A rumbling sound echoed, and within the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, a hazy swamp instantly formed. Steam diffused, as if transforming this world into a vast ocean. In Bai Xiaochun's low roar, as the word country appeared, the roars of beasts from within the swamp resounded, filling the sky. Following the roar, it was Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast. Its enormous head resembled that of a crocodile. Evidently, this time, having learned its lesson, Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast didn't extend its claws first, but instead its head directly leapt out of the water. However, it was too large. Its head was unimaginably huge. The teeth in its gaping mouth resembled a massive mountain. After leaping out, it directly occupied half the sky. With a roar, its mouth lunged towards the face of annihilation, directly devouring it. Its body was truly enormous. Even its head alone occupied half the sky. One can imagine that if its entire body were to emerge, even the eternal immortal realm would be unable to withstand it. For ordinary people, large things always evoke a feeling of immense grandeur, majesty, and power. But for cultivators, it's not necessarily like that. However, if it reaches a certain level of size, even a cultivator would tremble with fear, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. And Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast is exactly that. Excessively enormous. At this moment, all the cultivators in the eternal immortal realm, upon witnessing such a scene, each took a deep breath, their minds surging with overwhelming emotions. Bai Xiaochun's water marsh kingdom, as his cultivation continuously broke through, now emitted an aura that was earth-shattering. After all, previously, when Bai Xiaochun displayed it, it was within the body of Fan, so outsiders couldn't see it. Now, after witnessing it firsthand, a series of gasps echoed. Especially the former disciples of the Lingxi sect. Each of them widened their eyes in surprise. Li Qingou was also stunned, not to mention ancestor Lingxi. Throughout their lives, they had all encountered the Water Marsh Kingdom. Although this method was extremely difficult to cultivate, some had still succeeded. However, compared to Bai Xiaochun, they felt that what they had seen others demonstrate before was fake. They even felt that the divine abilities within their own sect were probably fake. This is the Water Marsh Kingdom. Even Song Jianwan and the others gasped. Daba and Zi now were both gaping, staring blankly at the enormous crocodile's head in the sky, ferocious and terrifying to the extreme. Amidst the shock of countless people, Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast finally ferociously devoured the face of annihilation. Even feeling unsatisfied, it didn't stop there, charging straight towards the lord of the rebellious mortal realm. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be very interested in the body of the lord of the rebellious mortals. At this moment, even the Tongshan Taoist couldn't maintain his previous shock. His mind was violently shaken, and his eyes almost popped out. He took a deep breath. Even someone as powerful as him had to cry out in astonishment. What is this? The multi-headed Tongshan Taoist felt like he was about to explode. This was the first time since becoming a disciple of the rebellious mortals that he had experienced such a ridiculous, trembling sensation. Even a strong sense of life or death danger erupted in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, the Tongshan Taoist quickly retreated, wanting to once again merge with the lord of the rebellious mortals' forehead. However, compared to Bai Xiaochun's action with his life-bound beast, his movements were still too slow. Almost in the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast, this gigantic crocodile-headed creature, opened its huge mouth and appeared before Tongshan Taoist. Tongshan Taoist's mind exploded, and a feeling of injustice welled up inside him. Death was approaching, and he was unwilling, even experiencing a strange feeling, like to people originally fighting with swords, but suddenly, the other person threw down their sword and raised a mountain to smash down. Compared to Tongshan Taoist, his life-bound beast was like heaven and earth. Tongshan Taoist's body looked like a tiny ant, seemingly not even as big as its teeth. But clearly, Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast was a bit too greedy. It lunged forward, its target being the head of the Lord of the rebellious mortals. Even though the head was larger than it, judging by its momentum, it seemed intent on biting down. Such a scene momentarily stunned everyone in the eternal immortal realm. Even Bai Xiaochun's forehead was covered in sweat. He had deliberately tried to summon it and give a warning, but after his life-bound beast was released, it seemed overjoyed. Its eyes shone brightly, and without a moment's hesitation, it bit down. A loud cracking sound. This immense sound distorted the heavens and earth, surpassing even thunder, shaking the entire world. At the same time, a mournful cry suddenly erupted from the mouth of Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast. Several mountain-like teeth could even be seen flying out. As for the life-bound beast, amidst its agonizing cries, it seemed to have bitten into a solid rock, suddenly retreating and disappearing into the pond in an instant. Everyone in the eternal immortal realm gaped in astonishment. Even the Tongshan Taoist was stunned. After discovering that he hadn't died, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Without turning around, he instantly returned to the center of the forehead of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm. As for the head of the inverse mortal lord, it now had two front teeth stuck out. There were quite a few cracks around the teeth, and it remained motionless, but at first glance, it looked incredibly eerie. Bai Xiaochun was both amused and exasperated. He found that he couldn't take things seriously. It seemed that as soon as he made a move, for some reason, he felt a surge of joy. Especially seeing the Tongshan Taoist flee, although Bai Xiaochun was a little annoyed seeing the opponent's terrified and stunned expression, Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of triumph. This time, you're fast. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and performed a hand seal. Instantly, the time origin formation around him condensed again. The cultivators in the eternal immortal realm each felt a strange sensation and shock, and as the starry sky within their bodies rose, they reinforced the formation. This time, the Tongshan Taoist did not appear. Very quickly, as all the starlight shone brightly, a grand formation surrounding the Lord of the reverse mortal realm suddenly took shape. After its formation and completion, the primordial energy within slowly rotated, gradually forming a huge vortex. Within this vortex, countless stars seemed to be hidden. Each star was a part of the formation. The primordial energy within, at a certain level, surged endlessly, becoming even more concentrated, causing time to pass slowly. This was the fundamental reason why Bai Xiaochun set up this formation. Simultaneously, the slow passage of time slowed down the release of the seal. On the other hand, it also borrowed its suppressive power to prolong the time. At this moment, as the formation took shape and moved, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the forehead of the Lord of the Inverse Realm, and the tooth stuck in the top of his head. Bai Xiaochun's expression became strange. He wondered why, since his life-bound beast had disappeared, this tooth was still there. With this thought in mind, Bai Xiaochun retreated and returned. After he returned to Kuwang City, someone quickly brought him several fallen life-bound beast teeth. Ignoring the strange expressions of these people, Bai Xiaochun curiously examined the teeth for a long time. Finally, he dismissed the thought. In other words, if the next life-bound beast of the Watermarsh Kingdom appeared with a wide mouth but no teeth, that would be too unsightly. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun sighed. He always felt that the way things were taking him was somehow changing. It was clearly very serious. Bai Xiaochun touched his forehead, giving up on trying to understand the matter further. After returning to the imperial palace, he went to see Song Zhengwan and the others. Bai Xiaochun understood that even though the appearance of the Watermarsh Kingdom might not seem so serious, its destruction was ultimately unavoidable. And even if the Holy Emperor there had reached the half-step lord level, he would still be powerless to cope. All of this depended on whether his choices could truly succeed. This required a period of seclusion, a long period of seclusion. And after this period of seclusion, it might be a matter of life and death. What would happen afterward, no one could predict. The only solution he could think of was to bring all of Song Zhengwan's group, along with all his relatives and friends, to the fan. However, when faced with Bai Xiaochun's proposal, neither Song Zhengwan, nor Zhou Zimai, nor Hou Xiaomei, nor even Dao Bei and Zizi, nor the giant Ghost King and Li Qingou, etc., agreed. This is meaningless. If the eternal immortal realm disappears, do you think we can survive on the fan? You also said that the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm wants to destroy the entire starry sky and all the races. Even if we escape this time, we will only live a few more incense sticks worth of time. Song Junwon looked at Bai Xiaochun, her eyes filled with gentleness, and spoke softly. Song Junwon's words made Bai Xiaochun fall silent. In fact, he understood that what Song Junwon said was true. If the eternal immortal realm were destroyed, then relying on the divine power of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm, finding the treasure fan in the starry sky would be as easy as pie. Moreover, he would definitely go looking for the treasure fan. This is what he said, to destroy all the starry sky, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Therefore, everyone on the treasure fan would ultimately find it difficult to escape death. Even if the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm hadn't been sealed outside the eternal immortal realm, the treasure fan wouldn't have survived until now. Even this world of flowing sand would have become nothingness. All we can do is spend more time together in the face of this last glimmer of hope. We want to take you to a place. Choose them, I said softly. She looked at Bai Xiaochun, a smile gradually appearing on her face. Hao Xiaomei did the same. Looking at his companions, Bai Xiaochun's heart grew warmer. He cherished this time, knowing that he didn't have much time left. At most, he could only spend a few days with his family. He absolutely had to go into seclusion and make an effort to break through this explosive formation. Where? Bai Xiaochun smiled. Song Junwon, Zhou Zimai, Hou Xiaomei, and Gongsun Water led Bai Xiaochun to a place they had specially prepared for the Tongshan world. Bai Xiaochun suppressed his curiosity and didn't release his divine sense. He saw that besides the women, the giant Ghost King, the great heavenly master, Li Qing'o, and the Lingxi ancestor, even little Fatty, Subeokai, and a divine calculator were all among the group. Of course, Taidan was also there. Looking at the familiar faces and the smiles on their faces, Bai Xiaochun became even more curious. It wasn't until he followed everyone, leaving the imperial city and heading to a place near the border of the imperial dynasty, that Bai Xiaochun finally couldn't hold back any longer and released his divine consciousness. As his consciousness spread out, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently, his eyes widened, his heart pounded, and his breathing became rapid. He pointed forward, immediately looking towards Song Junwon and the others. You! Bai Xiaochun could hardly believe it. He had actually seen everything within his consciousness. Unexpectedly, he clearly saw a continent in the distance. The size of this continent was not much different from the Tongshan world. There were originally no rivers within it, but clearly, 4 large rivers had been constructed by human hands. These 4 large rivers spread out. As for the central area, it was a sea. To be precise, it was also a lake. But compared to the Tongshan Sea, it was almost the same size. These 4 rivers, which are essentially the seas that spread out from them simultaneously, on both banks of these 4 rivers, sects sprang up like forests everywhere. Even further away, Bai Xiaochun could see the Great Wall, the giant ghost city outside the Great Wall, and the former Kuwang city. All of this, suddenly, was the Tongshan world. This was clearly the result of everyone gathering immense manpower and resources, completely transforming this continent, completely restoring everything of the Tongshan world. Such a monumental act caused Bai Xiaochun's mind to tremble uncontrollably. In fact, his divine consciousness, when spread out, could have encompassed the entire eternal immortal realm. But his heart wasn't here, and naturally, he didn't notice the changes in this continent. Most importantly, after Bai Xiaochun returned, too much had happened quickly. Therefore, only now did he understand how this place had naturally been built to such a level. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's startled and shocked expression, the Grand Celestial Master smiled. Your Majesty, this was during the years you were in seclusion cultivating. Because the empresses were homesick, and I, along with others, were very nostalgic for our homeland. I took the initiative to gather almost all the people of the Tongshan world, asking them to contribute their memories. Finally, everything here was recreated based on those memories. I think this place can serve as a refuge for cultivators of the Tongshan world, making them feel familiar with this place. At the same time, it can also provide a sense of unity, allowing them to return to their former homeland and relive the memories of the past. It's just a pity that after its construction, a series of events occurred before we could report to Your Majesty. And now it has been abandoned and not open to the outside world. Grand Celestial Master was moved, bowing respectfully to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's heart was stirred, sensing everything within his consciousness. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, as if past memories had suddenly opened a great door, flooding his vision. Good, good? Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, his body slightly shaking as he stepped into this continent first. Everyone followed behind Bai Xiaochun, their expressions filled with nostalgia and emotion, entering this new Tongshan world. Walking within the Tongshan world, Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with excitement. He gazed at the mountains and rivers here, in this eastern Tongshan region. The first place he arrived at was Mauer Mountain. The shape of Mauer Mountain was almost identical to his memory. Even the houses in the village at the foot of the mountain were exactly the same as in his memory. Standing on the summit of Mauer Mountain, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes. Everyone followed behind him, their attention now drawn to the pensive expression on Bai Xiaochun's face. After a long while, when Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, a carefree smile, seemingly his former self, appeared on his face. I don't know if you all know, but let me continue. This is the place where I first joined the Lingxi sect. My father left me an incense stick and told me that if I burned it, an immortal would come to guide me. So I came here to burn it, but each time I did, thunder rumbled. I was afraid, so I gave up many times. Only on the 13th time did I grit my teeth and endure the thunder to burn this incense stick, and so I met Uncle Li. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, turning to look at Li Qing'o, as if he were looking at his father. Li Qing'o was old, his hair slightly gray. At this moment, he also looked at Bai Xiaochun, a gentle smile appearing on his face, his heart filled with emotion and longing. It's you, you little brat. You've burned incense more than 10 times over the years. Every time I went out, I'd only gotten halfway before you extinguished the incense. Back then, I thought, when I find you, I'll give you a good beating. Li Qing'o chuckled and scolded. Bai Xiaochun felt a little embarrassed and quickly cleared his throat. Uncle Li, there's no need to talk about this. Hearing their conversation, Song Zhengwan and Ho Xiaomei all smiled. In fact, this mountain was built based on Li Qinghu's memories. From here, guided by Uncle Li, I came to the Lingxi sect. Bai Xiaochun looked up into the distance, his body moving forward. Everyone beside him, whose cultivation was also extraordinary, also took a step, traversing the void. When they reappeared, they were already at the Lingxi sect. The memories of the Lingxi sect and Bai Xiaochun were completely identical. Even some of the wooden steps were the same. After arriving, Bai Xiaochun appeared in the kitchen courtyard. It was here that I met senior brother. Back then, there were 8 chubby guys here. When I arrived, I saw 8 chubby guys rushing around, which scared me, especially senior brother. He was practically a mountain of flesh. Bai Xiaochun pointed at Zhang Dapan, his laughter echoing. Zhang Dapan was a little embarrassed, scratching his nose, then chuckling. I was thinking at the time, how can this newcomer be so thin? I need to feed him properly, but I didn't expect to be mistaken. Since Bai Xiaochun arrived, our kitchen has opened a whole new door to stealing. Many people don't know about this. Now that they hear about it, everyone finds it very novel. Gong Xinwaner and Zhou Zimai were especially curious. Seeing so many people staring at him, Zhang Dapan's face lit up as he began to recount his past with Bai Xiaochun. When he asked whether he should mention the crazy chicken stealing incident, Ho Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise. That year, the crazy chicken thief, it was you. Bai Xiaochun, even more embarrassed, pointed to a room in the kitchen courtyard and hurriedly said, and here, Su Beokai, who used to covet my kitchen status, even threw a blood-stained letter in front of me, wanting to challenge me. Su Beokai glared, chuckled, and said nothing. Seeing that the others seemed oblivious to his presence, still listening to Zhang Dapan's story about his past as a crazy chicken thief, Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on and quickly pulled everyone out of the kitchen. When they reached the steps leading up to the trial mountain, looking at the last step, Bai Xiaochun smiled. Ho Xiaomei also looked at the steps, a sweet smile appearing on her face, as if she had returned to that year. That year, a young man, accompanied by 2 chubby men, blocked these steps, plundering the possessions of all the disciples undergoing the trials. That year, a little girl, like a tiny chili pepper, came to this place, saw that young man, and her heart suddenly beat faster. Bai Xiaochun looked at Ho Xiaomei, and Ho Xiaomei looked back at Bai Xiaochun. Both seemed to have returned to the past. After a long time, when Bai Xiaochun ascended the Lingxi sect and reached the northern shore, he arrived at the 10,000 Beast Forest. There, he saw the place where he and Tai Dan used to live. Looking at this place, his memories returned to the moment Tai Dan was born. Tai Dan, Bai Xiaochun whispered. In an instant, Tai Dan roared and rushed towards him, standing beside him, his body having shrunk back to its original form from that year. This adorable appearance made Bai Xiaochun's heart feel even warmer after seeing it. It was here that Tai Dan was born. In Bai Xiaochun's emotional recollection, Tai Dan's eyes also showed the same clinging affection as a child always attached to its parents. Similarly, within the Lingxi sect, Bai Xiaochun would stop at each place he passed, reminiscing about the past. Once the great gate of memory opened, it seemed to flow endlessly, causing him to inadvertently become immersed within, until he left the Lingxi sect and arrived at the Bloodstream sect. On the mountaintop of the Bloodstream sect, Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell upon Song Zhengwan. Song Zhengwan smiled. At this moment, her smile was beautiful. Speaking of which, when I came to the Bloodstream sect before, I was wearing a mask, a night burial avatar. I didn't intend to trick a Taoist partner into coming here. I only wanted to go to Zhengwan's boudoir and steal a treasure. Beseech Thun SB Mui QGHCC Noi. Hin Thun Tian Lai Ra Con Rie Yen H. Kang Ji Con Rie Yen H LS Ra Biakti MDN. Beseech Thun Lai Chavao Con Rie Yen H Noi. Chin La Not. Terchak Kalian Vien Trom Na Sai. Kang Ki Ti Kui Kang. Lei Con Trom Sai MT Ichio LS. Noi Hin K. Beseech Thun Kung MD H Cochit GCY. Vintren MT Tong Quan Yan Ko Viev Tagi QG. Hanging MT HEI. Lei Trung MT Lan. Beseech Thun QG Haha MT Ting. And MT Revotran Gi Thine Tone T. Hen Ti. YK Kung Lon Mi Chen Tagi NP now. Con Enchen Arki Enchiam Ko Bien Diang Bien Sai Ni Siangui. Kengi Tiangui Tiko Via Sao Ti Nyan Y Tren Feng Dian Geo. Kuthian Fanother. LSE Nathan Fon CAB Seach Thun Jikek. Li Sia Hen Kam Gi Tong Quan Yan Kung VVI Trong Ji Ben Dam Sai Hanter Nhang Thine Tone Ti Kang Dam. Hencha Kalder QGKGA. Trong Long Kung Kothan Thick. Sao Ki that SSHEIX Lei Chine C. SN Fed Hyen Quoxin that SS ArchDKDU. New Na Kang Fi Nchiam Ko Quan Bit. Ko the Hyen Ti. Amchen Kung Kang Con La Bien Diang Bei Gig. Why Bin Trong the Gigi Think the Nay. Sao Ki Sai MT Vong. Beseech Thun Sai Trong Then. Sai Val Man Huang. YKMCCG Ho Nguyen Sel VVI Bin Trong the Gigi Think the Hun Na Con Muen Chen that Hun MT it. Angoi Tri Kenko On HN Ra. TTC Nung the Kek Hu Jing VVI Trong Tri and Chen Ca Beseech Thun. Why Chene, Beseech Thun Fat Hyen M Kung Nchiam Ko Kung Chuti M Seech Lane Hu John Hu Fap. Kun Bahon Nguyen Ra. Why Bin Trong M Kung Nay. Beseech Thun QG. Hen Kang CNN Sagi G Bit. M Kung Nate Hun La Du Chuti M Seech Du Theo KNX Kung CNP. Sao Ko NGI Zidang Sai Ra. Di Sao Nchiam Ko Sai Vo MT Tang Kui Kung Ca M Kung Nay. Chiko Hai Gi Hun Kung VVI Chuti M Seech. Trajak K Chin La Y Chine. T M Seech. Ingui Thiu Chit Nia Hen Ta Teachet. Ingui Bit Kang. En Chen Ti Chian Nchiam Ko. Beseech Thun Le QG Non Via Fia Chuti M Seech. Chuti M Seech Trend MT. HMT Ting. Ta Nchiam Ko UNH the SS Hen Showing Chet. Vi Kung Tit. Beseech Thun Voa Ho MT Ting. GVVI Counter VECA Chuti M Seech. Hen Chikola QGKGA. Nung Gikit Wyben Fia Zung Quan Kung Hu MGM QG. DJing a GVVI Lia Beseech Thun Moi. Kang Fi Quatin Town. La that. Ta Thea Chit Neil Le Chit Y Chane. Chila Vien MT Echen Thea Non. Beseech Thun BFTGC DS Gigi Thich MT Cow. Chuti M Seech Kochet MTG. Hyen Tn Chen Le Chien Nchiam Ko. Echen Thea Non Y Trong MT LSC Ko Vien Kung Tran Kor. Bei Gigmoan Banu Le Kobalai Nu. It Logi Hen Niu Nutter Jack K Beseech Thun Gien P Zuizo. That SS but M Chen Henshit. Name YK Kung King Nun GGCQG. Leaving the labyrinth, Bai Xiaochun arrived at Giant Ghost City. Here, the Giant Ghost King looked very troubled, clearly overcome with emotion. Especially when he looked at his giant ghost statue and the royal palace above it. He seemed to remember something, standing there sighing repeatedly. Giant Ghost Old Brother, has the dark prison been rebuilt? Bai Xiaochun asked the Giant Ghost King. "Call me father-in-law," the giant ghost king retorted. Zhou Zimai also looked at Bai Xiaochun, who quickly nodded with a smile. Only after he called him father-in-law did the giant ghost king relax. "Don't even think about the dark prison. It hasn't been built." The giant ghost king understood Bai Xiaochun very well. In fact, he had long suspected that once the Tongshan world was restored, Bai Xiaochun would boast about the scenery of the past when he arrived. Therefore, as a precaution, he simply did not revert to the dark prison. Bai Xiaochun widened his eyes, ignoring the giant ghost king's displeased expression, and recounted the scene of his encounter with the giant ghost king. When everyone heard about Bai Xiaochun's violent assault on the giant ghost king, even using the giant ghost king's body as a shield to charge out of the dark prison, and then brutally killing the giant ghost king within this city, everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at the giant ghost king with expressions of sympathy. A vivid image formed in their minds. In this image, the giant ghost king was utterly miserable, being wielded like a weapon by Bai Xiaochun. Furthermore, speaking of the giant ghost king, I can't help but mention that little widow. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the giant ghost king became impatient. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun smirked and stopped talking about the widow. Only the Grand Celestial Master, at this moment, forced a few laughs, looked up at the sky, and then suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty, it's getting late, let's return." "Don't be impatient, Grand Celestial Master. I haven't finished discussing your matter yet." Bai Xiaochun ignored him. Seeing the Grand Celestial Master about to leave, he stepped forward and pulled him back, leading everyone to disappear in an instant. When they reappeared, they were in the Kuwan city of the Tongshan world, outside the Celestial Master's palace in the Imperial Palace. "Do you see? It's right here." That year, the Grand Celestial Master was very mysterious, sitting inside, gesticulating wildly at me. Seeing the Grand Celestial Master's wry smile, Bai Xiaochun excitedly recounted the old story between him and the Grand Celestial Master. In the end, the Grand Celestial Master glared at him. "You still have the nerve to say that. This insidious scheme, wasn't it you who came up with it? Taking a Foundation establishment soul and claiming it was a celestial being soul, using it to test everyone. And that all-seeing order, you came up with that too." In the end, everyone suddenly realized that Bai Xiaochun seemed to have a way of causing trouble wherever he went. Especially his ability to cause disaster, which was clearly demonstrated in these stories. It was truly legendary. Thinking of this, for some reason, the group of Grand Celestial Masters suddenly felt that the great calamity caused by the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm seemed insignificant. With Bai Xiaochun here, it seemed that everything could ultimately be resolved. This kind of confidence, for some unknown reason, made everyone's mood much happier. They followed Bai Xiaochun around the Tongshan world for another tour. Everyone recounted their past experiences. Only when the sky gradually darkened did they leave and return to Kuwan City. For the next few days, Bai Xiaochun did not cultivate. He spent all his time with his family and friends. Whether it was Zhang Jianwan, Hou Xiaomei, Zhou Zimai, or Gongsun Waner, or Da Bao, Zizi, and Si Bao. As a husband and a father, these past few days, Bai Xiaochun felt as if he were traversing eternal time, but ultimately there had to be an end. He had to go into seclusion. After bidding farewell to everyone with lingering affection, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and entered the secret chamber. He didn't know if he would succeed, nor could he predict what would happen afterward. He could only do his utmost to complete the breakthrough he absolutely had to make. Either I break through and have a chance to live, or this seclusion might mean separation, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly. As he entered the secret chamber, he turned back one last time to glance at his family and friends watching from outside. As the large door of the secret chamber slowly closed, separating them, the large door of the secret chamber seemed to sever two worlds. Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in the secret chamber, his eyes closed, his heart calm. After his mind and thoughts gradually stabilized, when he opened his eyes again, they revealed determination and unwavering resolve. Such a gaze was unusual for Bai Xiaochun. As his cultivation increased, his experience grew, and he went through various twists and turns. Bai Xiaochun realized that he had matured considerably, especially after being restored once more in the Tongshan world. Traversing the path of a lifetime, Bai Xiaochun's heart had become even more stable. He began to trace his own thoughts, first by confirming the thoughts of his eternal mother. The Tao of the Lord of the Reverse Mortal Realm is to destroy everything, to lose everything, like extinguishing the lights of the starry sky, causing the endless starry sky to become dark, lifeless, and only death remains. But his path, if it were the opposite, would be to rekindle every lamp that has gone out in this starry sky. Just as his path is about loss, my path is light. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with a strange light. This was his thought, the very goal he wanted to pursue during his seclusion. As for how to do it, Bai Xiaochun already had a direction in mind. To be precise, this direction came from a plant he had once received. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes and softly chanted. Following the chant, his secret chamber trembled. Even the imperial palace shook. Finally, the entire Kuwan city was shaking. This scene immediately astonished and bewildered countless people. But this astonishment and bewilderment didn't last long. Suddenly, in a place outside Kuwan City, the ground cracked open with a thunderous roar. A gigantic plant sprouted up, reaching towards the sky. Very quickly, a second, a third, a fourth. In an instant, hundreds of plants sprouted, flying in all directions. What is that? My God, such plants exist beneath our imperial city. This aura. This is an aura that surpasses a demigod, comparable to a heavenly venerate. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, hundreds of plant vines, as if sensing Bai Xiaochun's summons, transformed from their physical form into illusory moonlight, soaring upwards and converging in the sky above Kuwan City. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, these moonbeams coalesced into a single luminous sphere radiating light that caused all who saw it to tremble. Within this luminous sphere, the light shone with extreme brilliance, as if a real moon had appeared in the sky in an instant. This sphere suddenly flickered, then hurtled straight towards the Kuwan City Palace. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, it hurtled towards Bai Xiaochun's secluded chamber. The Grand Celestial Masters were about to stop it, but their minds were instantly registered with Bai Xiaochun's divine sense, causing them to halt and watch as the moonbeam gradually disappeared outside the chamber. At this moment, inside the secret chamber, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged. He raised his right hand, and from within the large door of the secret chamber, a dazzling halo of light pierced through and directly condensed in his hand. A joyful, chirping feeling emanated from it, like a sparrow, as if it had seen Bai Xiaochun, or perhaps its master. A smile appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. With a slight movement of his divine consciousness, the light in his hand gradually dissipated, finally transforming into a seed emitting moonlight. After this seed fell into Bai Xiaochun's hand, the gentle moonlight illuminated the secret chamber. It was the moonlight flower. Years ago, before Bai Xiaochun went into seclusion, he left behind the moonlight flower, allowing it to sleep deep within the Kuwan City, serving as one of his trump cards protecting Kuwan City. Although he never used it before, today, given Bai Xiaochun's fluctuating thoughts, the first thing that came to mind regarding how to arrange the Tao was the moonlight flower. To be precise, what he was thinking of was that year in the Tongshan world, after the moonlight flower matured to a certain level. He had witnessed firsthand the scene it transformed into countless dandelion seeds gently floating in the heavens and earth, spreading everywhere. That scene had deeply moved Bai Xiaochun back then, leaving an extremely profound impression. Even now, recalling it was as vivid as ever. To follow a path completely opposite to the reverse mortal, to rekindle the extinguished lights in the starry sky, what I need is the power of this moonlight flower, Bai Xiaochun murmured. He had pondered this method for a long time, already having a preliminary plan. He narrowed his eyes, pondered for a while, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. It's not that there are no other methods. But in reality, there's not enough time. Currently, the fastest method is to integrate the moonlight flower, borrowing its ability to proliferate and spread, transforming my consciousness into countless seeds, and using the eternal immortal realm as the center of this starry sky, continuously expanding in all directions. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. After confirming this thought, without any hesitation, his consciousness suddenly spread out, directly enveloping the moonlight flower seeds. After gradually covering the seeds, they slowly disappeared from Bai Xiaochun's hand. When they reappeared, they were already in his divine sea, then took root and sprouted, spreading throughout his body. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun completely merged with the moonlight flower. During this merging process, he did not harm the other party. Conversely, once Bai Xiaochun successfully cultivated his own Tao and illuminated this dark starry sky, this moonflower would become his companion plant, its status reaching a level comparable to the eternal flower. The moonflower, possessing full sentience, was clearly aware of all this. At this moment, it seemed particularly agitated, fully cooperating without any resistance. After allowing Bai Xiaochun to merge with it, it gradually fell into a deep sleep, completely relinquishing control to Bai Xiaochun. Time passed, and after an unknown period, Bai Xiaochun naturally became completely immersed in his state of mind, forgetting everything. When he fully transformed into the moonflower, a gentle moonlight began to emanate from his body. These soft moonlight rays floated from his body, then soared towards the sky. At first, there were only a little over 10 points of moonlight gently floating in the high heavens, gradually merging into nothingness, as if leaving the eternal immortal realm and drifting in this starry sky. But very quickly, the number of these points of moonlight increased, gradually reaching over 100, over 1,000, over 10,000, until it exceeded 100,000, a million. Finally, it became countless. All of them emanated from Bai Xiaochun's body, flying out of the secret chamber, gently soaring towards the sky, towards the entire starry sky, continuously spreading out. From afar, these gentle moonlights resembled willow branches, or like real dandelions, spreading wider and wider. This scene gradually attracted the attention of the beings of the eternal immortal realm. They looked at these dandelion-like moonlights rising from the Kuwang city, and although they didn't know what they were, they felt the burning flame of life on these dandelions. These things are not only formed from Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness, but also contain his life force, his life, his Tao, everything about him. Meanwhile, inside the secret chamber, his body was gradually withering, as if infinitely aging, as if only a physical form remained. His soul, his Tao, his cultivation, everything about him, scattered throughout the entire starry sky along with these dandelions. Countless dandelions, imbued with Bai Xiaochun's life and divine consciousness, gently floated and slowly spread throughout the starry sky. They weren't moving aimlessly. Rather, as they spread, they searched for every ruined and destroyed place, like searching for extinguished candles on candlesticks everywhere. Once found, they would fall onto the ruins, merge into the place, take root, and sprout. Time passed day after day. Although the danger still lingered in the hearts of everyone in the eternal immortal realm, they understood that both the Holy Emperor and Bai Xiaochun were trying to avert this great catastrophe. All they could do was wait, and while waiting, they continued to cultivate. Even if cultivation didn't yield significant results, no one was willing to give up their right to survival. Even if cultivation didn't have a major impact, it offered more peace of mind than doing nothing. As for those who refused to improve, there were some. But under the leadership and suppression of the heavenly venerables of the two great dynasties, all the efforts of those who had lost their humanity were severely suppressed. Since then, the eternal immortal realm as a whole has remained relatively stable, even with the impending catastrophe. Time passed, and 10 years went by quickly. Zibao was 10 years old. His personality was very similar to Bai Xiaochun's, causing Hou Xiaomei and the others to look towards Bai Xiaochun's secluded chamber whenever they saw Zibao's stubborn expression and fear of death. Inside the chamber, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged for 10 years, motionless. In the starry sky, during these 10 years, countless dandelions containing Bai Xiaochun's life and divine consciousness had spread far and wide. Their speed was incomparable to that of any cultivator. This light, effortless flight through the void seemed, to some extent, much faster than Bai Xiaochun himself. Some dandelions had fallen onto the ruins, while others still floated gently in the air. At this moment, on a pile of ruins not far from the eternal immortal realm, changes were gradually occurring as each dandelion from the year fell. This place, once a desolate wasteland, devoid of life and vitality, was now nothing but a landscape of decay. Withered remains, and death permeated everything. Looking closely, one could even see a thick, heavy mist hanging over the ruins. That dandelion had disappeared within that mist. Years later, on this very day, the mist in these ruins gradually thinned, and the pervasive death energy slowly began to dissipate until, after another 3 years, the mist and death energy on these ruins finally vanished completely. But as they disappeared, simultaneously, on the surface of this pile of rubble, a pale green sprout emerged from the mud. Even though it was just a sprout, it represented vitality. Like breaking some kind of seal, like shattering a curse, this life force surged forth, making this ruin seem different in an instant. Following the appearance of the sprout, 3 years passed, and the plant naturally and slowly bloomed. The shape of this flower suddenly resembled a moonflower. This was a moonflower, and as the moonflower bloomed, a light flickered from it, even though it was very weak, even though it was very small. But in this dark ruin, in this dark expanse of starry sky, that faint light still shone brightly, still dazzled, and even more shocking. This light directly illuminated this ruin. It grew brighter and brighter, dispelling the darkness, becoming increasingly solid and enduring, growing stronger and stronger, until it completely filled the ruins. From afar, it looked like a lamp illuminating the dark starry sky. A bright lamp. This was just one spot among many ruins. Following the flickering light here, slowly, in another pile of ruins, a second lamp was lit, illuminating the starry sky, causing small sparks to appear in this dark void. Those small sparks, who says they can't? A fire spreads across the grassland. In this state of numerous ruins with points of light, in even more ruins, the dandelion sought them out, and as the years passed, these bright lights appeared more and more frequently. In terms of time, from when Bai Xiaojun began his seclusion until now, 20 years have passed. 20 years, and Ziba has become a young man. His impression of his father was that of a large door that seemed to remain perpetually closed. But deep down, he had long known of his father's greatness from all the elders and his older brothers and sisters surrounding him. Dou Bao had begun presiding over the affairs of the Kui imperial dynasty. He was the crown prince, and with the help of the Grand Celestial Master and others, the Kui imperial dynasty in the eternal immortal realm had completely merged with the former evil imperial dynasty. As for Zizi, since her ascension to heavenly venerate the year, even though she wasn't approved by her eternal mother, her approval, coupled with the dandelion she transformed into and its diffusion throughout the starry sky, seemed to indicate some kind of karmic connection between them, ultimately causing Zixiao's cultivation to suddenly surge. In just 20 short years, she reached the mid-stage heavenly venerate realm. It was at this moment that an extraordinary change occurred. The Lord of the heavenly realm, who had remained motionless for 20 years, suddenly trembled. This sight instantly caused everyone in the eternal immortal realm to become tense and vigilant. It's just that Bai Xiaojun is in seclusion, and the Holy Emperor is also in seclusion. At this moment, the eternal immortal realm basically has no ancient powerhouses. Coincidentally, no meteorites have fallen this time. But as the body of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm trembled, a vortex reappeared in his forehead. As the vortex rumbled and spun, the figure of the Tongchen Taoist, who had previously been frightened away by Bai Xiaojun, emerged once again. His expression was grim. After emerging, he looked at the surrounding formations and the eternal immortal realm below, sighing softly. If possible, he didn't want to witness the destruction of the eternal immortal realm. He could sense that the slumbering lord of the rebellious mortal realm seemed to have sensed some kind of danger and had given him a mission to complete. Break the formations, prevent Bai Xiaojun from secluding his enlightenment. The Tongchen Taoist fell silent. He had always had complex feelings towards Bai Xiaojun. Even today, it remained the same. At this moment, after a moment of silence, the Tongchen Taoist knew he had no choice. He understood that although he was a disciple, he was largely controlled by his own Tao. After all, he was not the source of the Tao. Having lost his Tao, his source, in Tongchen's view, was naturally the Lord of the rebellious mortals. Even though, under the Lord of the rebellious mortals' influence, he had now surpassed the primordial era and could be considered a half-step lord, he was ultimately not entirely his own. With a soft sigh, the Tongchen Taoist occasionally questioned himself, was all this worth it? If he could go back in time, would he still make the same choice? But there was no answer. At this moment, he could only suppress the sorrow in his heart, a cold, cruel light flashing in his eyes. He swung his right hand forcefully. Suddenly, from behind him, within the center of the forehead of the Lord of the rebellious mortals, a series of roaring sounds erupted. Immediately afterward, countless demonic figures, in an instant, surged out from within this vortex. The number of these phantom images was immense, practically countless. At this moment, they erupted like a raging inferno, forming a vast army of phantom images. Under the command of the Tongchen Taoist, they immediately attacked the primordial time formation that Bai Xiaojun had set up all around. The sky trembled, and the starry sky echoed with deafening explosions. This act of breaking the formation instantly attracted the attention of the cultivators in the eternal immortal realm. Everyone's mind was shaken. Simultaneously, as the formation was attacked, all the cultivators in the eternal immortal realm channeled their cultivation, unleashing their power to resist. This was the ingenuity of Bai Xiaochun's previous formation. Every cultivator was the eye of this formation. From this, the formation, to a certain extent, could be considered indestructible. It's only at a certain level. When the formation-breaking force breaks through the critical point, then the formation is not indestructible. It's just a matter of how long it lasts. This time, breaking the formation dragged on for 3 years. For 3 years, the eternal immortal realm experienced massive explosions, day and night, without a moment's pause. For the Tongchen Taoist, there were countless demonic armies within Ni Fan's body. Even if all these demonic armies perished, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Even after 3 years, with the demonic armies constantly attacking the surrounding formations and suffering extremely heavy losses, he still showed no intention of stopping. At this moment, a surging army of demonic armies continued to pour out, charging straight towards the formation. Upon approaching the formation, they immediately self-destructed, forming black dots like ink stains, staining the formation's fundamental time, causing its operation to become even slower over these 3 years. Quickly, the heavenly Taoist whispered hoarsely. He waved his hand again. Immediately, even more demonic army attacked once more. As for the eternal immortal realm, 3 years was unbearable for all cultivators. Currently, almost all cultivators were unable to cultivate. They had to sit cross-legged in meditation, constantly dispersing the pressure from the formation, using their cultivation to stabilize the formation and resist the onslaught from the demonic army. The two sides were separated by the formation, relying on the power of this formation to engage in a battle of techniques completely different from their previous confrontations. At this moment, in the starry sky, the dandelion-like life force and divine consciousness of Bai Xiaochun had completely spread out, falling into every place of the ruins from before. Even the floating coffins in the starry sky had dandelion-like plants taking root within them. At the same time, the lights of the ruins were lit, and over the past few years, the number of lights had increased. Even looking up at the sky, the night, which was originally a dark expanse, now had many twinkling stars. All of this seemed to make the Lord of the Rebellious Realm even more restless, and his breathing became increasingly rapid as he approached the Taoist Tongchen. After sensing the Lord of the Rebellious Realm's urging and anger, the Taoist Tongchen lowered his head and looked at the formation, which was riddled with holes. In that instant, a red light flashed in his eyes. It's almost over. It should end now. Bai Xiaochun was in seclusion. Over the past few years, my cultivation had been enhanced by the Lord of the Rebellious Realm, achieving the half-step Lord Realm. Now, no one can stop me. The red light in his eyes intensified. Even at this moment, the gaze of the Tongchen Taoist seemed remarkably similar to that of the Ni Fan. Especially at his forehead, a faint, small face seemed to slowly emerge. The face was none other than the Lord Ni Fan. Even his aura was completely different from before. At this moment, his entire being radiated an aura of annihilation. It seemed that wherever he went, death would engulf everything. My Tao reaching its end, everything else is lost. Only I am eternal. The Tongchen Taoist spoke indifferently, taking a step forward. The instant he stepped out, countless demonic figures surrounding him spontaneously burst into flames. As the Tongchen Taoist raised his right finger, all these burning figures instantly transformed into black flames, converging before his fingertip, forming a black fire flower. Annihilation! The heavenly Taoist calmly opened his mouth, and immediately the black fiery flower before his finger instantly expanded, continuously growing larger. In a final, earth-shattering roar, with a massive explosion, a sea of fire erupted, directly engulfing and attacking the already crumbling formations surrounding them. At this moment, the rumbling sounds shook the starry sky. Even looking up, the heavens turned black in an instant. Enveloped by the black sea of fire, the formation that Bai Xiaochun had set up, after enduring for several years, could no longer withstand it. In an instant, it was incinerated and shattered. As the formation shattered, all the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm who possessed formation eyes within their bodies, regardless of their cultivation level, were unable to control themselves and frantically spewed out fresh blood. Their bodies trembled, their faces instantly turned pale, and they desperately looked up, seeing the formation shatter like a broken mirror, transforming into countless, almost transparent fragments that scattered across the sky. And as the formation broke and countless cultivators spat out blood, with no formation to obstruct them in the sky, the black sea of fire immediately surged forth. Behind that sea of fire, numerous demonic figures still loomed, each one howling as they charged towards the eternal immortal realm. And behind those demonic figures stood a figure radiating an aura of overwhelming power, like a supreme ruler. The Tongshan Taoist. His entire body was now enveloped in black flames, like a black fiery cloak, his hair fluttering in the wind, radiating a cold, ruthless, and destructive aura. As he slowly advanced, behind him, the awe-inspiring Lord of the Rebellious Realm could be seen. His towering figure was even more imposing at this moment, especially his eyes, which seemed to be struggling to open. What further filled everyone with despair and terror was that the light that Bai Xiaochun had once again sealed on the Lord of the Rebellious Realm's body had now shattered, breaking from his dantian and slowly dissipating towards his forehead. One could imagine that once this light reached his forehead, the Lord of the Rebellious Realm would awaken. At this moment, the eternal immortal realm was facing a life-or-death crisis. From afar, the sky was ablaze with black flames, countless demonic figures, and the arrogant aura of the Tongshan Taoist was overwhelming. All these forces, instead of spreading throughout the eternal immortal realm, suddenly contracted towards the direction of the Kuwan city. That place was their target, because there was Bai Xiaochun. All the powerful figures of the Kui dynasty, Song Zhenlan, Hou Xiaomei, Zhou Zimai, Gongsun Waner, and also the Grand Heavenly Master, Li Qingou, the Giant Ghost King, etc., their faces turned pale. They gathered outside Bai Xiaochun's secret chamber, watching the sea of fire and the demonic shadows rapidly shrinking and rushing towards them, and the Tongshan Taoist in midair approaching step by step. Despair welled up in their hearts. In the end, it was still too late. The parting before was truly a separation. Amidst everyone's bitterness, Zizi turned her head to look at Bai Xiaochun's secluded chamber behind her and softly called out, "Father." Her voice carried longing, reluctance to part, and a sense of farewell. The Grand Celestial Master let out a bitter laugh. The Giant Ghost King gasped for breath. The eyes of the other celestial venerables were bloodshot. They exchanged glances, understanding that there was nowhere to escape. At this moment, they all unleashed their cultivation, ready to fight to the death. But at this moment, the ground of the eternal immortal realm suddenly shook violently. This shaking was extremely intense. Although it wasn't earth-shattering, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. This aura surpassed the primordial era, and in an instant, even the Tongshan Taoist's eyes flashed, suddenly looking towards the eternal sea. This aura seemed to emanate from the ground of the eternal immortal realm, but in the Tongshan Taoist's perception, it came from deep within the eternal sea. At this moment, deep within the eternal sea, inside the crack, at the end of the eternal river, outside the great bell of the eternal mother, the holy emperor sat cross-legged. His eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. After opening, a mark resembling an eternal flower suddenly appeared on his forehead. Similar to the mark on the forehead of the Tongshan Taoist, this mark was the mark of a lord. Even though they were only half-step lords, they still possessed their own unique marks. This mark clearly indicated the origin of their power, everything they possessed. In fact, he hadn't yet completed this ascension. His cultivation at the half-step lord level wasn't yet fully solid. But today, he couldn't stop cultivating. He couldn't stay outside. Because he was the Holy Emperor. Because this was his homeland. Because his Tao came from the Eternal Mother. Tongshan Taoist, the Emperor of the Underworld isn't here, but I, the Holy Emperor, will protect you. A furious word erupted from the Holy Emperor's mouth, like thunder in the eternal immortal realm, directly exploding. Following the resounding sound, the Holy Emperor suddenly stood up. After taking a step, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was suddenly in midair above the imperial city. With his appearance, a storm of wind rose from the entire eternal immortal realm, directly engulfing the sky and rushing straight towards the imperial city, converging into a whirlwind that directly confronted the spreading black sea of fire. The earth-shattering roars echoed. The sea of fire and the whirlwind collided, like heaven and earth clashing, producing an immense sound that deafened the ears of all beings in the eternal immortal realm. The storm raged against the sea of fire, and at the same time, the figure of the Holy Emperor stepped out, raising his right hand and grabbing towards the Holy Emperor's dynasty from a distance. Instantly, in the celestial pool of the Holy Emperor's city, the enormous lotus flower supporting the imperial palace stirred, finally shaking violently, even its roots flying up. Upon appearing, a gentle light suddenly emanated from beneath the Holy Emperor's feet. This light spread out, directly enveloping the imperial city, like a giant dome. In the blink of an eye, no matter how the demonic figures behind the Black Sea of Fire attacked, they were completely unable to shake it. After resolving this issue, the Holy Emperor suddenly raised his head. The mark on his forehead flashed, and he charged straight towards the Tongtian Taoist. Quite interesting. The Tongtian Taoist stood there, coldly gazing at the Holy Emperor, and suddenly smiled. However, your Tao comes from the eternal flower. My Tao comes from the Lord of the rebellious mortals. At your level, you're not even close to matching mine. Moreover, you haven't even fully solidified this quasi-lord realm yet. Therefore, you don't have the qualifications to stop me. The heavenly Taoist looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. In an instant, as the Holy Emperor approached, his body vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he had suddenly transformed into a black beam of light, striking directly in front of the Holy Emperor without any delay. The Holy Emperor's expression changed, and he immediately defended himself. With a loud bang, he spat out blood, his body recoiling backward. But the black beam of light didn't stop at all, instantly surging forward again. Wherever it passed, the void withered. The life force of the surrounding heaven and earth began to dissipate. A dense aura of death permeated everywhere. This black beam of light seemed capable of devouring everything. As it approached the Holy Emperor again, the Holy Emperor let out a low growl, his hands forming a hand seal. Immediately, a gigantic moon suddenly appeared around him. This was his ultimate divine power. As his cultivation increased, this moon no longer appeared as a crescent, but as a full moon radiating an incredibly powerful aura. But within the black light formed by the Tongtian Taoist, a soft chuckle emanated. Finally, a hand reached out from within, approaching the full moon in an instant, and gently pressed it. Under this single press, the full moon trembled violently, cracks appearing in a flash. Amidst the spreading creaking sounds, it directly shattered into pieces, crashing down. The Holy Emperor spat out fresh blood, his body suddenly recoiling, his eyes filled with unwillingness and regret. If only I could have a few more years, there are no ifs. From within the black light, the cold voice of the Tongtian Taoist rang out. As the black light flickered again, he charged straight at the Holy Emperor. Seeing that he was about to clash with the Holy Emperor again, a flicker of madness appeared in the Holy Emperor's eyes. In fact, he could have avoided appearing. In fact, when he first opened his eyes, he had already realized that he was no match for the Tongtian Taoist. But he still appeared. This was his homeland. He was the Holy Emperor. His Tao came from his eternal mother. These were indeed the reasons. And the biggest reason was because of Bai Xiaochun. He knew Bai Xiaochun was choosing a Tao completely different from his own. Before, he didn't understand. But today, through his enlightenment and the approval he received from his eternal mother, he understood clearly that Bai Xiaochun had to take this path, and if he succeeded, then Bai Xiaochun's gains would be immeasurable. His Tao did not originate from anyone else. His Tao belonged entirely to himself. His Tao, to a certain extent, was on the same level as the Lord of the unparalleled realm. Therefore, even knowing he was no match for him, the Holy Emperor still chose to come out and take action. Even now, he chose to self-destruct, to suffer complete annihilation just to stop this Tongtian Taoist, leaving him with no remaining strength to break through the formation he had set up with the lotus flower. But just as the Holy Emperor made his decision, the Tongtian Taoist transformed into a black light and naturally approached. In the blink of an eye, as the two were about to clash, suddenly, a final, ancient light descended from the heavens. Then a second, a third, a fourth. In an instant, 360 ancient lights poured down. Each one possessed ancient combat power. Although there was no way to directly shock the Tongtian Taoist, such a large number of them could still hinder him somewhat. More importantly, in the hearts of the Holy Emperor and the Tongtian Taoist, and arguably in the hearts of all the cultivators in the eternal immortal realm, Such ancient light represented a different meaning. Bai Xiaochun. The Holy Emperor held his breath and suddenly looked up. Bai Xiaochun. The Tongtian Taoist's expression also changed, his eyes showing extreme seriousness. In the black light he had transformed into, he instantly retreated, also looking up at the sky. He and the Holy Emperor clearly felt an astonishing aura rushing down from the sky. Not only were their minds shaken, but at this moment, in the Kuwang city below, Song Zhenwan, Hou Xiaomei, Zhou Zimai, and Gong Xinwan are all wide in their eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. The three of them Zizi, Dao Bao, and Zi Bao did the same. They even turned their heads to glance at the place where Bai Xiaochun was in seclusion. The great heavenly master and his group did the same. They were very hesitant. But for cultivators of the eternal immortal realm, they didn't know that much. At this moment, seeing the primordial light representing Bai Xiaochun appear, they were instantly excited. It's the Emperor Kui. The Emperor Kui has come out of seclusion. As cheers continuously erupted in the eternal immortal realm, Tongtian Taoist frowned. Although the speed and momentum of this approaching figure were incredibly powerful, it seemed somewhat different from the Bai Xiaochun in his memory. Even the Saint Emperor noticed something amiss. It was at this very moment that, in their eyes, a gigantic fan appeared in the sky. The fan's speed was incredibly fast, emitting endless roars, and its distance from the eternal immortal realm was rapidly increasing. This fan was none other than Bai Xiaochun's treasured fan. At this very moment, within the fan's surface, in the tower where Lord Dao Chen had left his essence, Song Quest's corpse, which had been lying motionless, was now sitting cross-legged in meditation. Although his face was pale, like that of a dead man, the death energy within him was brimming with vitality. The life and death Tao origin, which had been there, had now vanished. Upon closer inspection, one could sense the presence of this life and death Tao origin within Song Quest's body. Especially on Song Quest's forehead, there was a mark. This mark was indeed Dao Chen's face. But upon closer inspection, it seemed somewhat similar to Song Qiu himself. This is because Dao Chen is dead, so Song Qiu has merged with his Dao, and although he has also formed his mark, he has his own control. As the fan drew closer, as Tongtian Taoist narrowed his eyes, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, Song Qiu, sitting cross-legged inside the tall tower, suddenly opened his eyes. Two bizarre eyes, one black and one white, were revealed, without pupils. As his eyes blinked and opened, the mark on his forehead shone brightly. A quasi-lord level aura suddenly erupted from him, instantly transforming into two swirling vortices within the fan, rotating in all directions. Simultaneously, Song Qiu stood up and stepped forward. The moment he appeared, he suddenly descended upon the eternal immortal realm, right in front of the Tongtian Taoist. This path is impassable. Song Qiu raised his head and spoke in a somber tone. His one black and one white eyes caused even the Tongtian Taoist's eyes to narrow. The Holy Emperor didn't recognize Song Qiu, but very quickly, he heard the trembling voice of Song Zhenwan from the Kuwang city below. Song Zhu also heard this voice. He tilted his head and glanced at Song Zhenwan, a smile appearing on his usually serious face. But the moment he turned his head, in an instant, the body of the Tongtian Taoist transformed into a black light, hurtling straight towards Song Zhu. The Tao of annihilation, you only unleashed annihilation, not destruction, Song Zhu said indifferently. He suddenly raised his right hand. A similar black light appeared on his right hand, instantly colliding with the Tongtian Taoist. Amidst the thunderous roar, the Tongtian Taoist's body, for the first time, was struck from its black light state, transforming into a human figure. After retreating several steps, he looked up at Song Zhu, a look of shock in his eyes. The fundamental essence of life and death. This is the fundamental method that Lord Dao Chen prepared to revive the person he wanted to revive, and also to restrain Ni Fan. Although I don't know if it can truly restrain Ni Fan, but restraining you it's still possible. Song Qiu spoke indifferently, his body slightly shaking, and he rushed straight towards Dongtia Dao Ren. At this moment, the Holy Emperor's spirit also trembled, flying out, and together with Song Qiu, the two of them, both with quasi-lord cultivation, simultaneously attacked, transforming into a storm, suppressing Dongtia Dao Ren. In the time it takes to breathe a few short breaths, a series of earth-shattering explosions continuously echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Very quickly, the three of them flew out of the sky, stepping into the starry sky outside the eternal immortal realm, and attacked again. The powerful Tongchen Taoist was facing Songquest's fundamental method. This feeling of being restrained made it impossible for him to exert his full strength. If it were just Songq alone, he could still use other methods to fight. But time and again, there was the Holy Emperor. Two quasi-lords, one of whom was specifically restraining him. All of this made it impossible for Tongchen Taoist to turn the tide. When a quasi-lord attacks, a slight mistake would cost him dearly. At this moment, he spat out fresh blood, his body recoiling, avoiding Songquest's life and death Tao origin, but unable to avoid the eternal flower divine ability from the Holy Emperor. With a loud bang, Tongchen Taoist spat out more blood. He was about to retreat, but Songquest's eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand. In the blink of an eye, the treasure fan shrunk again, hurtling straight towards Songq. Songq possessed the complete Tao origin of life and death. It could be said that he was the most legitimate inheritor of Tao Chen. Even the little spirit would choose to obey. Of course, all of this was conditional on Bai Xiaochun not interfering. Once Bai Xiaochun forbade it, even the little spirit would immediately refuse any request from Songq. At this moment, the treasure fin shrunk, and in the instant Songq grasped it, as he swung the fin in his hand, a vast river suddenly surged forth, boundless and endless, ultimately enveloping the surrounding starry sky, leaving Tongchen Taoist with no way to retreat, and directly engulfing him. Simultaneously, a transforming boat appeared, its interior erupting with primordial light. At the same time, the two ancient servants attacked simultaneously. This wasn't the end. A sudden jolt went through Tongchen Taoist's heart. In the starry sky, the tower at the foot of Daoyuan Mountain appeared, along with an enormous arm of a lord. This was the power of a magical artifact. Especially the river, now flowing through the starry sky, forming a sealing force, perfectly matching Songquest's life and death Daoyuan. Although there was a significant difference compared to the Tao Chen Lord himself, the difference wasn't particularly large. In the deafening explosion, no matter how much Tongchen Taoist struggled and roared, he could hardly break free. And the Daoyuan Mountain and the Lord's arm, as if capable of suppressing everything, now hurtled towards Tongchen Taoist. Although he inherited the Tao of the Lord of the Reverse Realm, becoming his disciple, and his cultivation had reached the half-step Lord realm under the Lord of the Reverse Realm's praise. At this moment, the Tongchen Taoist still felt an indescribable and intense life or death danger. He was truly facing to half-step lords. The Holy Emperor was somewhat reluctant, but Songq, who was originally dead, was taken to the Tower of Life and Death Tao origin by Bai Xiaochun. Inside the tower, he and the Life and Death Tao origin were in perfect harmony, and after merging their bodies, he was like a being transformed from decay into wonder, coming back to life from death. In the blink of an eye, upon opening his eyes, he had become a disciple of Lord Tao Chen. In fact, if Tao Chen hadn't fallen, then after Songq awakened, he wouldn't be a half-step lord, but a true lord. This point is very similar to the Tongchen Taoist. The only difference is that Tao Chen is dead, while Ni Fan still exists. However, because Ni Fan is sealed in a deep sleep, even though Tongtia Daoran is here and has been approved, he still cannot become a true lord, only a half-step. Only when Ni Fan awakens will Tongtia Daoran be able to borrow Ni Fan's power and completely enter the Lord Realm. Even though this Lord Realm is as different from Ni Fan as heaven and earth, it is still a lord. It seemed that Tongchen Taoist had no way to hold out until Ni Fan awakened. In this instant, he and Songq seemed to be prolonging the feud between Ni Fan and Tao Chen from back then. But Tongchen Taoist was unlucky. If it were just one of them, he might still be able to fight. But even if the Saint Emperor was weaker, he was still a half-step lord. His cooperation instantly gave Songq a huge advantage. When the thunder echoed across the sky, spreading in all directions, Tongchen Taoist's hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot. Under the threat of death, he had no choice but to unleash all his techniques. At this moment, he was in a desperate state, suddenly biting his tongue and spitting out 7 mouthfuls of fresh blood. With each mouthful of blood, his hair turned a little whiter, and his body withered a little more. After 7 spurts of blood, his whole body aged considerably, his eyes filled with madness, and a mournful scream escaped his mouth. Lord, this roar seemed to contain some kind of rule-based power. In an instant, as it was transmitted, it immediately caused ripples to spread. Almost simultaneously with the reverberation of these ripples, In the instant the voice was uttered, behind him, the enormous figure of the Lord of the rebellious realm stood towering in the starry sky. A vortex suddenly appeared on his forehead. Within this vortex, a rumbling sound filled the air, and a surge of divine consciousness erupted from within. This divine consciousness was earth-shattering, containing annihilation and death. His aura was intense. The moment it dissipated, it obscured the sky, plunging the heavens and earth into darkness, transforming into a soul-shattering shock that even Seongkyu and the Holy Emperor were powerless to resist. The moment the deafening roar echoed in Seongkyu and the Holy Emperor's ears, they instantly spat out fresh blood gushing from all their orifices, their bodies swaying precariously. They were forced to retreat. The impact of this divine consciousness was truly overwhelming. Even they, as half-step lords, were unable to withstand it. Fortunately, this divine consciousness only lasted for a fleeting moment. Otherwise, even without the intervention of the Tongchen Taoist, the mere divine consciousness alone could have severely injured them both. This divine consciousness originated from the Lord of the rebellious mortals, a deadly attack that the Tongchen Taoist paid a heavy price for, yet could only use once. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it more, but rather that the Lord of the rebellious mortals, while in a deep slumber, could only release one such divine consciousness before awakening. Although this divine sense vanished in an instant for the Holy Emperor and Seongkyu, their souls were shaken, and their minds lost the ability to think for even a moment. This caused their previously formed deadly attack against the Tongchen Taoist to momentarily become empty. This fleeting moment of emptiness was the opportunity the Tongchen Taoist seized at great cost. Without the slightest hesitation, he formed hand seals. Immediately, a large amount of black energy appeared in his hands. The black energy surged and moved, instantly expanding and transforming into a 100-foot-tall entity, hurtling straight towards Seongkyu and the Holy Emperor. Die! A cold voice rang out from the Tongchen Taoist, and at the same time, these two incredibly fast black energies emitted a devouring force, as if capable of devouring everything. The fluctuations within caused even Seongkyu and the Holy Emperor's eyes to narrow. Especially this mist, it seemed to be alive. Inside the swirling mist, a howling sound seemed to emanate from within. If you looked carefully, you could see a flash of red light deep inside the mist. Clearly, the Tongchen Taoist had risked his life. These two mists were not ordinary. After unleashing them, his body was noticeably thinner and more withered. That was because he had consumed his fundamental power, even his life and soul, to obtain this earth-shattering method. It's impossible to touch them. Seongkyu and the Holy Emperor suppressed their chaotic souls. They reluctantly retreated. But these two mists seemed determined to block them, piercing through the void and closing in an instant. But at this moment, Seongkju's eyes widened in anger. He slapped his forehead hard, risking injury to shake his soul and gain a brief moment of clarity. He didn't hesitate to sweep his divine consciousness across. Instantly, the two ancient servants he had previously summoned from within the fan in his hand, controlled by Seongkyu, vanished in the blink of an eye as he and the Holy Emperor faced imminent danger. When they reappeared, they suddenly appeared before Seongkyu and the Holy Emperor, ultimately replacing them to confront the two strange mists. Both the mists and the two ancient servants, under Seongkju's control, moved with incredible speed. The Tongchen Taoist had no time to adjust, and they collided in an instant. Seeing that Seongkyu had found a way to counter them, the Tongchen Taoist's eyes filled with murderous intent. He was a decisive man, and without hesitation, at the point where the mists collided with the two ancient servants, he clasped his hands together in front of his chest, uttering a demonic sound. The demon sun and the moon. A low roar, as if from the depths of time, carried boundless sorrow. It seemed that at the moment it was uttered, the heavens and earth trembled, and the entire eternal immortal realm plunged into darkness. This voice carried an unimaginable force, instantly spreading out. These two mists devoured the two ancient servants, then instantly leapt into their bodies, corroding them. In a flash, they were completely absorbed, leaving nothing behind, sucking away their lives, their souls, their flesh and blood, everything they possessed. Although they had been sealed by Dao Chen years ago, even with Dao Chen's death and the bizarre techniques of the Tongchen Taoist, they were still unable to prevent being devoured. But after devouring and absorbing these two ancient servants, these two mists underwent a dramatic transformation, instantly growing 10 times larger, shaking the heavens and the earth. At the same time, from a distance, they naturally appeared to have transformed into the sun and moon. This day is a full moon, this moon is a month full. Such a scene was witnessed by all the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm. Each of them felt immense pressure, seemingly unable to breathe. Most of them couldn't discern the details, but the heavenly venerables and grand heavenly masters saw it clearly. Seeing that the Tongchen Taoist, in this unavoidable life or death situation, could naturally reverse his fate, their minds were shaken. Tongchen Taoist, if it weren't for him, after the Tongchen world entered the eternal immortal realm, so many people wouldn't have died in the early years, paying such a heavy price. Each of the grand heavenly masters had complex feelings towards the Tongchen Taoist. They hated Tongchen, though not as much as they hated Bai Xiaochun, but not by much. But no matter how much they hated him, they couldn't deny it, the Tongchen Taoist truly possessed extraordinary and unparalleled qualities. Whether it was his talent, or his ability to single-handedly sever the ancestor's bloodline within the body of the puppet, or his willingness to disregard familial ties and recklessly destroy the ancestor's body in order to leave all of these things. When bestowed upon him, the title of hero truly represented a level of cultivation and stature that shocked countless people and was beyond their comprehension. Everything that happened to him made the Tongchen Taoist's life so profound that even those who hated him couldn't deny his immense power, especially his unwavering resolve to face life or death situations in an instant. It could be said that throughout the entire eternal immortal realm, those who could compare to him were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. At the same time, just as the Tongchen Taoist was about to reverse the situation, in the starry sky, the last dandelion containing Bai Xiaochun's life and divine consciousness fell onto a distant pile of ruins. In that instant, the entire starry sky was filled with dandelions. 3/3 of the area naturally flickered with dazzling light, seemingly engaging in a battle of light and darkness with the dark universe. In the eternal immortal realm, high in the sky, beneath the starry heavens, as the Tongchen Taoist, in a near-fatal situation, suddenly reversed the course of events, his hair fluttering, his robes billowing without wind, he extended his hands, suddenly raising the demonic sun and demonic moon. From afar, his entire being exuded an overwhelming aura, instantly appearing to possess supreme power. However, his danger was not yet completely averted. At this moment, the Tongchen Taoist was still trapped inside this long river, surrounded by a large chessboard, a boat, a Daoyuan mountain, and the hand of the Lord, bobbing up and down in the river. However, both Song Qiu and the Holy Emperor were unstable at this time. Especially Song Qiu, who had just barely managed to control the two ancient servants, his soul felt as if it were being torn apart. He tried to forcefully control them again, but his soul clearly couldn't withstand it. In desperation, he could only let the little spirit control them. Although its power was not equal to his own, he had no other choice. After the little spirit inside the fan in his hand released a wisp of divine consciousness, Song Qiu gasped for breath, immediately sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to heal. "I need 30 breaths." Before closing his eyes, Song Qiu glanced at the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor, noticing Song Qiu's distress, immediately approached to protect him. Just as Song Qiu was stabilizing his mind, the Tongchen Taoist, trapped within the long river, looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar. His voice surpassed the thunder, resounding in all directions. In an instant, he finally opened his arms, unleashing the terrifying waves of the demonic sun and moon demon, hurtling towards the long river. His demeanor suggested he wanted to use this opportunity to break free from this deadly situation. The demonic sun and moon demon in his hands shone even brighter. As his figure moved, it seemed as if the Tongchen Taoist had transformed into an arrow released from a bow, instantly reaching the long river. The Tongchen Taoist knew his time was running out. When Song Qiu recovered, he feared he would be in danger again. The only way out is to charge out in a suicidal charge. Only then can this battle be completely reversed. "Break it for me." The eyes of the Tongchen Taoist flashed, and he suddenly roared. But just as the demonic sun and moon in his hands burst forth with light, all their power erupting, as if wanting to shatter the long river in an instant, suddenly, the little spirit inside Song Qiu's treasure fan let out a piercing scream. Instantly, the chessboard within this deadly situation blurred. When it became clear, it seemed to pierce through the void, appearing before the Tongchen Taoist, erupting with boundless light. Those were 360 ancient beams of light, which suddenly erupted, and 360 chess pieces flew out from the chessboard. Each of these pieces ultimately radiated a power comparable to a great perfection ancient realm expert. Although not equal to the half-step lord level of the Tongchen Taoist, their sheer number, combined with their simultaneous power, created immense force. Even the Tongchen Taoist's eyes narrowed. In a deafening explosion, the 360 ancient beams of light and the equal number of black and white chess pieces directly collided with the Tongchen Taoist's demonic sun and moon, exploding with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged forth, creating violent ripples that continuously spread throughout the starry sky and the eternal immortal realm. Even the formidable demonic sun and moon were shattered. Just before they completely burst open, the Tongchen Taoist had no other means, and the opportunity he had previously gained to reverse the situation was about to vanish. Destruction! But in the instant this demonic sun and demonic moon was about to shatter, the Tongchen Taoist's eyes turned red. He slapped his forehead hard and spat out a large amount of fresh blood. He then raised his hands in a hand seal. Suddenly, as if time had stopped, the demonic sun and demonic moon, which had been shattering, naturally came to a halt, as if fixed in place. Below them, a vortex appeared in the void. This vortex was considerably larger than the demonic sun-moon. As it appeared, a profound darkness enveloped it, emanating an aura of annihilation and death. In the blink of an eye, the entire eternal immortal realm, which had previously been illuminated, suddenly dimmed. It seemed as if all light had been sucked away by this vortex. From afar, the vortex resembled a colossal mouth devouring the heavens. As it descended, the chess pieces flying from the chessboard were unable to resist and were directly swallowed. Even the chessboard itself trembled, and amidst the roar of the Tongchen Taoist, it shattered into pieces. For a short period, Tongchen Taoist was like a supreme being. Although his aura had weakened considerably, the demonic sun and moon formed around him, along with the mouth that devoured the sky, and these did not dissipate, still emitting terrifying waves of energy. Under Tongchen Taoist's hand, these waves enveloped him, once again aiming towards the great river. When the little spirit inside the treasure fen saw the chessboard destroyed, it also became blinded, emitting a piercing sound, its hands forming a hand seal, and its divine power erupting in full force. It couldn't shake the great river, but it could shake this boat. In an instant, the boat, floating on the river, suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light. From afar, it looked like a flying sword, and with a loud explosion, it shot out from within the great river, rising up in a silver rainbow that even the eternal immortal realm could clearly see. Like a falling star, hurtling straight towards the Tongchen Taoist. It wasn't like a flying sword gliding, but during its flight, cracking sounds emanated from this silver boat, and an irreversible self-destructing force erupted from within. Obviously, the little spirit understood that its greatest divine sense could only control this boat. It was difficult to imagine stopping the Tongchen Taoist relying solely on the boat. But if it was willing to pay a high price, sacrificing the boat to gain a surge of power, even if it couldn't kill the Tongchen Taoist, it might be enough to hold him back, perhaps even prolonging the fight for more than 10 breaths. And at this moment, only 10 breaths remained until Songquest's soul healing was complete. For ordinary cultivators, 10 breaths wasn't long. But for the Tongchen Taoist and Songqiu, 10 breaths could accomplish a great deal, and could even change the course of a life-or-death battle. You have no chance. Tongchen roared softly, his hands forming a hand seal. Around him, surrounding the demonic sun and moon and the sky-devouring vortex, the void twisted, and human-like features directly appeared. These features instantly took the demonic sun and moon as their eyes and the sky-devouring vortex as their massive mouth, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. At the same time, they exuded an overwhelming aura of majesty. With a deafening explosion, they directly collided with the flying swords within the self-destructing ship. Boom! Amidst the deafening, incessant roar, the power of the flying sword boat itself, coupled with its self-destruction, unleashed immense force. Although it caused the Tongchen Taoist to frantically spew out fresh blood, it was unable to shake the face-like features, nor could it prevent them from being swept away, shattering and crushing the Tongchen Taoist's figure. It directly pierced through the shattered flying sword boat, and amidst the countless fragments, the face-like features hurtled towards the great river. The speed was incredibly fast, impossible to stop. The little spirit also lacked the power to control the great river. In the deafening explosion, the face-like features directly struck the great river. The mighty river was suddenly stretched out, appearing to protrude. From a distance, the water seemed to transform into skin, forming a gigantic face at this protruding point. This face was none other than the face-like features of the flying sword boat. At this moment, after emerging, his previously vague form became much clearer, causing everyone in the eternal immortal realm to immediately recognize him, the extraterrestrial enemy, the giant lord. The face emerging from within the great river was that of Nifan. At this moment, the water in the great river was rapidly flowing, yet clearly becoming thinner and thinner. Just as Tong Tia Daoren seemed about to completely break out, a look of ecstatic joy appeared in his eyes. A bell suddenly rang out from deep within the eternal earth, calmly echoing. Following the resounding bell, a vast aura from the Eternal Mother directly erupted upon the eternal immortal realm, especially the Holy Emperor. At this moment, his entire body suddenly trembled, and a dazzling light continuously emanated from his body. On his forehead, the mark of the Eternal Mother seemed to blossom, revealing not a fruit, but an eye that appeared to be slowly opening. The Eternal Mother had finally awakened. She didn't use this awakening to confront the rebellious mortal, but instead, at this moment, unleashed her last remaining strength to stop the Tongchen Taoist, too. Protect Bai Xiaochun. Perhaps, in the consciousness of the Eternal Mother, she naturally saw that what Bai Xiaochun was currently pursuing was the Tao. It was her last hope, and the hope of the eternal immortal realm. If Bai Xiaochun failed, the eternal immortal realm would inevitably perish, and there would be no way to change this outcome. No one could do it. Even the Eternal Mother, in her prime, could only prolong this great calamity, unable to resolve it. Only when Bai Xiaochun succeeded in his pursuit of the Tao would all these things become full of variables. What would happen afterward was entirely possible. Therefore, how could she allow anyone to disturb Bai Xiaochun's cultivation at this most crucial moment? Even though so many years had passed, and she had suffered a serious injury that year, she had only accumulated a small amount of divine power, much of which she had already given to the Holy Emperor. Yet in this instant, she still chose to act. Without hesitation or delay, her consciousness emanated from within the eternal immortal realm, shaking all living beings. In an instant, the mark on the Holy Emperor's forehead burst forth with dazzling light. This dazzling light spread in all directions. At the same time, within this blooming eternal flower, the eyes of the Eternal Mother were condensed, and now they all opened. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Emperor's aura soared, continuously erupting, ultimately causing his previously unstable foundation to become incredibly solid in this instant. And his cultivation even took a step forward, entering the realm of a lord. The heavens and earth roared, and an extraordinary aura, as if representing the rules of heaven and earth, erupted from the Holy Emperor's body with earth-shattering force. This aura was so powerful that the sky changed color, and the starry sky itself warped. But clearly, this wasn't the Holy Emperor's own power. This was power condensed from the Eternal Mother, and it couldn't last long. But even so, its current outburst still caused a drastic change in the expression of the Tongchen Taoist. The timing of the Eternal Mother's true descent was, for the Tongchen Taoist, directly triggered a crucial moment for him. Damn it, the Tongchen Taoist's face was panicked. At this moment, he was inside the River of Impact, not far from breaking through the river's barrier, but he still needed a few breaths of time. But in this instant, how could the Eternal Mother give him this opportunity? In the instant it descended, in the instant the Holy Emperor's aura erupted, condensed by the Eternal Mother, the Holy Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed. His body, amidst a loud explosion, pierced through the void and directly appeared outside the river, before the face of the inverse mortal that the Tongchen Taoist had conjured. He raised his right hand, pointing it towards the face emerging from the river, and suddenly pressed it down. Back! A thunderous roar shook the heavens. This seemingly simple press from the Holy Emperor erupted like a supreme lord's blow, causing the river to surge and suddenly surge backward. Even the inverse mortal form, conjured by the Tongchen Taoist, twisted and contorted, unable to resist being swept back by the river. I refuse. The Tongchen Taoist spat out fresh blood. He had paid a huge price, even using his ultimate attack, consuming his own life and soul, to reverse this life-or-death crisis. But at this crucial moment, the Eternal Mother descended, and that single blow suddenly severed his ability to turn the tide. How could he accept this? At this moment, amidst his roar, the Tongchen Taoist suddenly raised his right hand and fiercely struck his chest. Under this blow, his entire body was engulfed in a raging black flame. This flame represents annihilation, death, and darkness. At this moment, its appearance wasn't meant to burn others, but to consume the very body of the Tongchen Taoist. Facing this imminent danger, he suddenly, without a moment's hesitation, chose to burn himself in exchange for greater power. He had no other choice. If he didn't, the Tongchen Taoist could sense that he would undoubtedly die this time. By doing so, he only needed a chance. Once he escaped this river and returned to the center of Anifan's forehead, he could borrow Anifan's power to heal himself. 3,000 paths of annihilation. The Tongchen Taoist clasped his hands together, his entire body burning within the flames, and swung them forcefully. Instantly, a thread, like a manifested rule, appeared around Anifan's face, formed by his technique, resembling hair. This strand of hair was the rule itself. Inside, a primal aura emanated. It seemed that within this starry sky, there was an additional kind of primal energy. It didn't come from the enlightenment of the Tongchen Taoist, but from the Lord of the Rebellious Mortals. It was the Lord of the Rebellious Mortals who, back then, whenever he extinguished a civilization, seized the will of that civilization, forming the primal energy. The Tongchen Taoist hadn't truly ascended to the level of a lord, and therefore couldn't perform this method of annihilation belonging to the Lord of the Rebellious Mortals. But under the self-sacrifice of his own body, he finally managed to perform this method of annihilation. In an instant, the second, the third, the fourth. In the blink of an eye, the number of these strands of hair exceeded hundreds, then thousands. After appearing, as they manifested, the power of rules and primal energy exploded in the sky, shaking all living beings. Even the surrounding river seemed to evaporate. Very quickly, the moment the last strand of hair appeared, a total of 3,000 great paths, a total of 3,000 strands of hair, all appeared in an instant. And these 3,000 strands of hair immediately became slightly indistinct. Naturally, each strand of hair transformed into 10 to over 100 different strands of hair, like clones. These were each of the infinite minor paths under the fundamental great path. At this moment, after appearing, this hair of the rebellious mortal immediately seemed endless, erupting in an instant. It was the 3,000 great paths along with countless minor paths, converging together, forming a destructive force that annihilated everything. At this moment, under the eruption, the two eyes on the face of the rebellious mortal, formed by the divine power of the Tongchen Taoist, now flickered with red light, finally becoming even more lively than before. No one can stop it. The entire body of the Tongchen Taoist was burning, emitting a deranged roar. He pulled the illusory face of Anifan, formed from his divine power and countless strands of rule-based hair, out from his colossal body and swung it towards the river once again. This time, his aura was much stronger than before. In an instant, these strands of hair pierced directly through the river. When they reappeared, they were suddenly in front of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor had no choice. Following the dazzling light of the Mother of Eternity's eye in his forehead, an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. As he formed hand seals, an illusion of eternal flowers suddenly appeared behind him, fully blocking the strands of hair and Anifan's face that were hurtling towards him. The deafening roar surpassed all previous collisions, the ear-splitting sound causing the eternal immortal realm to tremble. Even the starry sky seemed to cave in a large area. The Tongchen Taoist spat out fresh blood, his body instantly becoming even more listless. His life force seemed to dim. Clearly, his vitality had been depleted after continuously fighting with the Eternal Mother, and he was naturally on the verge of death. But his divine power came from Anifan, and to a certain extent, even if he died, his divine power would not dissipate. At this moment, under the Eternal Mother's obstruction, his divine power transformed into Anifan's face and hair. Although it once again recoiled and retreated into the river, the Saint Emperor there also trembled and retreated a few steps. The Eternal Mother's eyes in his forehead also emitted a dim light and slowly closed. A faint sigh seemed to emanate from the heavens and earth. The Eternal Mother's eyes, located in the center of the Holy Emperor's forehead, briefly revealed a hint of regret as they closed. Clearly, if she were at her peak, although she couldn't defeat the rebellious mortal, she could still directly seal a disciple of the rebellious mortal like the Tongchen Taoist. However, in her current state, the first blow was manageable, but this second blow had exhausted all her strength. Leaving her to fall back into a deep sleep, the Eternal Mother's eyes closed in the Holy Emperor's forehead, and simultaneously, the Holy Emperor's aura weakened slightly, and he spat out fresh blood. His body recoiled, his face pale, his heart filled with pressure. The formidable Tongchen Taoist had instilled in the Holy Emperor a desperate fear of the rebellious mortal. He's just a disciple, yet so powerful. How strong will Enifan himself be? As the Holy Emperor painfully retreated, the eyes of the Tongchen Taoist were about to burst. He felt his life force draining away, and at this moment, he completely lost his mind. His divine power conjured Enifan's face, carrying 3,000 strands of hair, wrapping around the Tongchen Taoist's body. With a loud bang, he directly leapt into the river, visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of it had escaped. This time, it seemed no one could stop him, and he was about to completely break free. At this moment, Song Qiu, sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. Mount Daoyuan, suppress. Fate truly exists in this world, and it's like the last glimmer of fate from the former immortal realm, absorbed by Bai Xiaochun, achieving his primordial realm. At this moment, for Tongchen Taoist, it's as if all fate has crumbled and vanished. As Song Qiu awakened and chanted his incantation, Mount Daoyuan within the river roared violently. This boundless mountain erupted with earth-shattering power, hurtling straight towards Tongchen Taoist. At this moment, Tongchen Taoist saw himself about to be thrown out of the river. But in that instant, Song Quest's awakening not only controlled Mount Daoyuan, but also caused the river to become imbued with life, as if awakening itself. Under this surge of life, the river's waters reversed, resisting completely. At the same time, its scope suddenly contracted, seemingly infinite, layer after layer continuously encircling the Tongchen Taoist within. The Daoyuan mountain, at this moment, expanded amidst a deafening explosion, instantly becoming countless times larger, like a colossal mountain shaking the heavens and earth, emitting primal energy and directly suppressing him. Damn it! Under this pressure, although the reverse mortal lord's face formed around him, providing some resistance, the Tongchen Taoist's body was already on its last legs. Blood flowed from his orifices. His entire being was filled with despair, and countless blood vessels were visible in his eyes. But no matter how much he struggled and resisted, it was completely useless. The colossal Daoyuan mountain, under the deafening explosions, continued to descend and suppress him. The Tongchen Taoist, within the river, let out a mournful scream. He was unwilling to accept his fate. He still had so much left undone. He hadn't yet become a lord. He even had a deeper goal yet to achieve. He couldn't, and didn't want to, die here. What he couldn't accept was, if it were Bai Xiaochun attacking him at this moment, he could still accept it. But the one attacking him was someone he hadn't even paid attention to before. For him, this felt like humiliation and death. With a mournful laugh, Tongchen Taoist suddenly bowed his head. At this moment, the flames on his body burned fiercely, even engulfing his face, making his whole body look like a sea of fire. Bai Xiaochun. He lowered his head, his eyes blazing with light, as if piercing through a river, seeing from afar the eternal immortal realm below, the Kuhuang city, the secret chambers of the imperial palace. It seemed he could vaguely see Bai Xiaochun inside this secret chamber. Following the sound, Tongchen Taoist suddenly extended both arms. In this instant, an even more terrifying flame erupted from his body. Previously, although he had burned himself, he had still retained some of it, burning only his flesh and blood, burning his life force, but not his soul, not the Tao he had obtained from Enifan. But now, he didn't care. At this moment, he completely burned his soul, burned his Tao. As the sea of fire erupted, the aura emanating from him was earth-shattering. From where his arms swung, a scream of suppressed suffering from being burned came from his mouth. Annihilation of the body. As Tongchen Taoist roared, from his raised arms, flames continuously spread from his body, and the face of Enifan, conjured by his divine power, shone brightly around him. Beneath this enormous face, gentle flames drifted out, eventually converging to form the body of a giant. This body was none other than the Lord of the Rebellious Realm, his illusory form. At this moment, Tongchen Taoist was completely consumed by rage. The divine power he displayed formed a figure of the Lord of the Rebellious Mortals. This was the ultimate killing move he had acquired during his cultivation of the Tao of Annihilation. However, the price to pay for unleashing this killing move was truly enormous. But its power was also astonishing. The instant it appeared was precisely the moment Daoyuan Mountain was about to strike. Following the explosion, the starry sky seemed to tremble. The deafening sound seemed to shake the entire heaven and earth, the whole world. "Get out of my way!" Tongchen Taoist roared. The figure of the Lord of the rebellious mortals, formed by his divine power, swung his arms, and under this explosion, Daoyuan Mountain was unable to suppress it. In fact, cracks appeared in the shockwave, and with a loud bang, it directly shattered and exploded. In the blink of an eye, as Mount Daoyuan exploded, the divine power of Tongchen Taoist transformed into the illusory figure of Ni Fan, directly engulfing Tongchen Taoist's body and delivering a punch towards the river surrounding him. An unimaginable wave of energy erupted, causing the river, which was full of vitality, to tremble violently. With a loud crash, it instantly shattered into countless droplets, scattering and dispersing into the surrounding void. Amidst the earth-shattering tremors and the terror of all living beings, Tongchen Taoist, relying on his divine power to conjure the Ni Fan body, directly escaped the previous deadly trap. Without stopping, he controlled the illusory figure of Ni Fan, charging straight towards the true form of the Ni Fan Lord. Ultimately, he still wanted to preserve his life. Although burning his soul and Dao at this moment, even if he could recover, it would take a very long time. But he still wanted to live. At the moment when the Tongchen Taoist shattered the Daoyuan Mountain and the river, the little spirit inside the fan, as if its vital energy had been severely damaged, screamed in agony. Song Qiu, meanwhile, was frantically spitting out fresh blood. The light in his eyes instantly dimmed. But finally, a wave of furious energy surged from his body, emitting an overwhelming force. In an instant, this wave spread, sweeping up the Lord's arm along with the shattered river, suddenly emitting a dazzling light, like the sun suddenly bursting forth. This outburst came suddenly. Its power was immense, earth-shattering. After all, this was the Lord's arm. At this moment, as it erupted, the violent force swept through the surrounding starry sky, causing the starry sky, visible to the naked eye, to appear concave. All of NSO's explosive power now has only one target. That is Tongchen Taoist. Under the attack, the shadowy figure of Ni Fan, formed by the spell surrounding Tongchen Taoist, was also affected and shook. His colossal body trembled, and for Tongchen Taoist inside, it was like a raging storm, creating a destructive force that caused Tongchen Taoist's body to violently shake. His life seemed on the verge of collapse. But all this was not the end. With the Lord's arm present, Song Qiu, undeterred by self-destruction, blocked the attack and inflicted serious injury on Tongchen Taoist. In Song Quest's eyes, bloodshot veins flickered, revealing a resolute determination. A wave of energy erupted from his body, a wave that seemed to burn him alive. "Tongchen, old fool, I'm not dead yet!" Song Qiu roared, his entire body engulfed in flames. He suddenly stood up, using his life force, his Tao essence, everything he possessed, and at that moment, he performed a hand seal. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, illusory figure appeared outside his body. This figure wore a Taoist robe, possessed a handsome appearance, and had eyes gleaming with intelligence. If Bai Xiaochun were here, he would recognize it at a glance. The figure that appeared above Song Qiu was none other than Dao Chen. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the void. Instantly, the shattered river water scattered in all directions, then instantly returned, condensing behind his body, concealing Song Quest's figure within the enormous form, as if transforming into flesh and blood. This made Dao Chen, formed from Song Quest's divine power, seem to come alive, vividly lifelike. His left hand then grabbed at the void. Immediately, the shattered Daoyuan Mountain also instantly reformed, suddenly returning and floating to his left. At the same time, the little spirit inside the treasure fan was filled with excitement. It controlled the fin itself, appearing to the right of Dao Chen's figure. All of this sounds slow, but in reality, it happened in a flash. Just as Tongchen Taoist was about to return to his true form as the Lord of the Reverse Mortal Realm, Song Qiu had already completed his self-immolation and unleashed his final divine ability. At this moment, with a roar from Song Qiu, he controlled the Dao Chen figure outside his body, making it look like the real Dao Chen, and it soared straight into the sky, straight towards Tongchen Taoist, who was enveloped by the illusory figure of the Reverse Mortal Realm. Die! Song Quest's eyes were filled with madness and hatred for Tongchen Taoist, not just because of Bai Xiaochun. Song Qiu himself was also from the Tongchen world, and he hated Tongchen Taoist to the bone. At that moment, as he roared, the figure of Dao Chen outside his body raised his right hand, suddenly clenched his fist and then punched towards Tongchen Taoist. With this one punch, unleashing everything he possessed, everything Song Qiu had, the figure of Dao Chen outside his body, like a shooting star in a dazzling brilliance, swirled a storm in all directions, rising up with overwhelming force, rushing straight towards Tongchen Taoist. The starry sky trembled, and explosions erupted in all directions. Tongchen Taoist's face changed drastically. If it weren't for the Lord's arm shattering and denting him, he might have had a chance to return. But today he understood clearly that he wouldn't be able to return in time. Facing imminent danger, Tongchen Taoist let out a cold laugh and suddenly turned around. At this moment, he raised both hands and formed a hand seal, controlling the body of Nifan, transformed by divine power. He let out a low growl, raised both hands, and suddenly pressed forward. Immediately, a black vortex appeared within his hands, directly colliding with the approaching figure of Dao Chen. In this instant, the most intense thunder since the battle began echoed across the 8 directions of the starry sky, as if the void itself was about to shatter and perish, as if the starry sky itself was about to collapse. Even the eternal immortal realm saw countless mountains crumble. The eternal sea spread across the land. Cracks appeared, directly blasted open by this tremor. From afar, it looked as if this entire expanse of the starry sky had formed a black hole, its immense power unleashed between Song Qiu and Tongchen Taoist, between the figures of Dao Chen and Nifan, creating an earth-shattering roar. Amidst the continuous rumbling, the figure of Nifan, formed by Tongchen Taoist's divine power, finally couldn't withstand it and transformed into countless black flames, spreading in all directions. At the same time, the figure of Dao Chen outside Song Quest's body also shattered and dispersed. Song Qiu frantically spat out fresh blood, his body reeling. He had given up everything. At this moment, he was like fire in the wind, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. Fortunately, the Holy Emperor was nearby. Even though he was severely wounded, he still used all his strength to support Song Qiu, protecting him and retreating. As for the Tongchen Taoist, as the illusory figure of Nifan, conjured by his divine power, dissipated, his body reappeared in the starry sky. His hair was disheveled, his face pale. The flames on his body seemed to dissipate, but they had long since penetrated his bones and marrow, burning away his last shred of life within him. At this moment, he was surprisingly calm. In his eyes, there was no Song Qiu, no Holy Emperor, not even the beings of the eternal immortal realm, and certainly not Bai Xiaochun. There was only a certain direction in the eternal immortal realm that he was looking at. Father, is all this worth it? I am your daughter, Father. Please, Father, please, Father. At this moment, the voice of Du Lingfei from back then echoed in his ears. Before his eyes, it was as if he saw the image of himself on Tongchen Island, forcefully forcing his daughter and Bai Xiaochun to merge and devour each other. Yes, is it worth it? Tongchen Taoist murmured. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his hand. Slowly lowering his head, he saw a single tear. He didn't know how it had fallen. The tear landed on the back of his hand, but it didn't wet his skin. Instead, the moment it touched his skin, flames ignited beneath the skin, instantly burning his hand, arm, and body into ashes. It seems not to be like this. The eyes of the Tongchen Taoist were tightly closed, a mixture of bitterness and bewilderment in his expression, until his head, engulfed in flames, slowly burned to ashes, carrying with it his delirium, perhaps also his memories. Even more likely, it carried the final moments of his remembrance of his daughter, gradually fading away. The Tongchen Taoist fell. In the Tongchen world before, because of his extraordinary talent, relying on his own strength and methods, he overthrew the entire Kuwang city. He almost severed the Kuwang lineage, causing the savage wilderness to emerge. Finally, he himself shattered the Tongchen world. At this moment, his life had become a story of the past. Here, his head burned, completely reduced to ashes. Even his soul had vanished almost entirely. Only this dust, gently drifting in this starry sky. No one knows the value of those 3 words he whispered in that instant of death, or what the answer in his heart was. Perhaps it was worthless, perhaps it was. Or perhaps, if the Tomb Guardian had not followed the ancient agreement and chosen to release him to receive the Kui Emperor dynasty, perhaps it would have been an uncertain situation. No one could say what would have happened if that had occurred. The tomb guardian, following the will of the Kui ancestor, would not have allowed someone who did not cultivate the Kui Emperor's Tao to leave the Tongtian world. But no matter what, Tongtian Taoist's life could be said to have been fraught with turmoil. But in the end, there was a conclusion. This generation's heroism, at this moment, became the beginning. Watching Tongtian Taoists turn into dust and vanish into the starry sky, Song Qiu breathed heavily. Supported by the Holy Emperor, he raised his head. A complex expression flickered in his eyes as he watched the Tongtian Taoists turn into dust and gradually disappear completely. At the same time, everyone in the eternal immortal realm, especially the cultivators of the Kui Emperor dynasty, although far away, witnessed the earth-shattering battle between Song Qiu and the other two. They could vaguely see that after realizing the Tongtian Taoist's death, a brief silence was followed by cheers from the entire Kui Emperor dynasty. Their hatred for the Tongtian Taoist was immense. Amidst the cheers, Song Qiu and the Holy Emperor were about to retreat back to the eternal immortal realm. But suddenly, their expressions changed. In an instant, their expressions changed. An indescribable aura, vast and boundless, seemed capable of engulfing the entire starry sky, capable of suppressing all living beings, as if in heaven and earth, within and outside the starry sky. He alone was supreme. This aura directly erupted from outside the eternal immortal realm, from within the towering body of the figure of Ni Fan, who had transformed into a statue standing in the starry sky. This aura spread, causing the starry sky to tremble, shaking even the eternal immortal realm. The ground cracked, and the eternal sea seemed to be pressed down by this invisible aura, sinking deep, unable even to ripple. On the ground, all the beings of the eternal immortal realm were violently shaken, their souls trembling. Their bodies shook, their minds blank. It seemed as if all their consciousness and thoughts had been erased at this moment, leaving only instinctive terror and panic, as if they had encountered a natural enemy controlling their life and destiny. If that were all, it would be fine. Even more bizarre, emanating from within this vast expanse of the heavens, as if guided by some kind of rule, caused the eternal sea, after a brief moment of concavity, to suddenly surge upwards into the air. Not only the eternal sea, but also all the mountains and rocks, even the massive peaks, were propelled upwards into the air with a deafening roar. Mountains and seas were like this, and so were all living beings. Regardless of their cultivation level, they all lost control of their bodies, soaring into the air. Every mountain, every city, every palace, including the vegetation within, including all the ferocious beasts, everything in the entire eternal immortal realm seemed to be stirred. Such a scene was enough to shock everything. The same thing was happening at Bai Xiaochun's imperial palace. The entire palace was lifted into the air. His secret chamber was also unable to withstand this terrifying influence. All his techniques and restrictions seemed to have lost their effect. The main door of the secret chamber, which was originally incredibly sturdy, and even the walls of the chamber, now seemed to have split apart, breaking into pieces and soaring into the air, revealing Bai Xiaochun's body, sitting cross-legged on the ground, his body withered, devoid of its radiance, and it was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Currently, on the ground of the eternal immortal realm, his body was the only one, remaining motionless under this aura and this influence. Only Bai Xiaochun could do this. As for the Holy Emperor and Song Qiu high in the sky, their bodies trembled. Their bodies felt as if they were bound, as if they were in water, incredibly difficult. They barely managed to turn around and look behind them, only to see the body of the Lord of the rebellious realm slowly trembling. The body of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm was truly enormous. Standing in the starry sky, he raised his hands, and the tremors intensified. Even more intense was his head. His head, which had been immobile, now emitted cracking sounds. The thick layers of rock accumulated over countless years on his body began to crack. These cracks were numerous, reaching hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands, and even more, covering his entire body. Simultaneously, cracks appeared on his body. As the cracks appeared, the aura emanating from him became even more terrifying. Not only did the living beings and all things in the eternal immortal realm lose consciousness, being pulled and carried away by the force, but even the eternal immortal realm itself, in this tremendous explosion, seemed to change its trajectory, naturally being pulled and slowly moving towards the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm. Although this movement wasn't fast, it was still the eternal immortal realm. Its movement caused a momentary tremor in the starry sky, unleashing a storm of terrifying power in the minds of both the Holy Emperor and Song Qiu. He. The Holy Emperor's voice trembled as he fearfully watched the entire body of the universe mortal lord from head to toe, the cracks multiplying and shattering incessantly. Song Quest's face turned pale. The previous attack by the Tongtian Taoist had forced him and the Holy Emperor to risk everything to kill him. Compared to the Tongtian Taoist, one could imagine the inverse mortal lord's immense power. Awaken! Awaken! In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed in Song Quest's mind. The inverse mortal lord stood in the starry sky. The cracks on his eyelids finally widened. Amidst the resounding explosions, much mud and earth separated. It seemed the inverse mortal lord was struggling to open his eyes, and on his body, a seal representing the Emperor of the Underworld was dissipating at an astonishing speed. Visible to the naked eye, it was rapidly fading away, seemingly irreversible. In just a few breaths, it completely vanished from the center of the forehead of the Lord of the Underworld. In the instant the seal disappeared, a sound like a broken string echoed throughout the heavens and earth within the eternal immortal realm, in the ears of all living beings. At the same time, as the seal dissipated, the Lord of the Underworld's eyelids twitched. In a flash, suddenly, in the starry sky, two suns appeared. As the suns appeared, the black starry sky, instead of emitting dazzling light because the suns were also black, was clearly even more profound than the starry sky, like black holes. These were the eyes of the Lord of the Underworld. At this very moment, an eye fan awakened. The instant he awoke, a sigh, as if from ancient times, filled the air with boundless sorrow. Within this heaven and earth, within this starry sky, amidst the ruins of countless re-illuminated races, throughout the entire universe, within the whole world, a thunderous roar echoed. It was this very sigh that caused all life in the eternal immortal realm to be jolted awake from their previous stupor. Upon awakening, before they could even react to the shock of being propelled into the air, they saw, high in the sky, this Lord Anifin opened his eyes. There were no cries of astonishment, because the shock was too great. Only countless gasps of fear and utter despair echoed throughout the eternal immortal realm, reverberating across the heavens. I awaken when life and death cease. A mournful voice, carrying the endlessness of time, calmly echoed within the starry sky. It seemed merely a sound, yet it contained the fundamental essence of time. Wherever it passed, it was like the passage of time. In this instant, the entire eternal immortal realm seemed to turn gray. At the same time, the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm opened his eyes. The cracks on his body shattered in that instant. Amidst the resounding roar, his body slowly began to move. High in the eternal immortal realm, the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm awakened in the starry sky. All the layers of rock on his body were continuously crumbling. Meanwhile, on the ground, the only one sitting cross-legged, unaffected, was Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's body had withered considerably, completely devoid of any life force. He slowly closed his eyes, his hair fluttering in the wind, making it impossible to tell if he was alive or dead, yet vaguely, some mysterious force seemed to be rising within him. It was as if the person sitting there was not a mortal corpse, but a deity. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, countless dandelions, formed from Bai Xiaochun's life and divine consciousness, were spreading throughout the ruins, undergoing astonishing transformations. As the dandelions took root and spread, they continuously emitted light, dispelling the darkness, causing one ruin after another to gradually radiate light and, at the same time, slowly absorb a glimmer of life. These ruins were completely illuminated. With the diffused light, the darkness vanished, and the ground seemed to surge with energy, as if awakened from a long slumber, or resurrected after annihilation. At this moment, the entire starry sky, which had once been dark, was no longer utterly dark. A terrifying will could be clearly felt, radiating forth. This will seemed to shake the darkness, causing the black curtain of the starry sky to ripple in an instant. It seemed as if within the starry sky, darkness and light were engaged in an indescribable war. If one could survey the entire starry sky from an absolute vantage point, the scene that unfolded before their eyes would be a picture resembling the night sky itself. The sky, once incredibly dark, now seemed to be dotted with stars, and scattered ruins emitted light. Their light, though weak, gradually seemed to connect with each other. The black starry sky, however, seemed unwilling to accept this, wanting these illuminated ruins to once again be plunged into darkness, yet lacking a certain vitality, seemingly resisting only instinct. A struggle between annihilation and life was underway in every corner of this starry sky. Even if one looked carefully, one could see that with each illuminated ruin, the mystical aura around Bai Xiaochun intensified. Gradually, this divine feeling grew stronger. For over 10 years, even though Enifan had awakened, Bai Xiaochun's dough of absorbing and illuminating the entire starry sky remained unwavering. Naturally, 5 parts of the ruins within the entire starry sky were completely illuminated. However, the reason Bai Xiaochun was able to successfully illuminate these 5 areas was because Enifan had been asleep before. Only when Enifan was asleep could Bai Xiaochun accomplish all of this without hindrance. But today, with Enifan's awakening, the darkness in this starry sky, which had previously resisted instinctively, suddenly became active. The starry sky trembled, as if a consciousness had awakened at this moment, forcing the surrounding darkness to simultaneously prevent Bai Xiaochun from continuing to illuminate the starry sky. On the other hand, around all the illuminated ruins, the darkness surged like a tide, emitting incomprehensible roars, attempting to once again engulf the light that had been kindled. Under this confrontation, the ruins illuminated by Bai Xiaochun seemed precarious, on the verge of collapse, as if they could be devoured by darkness at any moment. However, in the world of these illuminated ruins, although the darkness raged, each time it roared and rushed forward, it was blocked by the light emitted by the dandelion. But from then on, it was like a stalemate. Although Bai Xiaochun prevented the darkness from returning, he had no remaining strength to illuminate the world of even more ruins. All of this was invisible to outsiders. Even Bai Xiaochun himself was unaware of it. It was all his instinct. After failing to continue illuminating the starry sky, very quickly, near the eternal immortal realm, within the first ruins illuminated by Bai Xiaochun, Bai Xiaochun's life force and divine consciousness transformed into a dandelion, emitting a dazzling light. After becoming the light source for this ruin, the light surrounding the dandelion gradually twisted, wrapping around an illusion of a person. This illusion slowly condensed, eventually transforming into a human figure sitting cross-legged. As the face became clearer, it finally revealed Bai Xiaochun's face. From afar, it looked as if another Bai Xiaochun clone had appeared. But this didn't seem like a clone at all. It contained the Tao, the life force, and the fundamental power that once belonged to this ruin. Such a scene was invisible to everyone. Perhaps even if someone saw it, they wouldn't be able to clearly explain what exactly it was. Even Bai Xiaochun couldn't make a judgment about it. The most accurate description would probably be a Tao body. This was suddenly Bai Xiaochun's instinct. He realized that after Enifan awakened, he couldn't find a way to illuminate the 5 outer regions of the starry sky, so he chose another method. If he couldn't continue spreading, then he would use these 5 regions to ascend to the Lord level. As his Tao body appeared, the light in the ruins suddenly intensified countless times, silently dispelling a large area of surrounding darkness with a loud bang. No matter how much the darkness roared, it couldn't get close to this light and could only continuously dissipate. Within these ruins, Bai Xiaochun's first Tao body appeared. In an instant, high in the sky outside the eternal immortal realm, Enifan's eyes suddenly flashed with intense light. His massive body moved violently, and large fragments of his shattered body spread out. Fragments of meteorite continuously fell from his body. Some dispersed into the starry sky, while others hurtled straight towards the eternal immortal realm, falling there. In their anxiety, the people of the eternal immortal realm could all clearly sense it. "Is he getting agitated?" Song Q gasped, suddenly speaking. The Holy Emperor beside him naturally noticed. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. They suddenly turned their heads, looking directly at the only person sitting cross-legged on the ground of the eternal immortal realm, Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, as Bai Xiaochun's Tao body condensed within the ruins, the mysterious feeling within Bai Xiaochun's main body in the eternal immortal realm finally spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters. Within that 100-meter radius, the shattered ground finally began to close, and a dense, abundant life force emanated, shocking Song Q and the Holy Emperor. And in that instant, it seemed as if a primordial essence was radiating from within Bai Xiaochun's body. Very quickly, within the first pile of ruins, the dandelion transformed into Bai Xiaochun's Tao body. The second pile of ruins, the third pile of ruins, Every pile of ruins illuminated by Bai Xiaochun, finally revealed by Xiaochun's Dao body. As each Dao body transformed, the light erupted, even affecting the entire starry sky. When everyone looked up, the starry sky seemed to have been altered, as if half the area was bathed in dazzling light. How interesting! At the moment the light here completely erupted, outside the eternal immortal realm, the colossal figure of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm suddenly raised his head, and from his mouth came a sound that could shake the souls of all living beings. This voice contained the power of the heavens, and also a chilling coldness, as if emanating from the endless ages, spreading throughout the heavens and the starry sky. At the same time, his body suddenly moved. With this movement, the heavens exploded, the starry sky trembled, and all the layers of rock on this astonishing body of N.I. shattered and exploded in this instant. And after exploding, N.I.'s body completely broke free from all seals. From afar, this giant stood towering in the starry sky. The eternal immortal realm before him was like a rubber ball. The beings within it were like insignificant ants, utterly negligible. In this instant, the heavens and earth exploded. The bodies of all beings in the eternal immortal realm trembled, their breaths quickening. A colossal wave surged within their minds. Before this, some of them had thought that after N.I. woke up, they might have a chance to escape. But in that instant, the moment N.I. awakened, they realized that there was absolutely no possibility at all. At this moment, everyone in the eternal immortal realm felt as if their minds had been seized by some unknown will, as if they had lost themselves, only able to stare blankly at the Lord of the rebellious realm high in the sky. He, comparable to half the sky, directly raised his right hand and reached towards the eternal immortal realm, grabbing. His body was enormous. His right hand, comparable to half the eternal immortal realm, now slammed down with a thunderous roar, like the sky collapsing, causing a massive explosion. This starry sky has witnessed the annihilation of 108,000 realms, giving birth to a single eternal flower today. I will take this flower and achieve eternity. As the voice of the rebellious realm echoed, the entire starry sky trembled. It seemed that within this voice lay a Tao capable of destroying everything, capable of engulfing the starry sky and completely submerging it. Even the ruined area within the starry sky occupied by Bai Xiaochun trembled as the voice spread. But the starry sky was shrouded in darkness, the gloom like a tidal wave, erupting in all directions. N.I.'s right hand, at this moment, seemed to be suspended in the heavens, rising and falling, engulfing the entire eternal immortal realm in peril. At this crucial moment, although the minds of these beings were blank, their bodies instinctively trembled. Song-Q and the Holy Emperor gasped for breath. Although they were also affected, being half-step lords, the impact, though significant, still allowed them to struggle somewhat. Facing imminent danger, veins bulged on Song-Qu's forehead. He watched the enormous hand, seemingly covering half the sky, descend from the heavens. This hand was black, like the sky collapsing, causing the ground to tremble, and the eternal immortal realm seemed on the verge of shattering. A roar erupted from Song-Qu's mouth. He recklessly raised his head. Even though his body was shattering under this immense pressure, his eyes were still red with rage. His body once again blazed, soaring towards the heavens, towards the approaching hand. Beside Song-Q was the Holy Emperor, his face pale, his own burning aura erupting. He let out a bitter laugh, his eyes filled with determination and resolve, and also charged forward. From afar, the figures of the two of them, compared to the giant hand in the sky, were utterly insignificant. Yet time and again, in this fleeting moment, they chose to face and resist. This tragic scene, this resolute display, though the minds of all beings were blank, unable to perceive or see it, the eternal immortal realm had a spirit. The eternal mother, though weakened, knew and understood all of this. A profound sorrow emanated from every blade of grass and tree in this eternal immortal realm, along with all living beings in heaven and earth, filling the world. Simultaneously, Song-Q and the Holy Emperor's bodies drew near to the descending hand of N.I. Song-Q roared, the Holy Emperor shrieked. A dazzling light emanated from their bodies. But compared to N.I.'s hand, it was utterly insignificant. Even though they chose to burn themselves, they were still powerless to stop it. At this moment, a thunderous roar echoed. It was Song-Q and the Holy Emperor who had attacked, but the outcome was already sealed. They had attacked with all their might, even giving their all. Yet in this clash, they were unable to stop Enifan's hand even for a moment. With a deafening explosion, Songkyu spat out fresh blood, his body seemingly on the verge of shattering, directly swept backward and struck by the recoil towards the ground. As his body fell, it continuously crumbled. The Holy Emperor suffered the same fate. Fresh blood flooded his entire body, even half of his body disintegrated, and his consciousness faded. If it weren't for the aura of the Eternal Mother emanating from the eternal immortal realm in that instant, transforming into a halo that enveloped the two of them, they would have perished before they even hit the ground. Songquest's consciousness still retained a glimmer. At this moment, amidst a tragic laugh, he looked at the enormous hand of Enifan in the sky, hurtling towards him with immense force, his eyes filled with despair. He wanted to turn and glance back at Bai Xiaochun, who was sitting calmly, but he lacked the strength, only able to watch helplessly as Enifan's enormous hand, after covering more than half the sky, quickly engulfed the ground. He could imagine that once the hand of the rebellious lord descended, the first to perish would be the beings in this eternal immortal realm. But then the eternal immortal realm would shatter. Finally, perhaps it would be this shattered eternal immortal realm that the rebellious lord would refine, becoming his last remaining support to enter eternity. Is this the end? Songkyu murmured, his sorrow rising, merging with the grief of the eternal immortal realm. His eyes slowly closed. But in that instant, suddenly, Bai Xiaochun, the only one sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyelids twitched. From within his body, in that instant, an astonishing aura erupted. This aura, with a loud bang, spread out, instantly expanding from 100 meters to 10,000 meters. Without stopping for a moment, it spread to 100,000 meters, 1,000,000 meters, even endlessly. Amidst the deafening roar and overwhelming explosions, the aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun, along with the primal energy within his body, continuously diffused. Vaguely, a wave of lordly power surged from within him, erupting violently. The lordly power that emanated was like a drop of water falling into a pan of oil, causing Bai Xiaochun's wave of power to spread endlessly, erupting once again, at this moment. In the earth-shattering sound, as the hand of the Lord of Rebellion approached the eternal immortal realm, Bai Xiaochun's aura instantly erupted, directly forming a massive halo that enveloped himself, all living beings in the air, the Kui dynasty, the 5 great immortal realms, and all of heaven and earth. It directly burst forth, colliding with the hand of the Lord of Rebellion in the eternal immortal realm. At this moment, a deafening, ear-splitting sound echoed, terrifying the heavens and earth. Songkyu suddenly opened his eyes, breathing heavily. Simultaneously, the beings in the air, enveloped by Bai Xiaochun's light, instantly regained their consciousness. Seeing everything around them, seeing the light emanating from Bai Xiaochun, cries of excitement and astonishment erupted, spreading incessantly. It's the Emperor. The Emperor has emerged from seclusion. Xiaochun, father, countless shouts filled the entire eternal immortal realm in that instant. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's body slowly moved. His head slowly lifted. As he raised his head, his withered body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until he fully lifted his head, his eyes slowly opened. In the blink of an eye, as his eyes opened and closed, the entire eternal immortal realm, the entire world, the entire starry sky resonated with a thunderous roar. This sound was audible to everyone, yet its exact nature remained unclear. It was like a rumbling, shaking the eternal immortal realm, shaking every corner of the ruined starry sky, and shaking countless rules and laws within this starry sky. In that instant, Bai Xiaochun's Dell bodies in all 5 regions of the ruined starry sky emitted dazzling light. They connected with each other, dispelling all the darkness within these 5 regions. Each of Bai Xiaochun's Dell bodies, seated cross-legged in meditation, simultaneously emitted a resonant sound. This resonant sound grew stronger and stronger, until finally all the ruins in the 5 inner parts of the starry sky, all of Bai Xiaochun's Dell bodies, emitted a resonant sound that shook the heavens and earth, spreading throughout the starry sky. Its origin was in the eternal immortal realm. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was no longer a clear black and white, but a dazzling light that seemed to disregard everything. All the dazzling light, the Lord's will within his body, roared out like a storm, earth-shattering, sweeping across half the starry sky. The Tao of the Lord of the Reversal Realm is achieved through the destruction of all, the annihilation of all, like extinguishing all the lights in the entire starry sky, giving the viewer the feeling that everything is darkness. This kind of Tao does not need the approval of any world. Or rather, no world has the right to approve it, thus allowing him to ascend and achieve lordship on his own. This is the most powerful lord. Bai Shaojun's Tao was similar. He cultivated his Tao seed in the extinguished starry sky by reviving his life force, thereby condensing his Tao body, radiating light, and re-illuminating this dimly lit starry sky. This was his Tao. This Tao didn't need the approval of any world, nor did any worlds will have the right to approve it. The strongest Tao. With this advancement, he instantly broke through the primordial realm, entering the Lord realm, and at the same time, he had also become the strongest lord, just like the fate of Ni Fan. Ni Fan. Bai Shaojun raised his head, not looking at his light screen colliding with the giant hand in the sky, but looking further away. This Lord Ni Fan stood in the starry sky, his expression solemn, his eyes filled with a strange light, encompassing him.